Welcome to the first day of LCS Academy. My name is TJ, joined by one Josh. Joshy Howard, is that correct?
Close enough. I feel like we've done this enough, and we have enough time to get through this, but I'm excited for this, TJ. We're getting right on into all the Academy games, and if anybody's been paying attention to all the stuff that's been going on with Proving Grounds, you know that the stakes for this have changed quite a bit over the past several weeks.
Yeah, we do have a schedule graphic, so let's take a look at this as we head into the day of games. because we have 5 games, Josh, and I am psyched. We'll start things off, of course, with Golden Guardians playing Immortal, move on to Team Liquid versus Dignitas, Cloud9 Academy versus TSM Academy, and close things out with CLG versus 100 Thieves, and FlyQuest versus EG. Which one of those games are you most excited for? I know we've kind of dropped you into this, a little bit of inside baseball. There were some tech issues. Josh wasn't going to be here today. And then literally 3 minutes or so ago, we pulled him right on in. So, into the hot seat, which game are you most looking forward to?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, TJ, as we look across this, we got to go with some of these classic matchups, right? Cloud9 versus TSM has kind of been one of the biggest rivalries here in North America for years. And after seeing all these players starting to come in from Australia and the Oceanic region in general, I'm excited to see how all of these players are going to actually stack up now that they're here in NA.
Yeah.
What about you?
Really psyched as well about the Oceanic invasion. I'm also really psyched because we have, I think, in that C9 TSM game, like 2 teams that obviously historically have good academy rosters, but this year have doubled down on that. We also have the Team Liquid game, where I think Team Liquid have kind of, we talked about all the OCE players, Spawn leading that team is an obvious example of that. And we have them kind of revamping a historically kind of mediocre academy roster with the addition of that new coaching staff. So there's a lot to look forward to, but let's start things off with our first game of the day. This will, of course, be Golden Guardians playing Immortals. We have some experience with this Golden Guardians roster. One of the things that I'm most excited about today is all of the amateur players that have gotten promoted up. Do you want to talk a little bit about Rosethorn?
Yeah, Rosethorn's a player that we've been seeing on and off in the the amateur scene for a while, but most notably came here into Honda's scouting grounds, where he looked really, really strong just kind of across the board. He was able to, I believe he ended up getting first with Team Infernal over the entire thing, and now is going to have an opportunity to actually show what he can actually do at this level of play. And with a lot of people, I mean, I think there was a big conversation with Odd Orange a couple of years ago and talking about the difference between playing with teams like Radiance in the amateur scene and then moving up to the Team Liquid Academy roster. And he's just saying, wow, the difference between playing at these levels is so different. Having that dedicated coaching structure behind you and actually like making this your job, going to work and actually playing next to all of the other players really changes things really drastically. And I'm excited to see if Rosethorn, who has had such a strong, sudden performance in the scene, is going to be able to continue that now that he's actually on the main stage.
It's part of a larger story across the day. We also have Yunbi in that roster who played in the scouting grounds this past season, where we have kind of these 2 classes of player hitting academy for the first time. You have obviously the OPL veterans, many of whom have been to Worlds, and now they're playing at academy. And then you also have all these rookies who have played on teams called Team Fish Taco, which was Rosethorn's previous team. And they're playing alongside sometimes these Worlds veterans, as is the case in Golden Guardians Academy. And it's going to be a lot of fun to see how the various leagues stack up.
Yeah, and we don't want to discount any of our American veterans here either.
No.
Obviously, with people like Rosethorn and Yunbi coming up, we really have eyes on them to see how valuable these additions really are going to be to the team. But Immortals is also rocking players like Keith and Joey, who have been playing this game for years at the top level, and now they're currently playing in Academy, and hopefully they'll have an opportunity to show some of the newcomers to the region an opportunity to really have a strong performance coming through. And you touched on it a little bit, TJ. Some of the players that I'm really looking forward to seeing here are, as you touched on, multiple Oceanic players going head-to-head up in the top lane, where we have Golden Guardians Tally and Immortals Tapoon really going to have an opportunity to go head-to-head, and it's going to feel a little bit like home, right? They're coming across the Pacific Ocean. They're going to have an opportunity to play here, and as you said, both these players, strong veterans, can have a lot of opportunities to really show what they can do and why they were worth picking up.
Yeah, I think when I was just building out this matchup, what most excited me actually was the bottom line. because you have Prismal versus Keith. And you mentioned Keith, obviously, he's a big standout, but I think Prismal is also in the category of players that have been around for a while that have a record of being good, but kind of need to step up and show that they can carry a team. And this is maybe the fourth category of player. We've got the Oceanic veterans, we've got our Academy players that have been around for a while, and we've got our LCS players, and we've got our promotions from the amateur scene. And for a lot of these Academy players that have been around for a while, this is the make or break moment. Because this season, with all these new additions, they need to show, okay, I'm ready to go to the LCS. I'm ready to keep moving forward. Otherwise, it's getting a little bit crowded on these rosters.
It really is. And just, want to touch back a little bit on how the Proving Grounds is going to be shaking out. Reminder that a lot of these teams, are going to be moving on to the next phase of the Academy, but a lot of them are also going to have to be competing to stay in these upper echelon tournaments. If you've been paying attention to the Tier 2 tournaments with like Risen Esports right now, you'll see a lot of the players that these guys have historically played alongside. Prismal hasn't necessarily been in the amateur scene all that much, but he's been sitting in, that kind of, we touched on like Team Liquid is kind of this middling team in strength overall for a long time. And even though they have a special place in my heart, it was kind of where I got started in all of these things. It's going to have to be an important part of how he develops. He's been playing with 100 Thieves for a long time. Now that he's moving over to Golden Guardians, it's going to see a little bit of a difference in the way that they actually like to play. He's not going to be having the same kind of support where he's been playing with Breezy for a long time, and we'll see how well he's actually able to coordinate with Chime, who plays very differently. I don't think of Chime as being the same kind of aggressive player that we often see as Breezy has been.
Chime certainly, first of all, it's in the name, Bard main I'm really excited for. But second of all, is kind of in a similar situation where I want to see him step up and bring it to the next level in this next season. There is your first look at our confirmed rosters for today. I was kind of wondering which players, especially Immortals, we're going to bring to the day with all of these issues that have been going around. So I'm excited to see that they did get pretty here in time. Let's head into it as we hit our first champion select of the day. It is once again Immortals Academy playing Golden Guardians Academy, and we're into the bans already.
Yeah, not a whole lot of surprises coming through. Probably the biggest thing that's popping out to me right now is kind of this Hecarim that, it has been very strong. We've been seeing a lot of players opt for it in order to be aggressive and have a lot of power in the mid game, but everything other than that is kind of pretty standard. You have to kind of take the Pantheon off the table. You have to get the Olaf out of the hands of Potluck because of how aggressive both these champions can be. And talented players like Tally and Yunbi on the opposite side of the map, you want to take off some of these strong blind pickable solo laners. So I don't feel like either team is really showing a whole lot of what they want to be doing off of these bans, and we're going to have to see the transition. I don't expect this Cho'Gath to necessarily come through, even though it has been something that Topoon has played to quite the effect historically, but instead we're just going to be getting the Talias. The Cho'Gath, once again, Oceanic top players giving us a little bit of a heads up. It's like, yes.
And you do have this. Topoon is the first player we're going to see today from Legacy, which did make a Worlds run, which did win the last season of the OPL, which did upset Mad Lions at Worlds. There are Legacy players in almost every matchup today. They have been dispersed across the Academy. So keep your eye on those players as we get there, because I think between them and the Order players that have also made it across the ocean, there's a high expectation, at least from me, that they smurf a little bit here. They'll be going against Tally, who of course was also being able to play at that top level in the OPL. Potluck and Pretty will lock in a Jhin and a Leona for their bot lane. We get a Talia jungle for Academy. Golden Guardians will grab themselves a Kai'Sa and a Galio.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how these teams are shaping up, because as I look at it so far, we're automatically going to be seeing a lot of pressure down in the bottom lane, is both teams picking carry junglers and bottom lanes that like to fight. So I'm kind of curious how these two teams are going to be transitioning the rest of their draft. You often look at these kind of compositions as what I like to call a threat overload composition. You pick a lot of characters that can be very aggressive, and you don't need to pick a whole lot of peel for your carries if your opponents are too busy dealing with all of the other damage threats that are also on your team. Right now, Golden Guardians already banning away the
tweeting
Renekton.
about this earlier today, actually.
Was it today?
And I was following
it was yesterday.
Look, I've been browsing Twitter. You were highlighting something that I thought was really interesting, where a lot of these teams are drafting this composition, but then they're not actually managing to activate it because of the way they're playing. Would you like to touch on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we touched on some of the proving grounds teams that we've been seeing, and in order to build a lot of these threat overload kind of compositions, you need to be having a lot of champions that can actually continue to fight even in melee range. They want to be right on top of their opponents, and right now, I'm kind of liking the way that Golden Guardians is picked, because Kai'Sa and Graves are relatively happy playing at short range when compared to things like the Taliyah and the Jhin. Jhin wants to be able to play from very, very far away, but if something like the Galio gets on top of him, he suddenly loses a lot of effectiveness in his ability to pick targets and play individually. So with Golden Guardians taking away the Renekton, I mean, they're taking away this natural frontline that we often see with the Jhin and Taliyah in order to just create a lot of pressure for them, as well as an easy gank. And this Rise is really fitting in. It's a little bit later scaling than a lot of the threat overload compositions tend to go for, but is an absolutely insane threat as the game continues to go on.
Yeah, we'll complete that roster in the mid lane there with the Rise. That assumes that we'll see our Galio shoved down bottom then? Or are we pushing the Rise elsewhere?
It's possible. I mean, it can still flex around. We don't actually know yet where these guys are going to be going, and I know that there's a couple people in chat who has been following a lot of the happenings on Twitter, might not really like this Gnar blind pick coming out from Topun, but it is a very confident pick, and currently, with Tally opting to hover the Aatrox, actually unlikely to get particularly punished. One of the big things that this Gnar really is worried about is getting dove by very aggressive champions, and currently, Graves and the Gangplank, while two very strong champions, not necessarily well known for their diving potential. So Immortals getting away with murder as it will, and we'll see exactly how effectively they're going to be playing. But as we said, both teams kind of opting into this 4-threat, one, initiation kind of character coming through, and it's really going to come down to all of these players that we were touching on, right? We touched on the Oceanic top lane, where these guys have a lot of experience playing against each other. One of them can find an advantage. They should be able to really bully. True. They've been playing
what's
a long
exciting
time.
to me, because just for a little bit of extra color, Tally played mid lane on that same Legacy roster. So he's kind of swapping back around, pulling out towards the top side versus Topun, who was, of course, playing top at Worlds. I'm very, very excited to see how they play against each other with that added experience. We also have down in the bot lane the matchup we were highlighting, Prismal versus Keith. That's going to be a Jhin Kai'Sa matchup, Joshi. And so I was curious, because it has been the focus of a lot of conversation. I feel like this is a very good season for AD carries, finally. How do you feel about kind of Kai'Sa Jhin, the trifecta that's getting played down bottom there?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, both these characters are so strong, and the reason why they've been thriving so much right now is because we have been seeing these compositions that don't have a whole lot of strong front lines, right? You're not necessarily seeing a whole lot of big tanks being played, with the exception of, like, some Ornn and Volibear generally, but they are able to pretty accurately select their targets. Kai'Sa's able to dive in with the enemy team, and the big thing is going to determine how effective they're going to be is actually going to be during this laning phase. So I'm really going to be looking at the Leona and Galio to see which of them actually get ahead as they start moving into the mid game, because they both scale really well, and neither of them are going to have damage drop-offs later in the game because there are no front lines that they have to worry about.
And you can expect Chime to play a little bit more in that roaming style. We talked about how he picks up Bard a lot. Kind of fits in the same category. Expect to see him move around the map. Joey has been playing in the LCS. He's been playing during lock-in, and he's been just your classic support, playing those hard-engaged tank carries to lead off teamfights, and doing a really good job of it. So we have a little bit of an antithetical support style in that all-star bot lane. And I'm really, really fascinated to see whether or not Keith and Joey can bully out Prismal, take advantage of maybe Chime's more roam-heavy style in that bottom lane.
Yeah, I'm curious too a little bit because Joey actually played with Yumbi back at Scouting Grounds, so he's got a little bit more experience playing alongside this guy. And I'm I'm kind of curious to see, whether that's going to play any effect into the way that they like to play around. Are they going to try and shut Yunbi down? Are they going to say, nah, don't worry about him. He's not that much of a threat. We're going to instead focus our efforts on the enemy jungle. But it's, it's definitely one of those things where when you played with people like Tally and Tapu, you have a very different appreciation for the things they like to do on the map. And with both of these supports playing the roaming style, I'm excited to see where they're actually going to be paying their attention to.
You do have Pretty opposite Yunbi in lane, and if you haven't heard his name before, he's been one of the up-and-coming talents flagged in the European region. He's been playing in a lot of the ERLs. He played for Vitality Academy, Mad Lions Academy, and the Vodafone Giants. Won the Spanish regional final, the Iberian Cup. So he's kind of been tearing up those academy leagues over in Europe. And I'm really interested to get a first look at him as well. And we get the relative strength comparison. Academy leagues in Europe, OPL, and a amateur all kind of coming together in our first academy game of the season.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy, TJ. I'm really looking forward to seeing how everybody stacks up here.
I'm proud of us, Josh, for being drafted into this game, 3 minutes before it started? We made it through the draft. We're on a roll. We got our storylines down. Everything's going great.
It's almost like we were doing prep for this anyway, right? Just looking at all these teams. There's a lot of opportunity to look at how everybody's going to be stacking up just because, it is like, I feel like a lot of the academy seasons before have been very focused on some of the domestic talent. It's like, are they going to move up? Are they not? Where are they going to be going? Do they deserve some of their slots compared to some of the people that are both above them and below them? And now, we suddenly have like 4 times as many players to suddenly look at, right? You have the, we already talked about the domestic veterans, domestic rookies. We have the oceanic players on their way over, and now we're starting to see a lot more people coming in from Europe because Pretty's not the only one that has had an opportunity to come over. We're also seeing Luger, 100 Thieves Academy, come over, and we'll see a little bit more from him a little bit later on. But it's just so crazy to see how many people are suddenly.
Yeah, and I don't want to drop you out. If I'm not mistaken, Luger wasn't able to make it over in time.
Oh,
so I don't want to set up false hope. I believe we are playing with a sub in Luger's place. And there are going to be a couple of that. It's kind of fascinating because it's a lot of the teams that are missing their LCS rosters are also the teams that weren't able to get their LCS Academy roster visas together. So the teams that are already a little short-staffed are even more short-staffed down here in Academy. So we're getting some players, like there's one sub, I believe, for CLG, who's just been pulled right out of a collegiate team. We have a Harrisburg Storm player hitting the main stage today. Fizzy, the support player. So you have...
That'll be exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting. I'm happy for him, don't get me wrong, but you do have a little bit of chaos even down here in Academy. That is on TSM Academy. That Fizzy is being pulled up.
We don't want to be, we don't want to knock on these guys too hard, right? Because we're seeing that despite some of our initial expectations, like the Golden Guardians roster, which pulled Niles and Iconic off of the Maryville roster, they're actually performing way better than I think a lot of people were expecting. So I think Fizzy has an opportunity to show that, collegiate is still something that matters quite a bit as well over the entire course of League of Legends, and we'll see later on how well he's actually able to do it.
Yeah, it is time to get into our first game of the day. So we'll refocus here. Golden Guardians Academy take on Immortals Academy in the first game of the 2021 Academy season.
Fanning out. Pretty standard stuff right now, TJ. Now, something that's been interesting is, the talk around Jhin itemization. We might see it come up right now as Joey is going to be face-checking 4 people.
Joey, just trying to hang out in a bush, will be taunted there. So, thumbs up to Chime for landing the taunt. That'll be everything that happens, though. Josh, back over to you. Tell me about Jhin itemization.
Yeah, so there's been a lot of people looking at Jhin and the different things that he can start. Obviously, you still have the Doran's Blade, Doran's Shield as major options. And then something that's been growing in popularity was the boots and 4 potions so that you're able to get concentrating going. But now, Keith opting for a little bit of extra damage and honestly a little bit more sustain coming out with the longsword and the regular potions. Because he's going to be able to have a little bit more opportunity to just get to his items faster than a lot of other players are going to be, because he's not going to be making that 400 gold stop off on the Doran's Blade. And we'll see if he can actually stand up to the fact that he doesn't have the extra health nor the extra movement speed that he would normally expect for the Doran's item.
I want to give a shout out to Tally for running up to the top lane and flashing that legacy at his former teammate. Just a little bit of friendship on display. We do kick things off across the map with pretty slow start. Nothing crazy apart from that attempted 3-man gank down bottom. But I was kind of hoping for a little more of, you know, we're starting things off with the Oceanic players who play fast and loose. So I was hoping for some chaos, but we're going to be playing very, very safe, as is probably to be expected at the start of the season.
Yeah. I mean, there's obviously the two theories. Right, when things are brand new, it's like you just go hard, or you're just like, maybe we need to feel things out. And it looks like, you know, both these teams are kind of opting into just feeling it out, seeing how you're actually able to play as a team. Because obviously, you know, they've been having opportunities to scrim, they've been having opportunities to practice, but it's a different world when you're actually playing on stage, and suddenly your games mean more than just your pride. You're actually playing for opportunities to continue playing later in the season. You're trying to prove things, but you don't want to give too many advantages over to your opponents, because suddenly that could be proving something very different.
I do want to maybe kind of go back to the amateur scene and that theme of being on a bigger stage with a conversation about Rosethorn briefly, because I was actually very, very critical of him when he was playing an amateur for some of the positioning mistakes and stuff that would go awry. And then I was really impressed when he hit Scouting Grounds, and a lot of that stuff had been cleaned up. Not all of it, though. What is your take on Rosethorn coming into this season as kind of one of the hot new rookies hitting the stage?
Well, I mean, as one of the players who didn't have as much time, like actually playing on a team, as a lot of the other players in Scouting Grounds, you did see some changes in the way that he liked to play relative to a bunch of other teams. He was a little bit more selfish, he was a little bit more greedy, and right now we'll get back to that as Joey finding Zenji in the mid lane.
Yep, Zenith Blade in, Yunbi will burn Flash, pretty to chase actually, over the wall with a flash of their own, and Yunbi slinks into the bush. We get nothing but some burn summoners in the mid lane. We already see some good roaming coming out though. Joey showing up here in mid.
Yeah, I mean, we already talked about that. He just wanted to come in, say hello, and committing both flashes here to actually get it while Yumbi's out of mana means that there's no real opportunity for any turnaround here, but not going to be having a whole lot more after that, right? You have the phase rush on the rise, you're able to get out of range rather easily, and I'm a little bit surprised that Pretty actually thought he had the blood. He thought that he had an opportunity to go for it, and instead, just going to be backing away and forcing Yumbi to teleport back. Small advantage, yes, but potentially not worth it in the long run.
Pretty still does have that TP, as you say. Some slight advantage there in the mid lane. I don't know. You have phase rush Oriana, you go for it. In the Spanish program,
I mean, it's the confidence, right? Yeah, I mean, I think it is, right? It's just kind of a showing of confidence. He's trying to play here on a different stage. He's trying to show that he is worth picking up, and sometimes you got to be aggressive, because they had a pretty good idea on what Graves was. They knew he was at the Krugs. They knew there wasn't a good opportunity for him to try and turn things around. So no real risk of anything going particularly badly. It means that you're able to make some of these plays. And putting Rise behind just means that he's not going to be as strong of a threat later on. And now, Pretty's going to have an opportunity to try and go back and have his teleport, as we might start seeing some scuffling around the Dragon.
Yeah, I hypothesized that it would be Chime roaming a lot, pulling out the Galio, historically a Bard player. But we're seeing a lot more action here from Joey at the start of things.
No flash.
As Potluck will show up here again, Yunbi already had been punished by that flash. We'll get the same thing. Ooh, deep dive in, down bottom, Chime Up close against Joey, this could be a mistake, and indeed it is. You step too close, and it's first blood for the game, passed over to Immortals Keith in the bottom line.
Yeah, a little bit surprising to see how deep he was willing to go there with, you know, Keith's heal still up. There wasn't a whole lot of damage threat. Prismal isn't level 6, so he can't really join, and honestly, just kind of a positioning mistake coming through for Chime on this Galio. I don't know how much it's going to hurt them long run, but we did touch a little bit on how the fact that Keith wants to find these early advantages. He wants to be more aggressive a lot of the time in the mid game, but at the same time, because it's causing the entire team to reset after crashing a wave, it's going to be giving Golden Guardians an opportunity on the map once again. Nothing in League of Legends ever comes for free, and this time First Blood is being traded for the Infernal Dragon.
I want to call something out because I did find an interview with Chime he did with the Esports Network, and we can talk about it over this replay, as you can see him getting a little bit over-aggressive, and that was something he talked about during this preseason interview. He said that the Oceanic players he's playing with have a more aggressive skirmish-like playstyle that he enjoys, and coming into the season, he wants to dominate with Prismal down bottom, using that aggressive, more skirmish-heavy playstyle. And so far, they're kind of being out-skirmished by this Immortals roster. We've seen Joey setting the tempo of Rome so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, Chime kind of got a little bit ahead of himself there. You know, you kind of saw it in the replay that he was expecting Keith to just take the punch and just be in a spot where he wasn't super far deep into the lane. But Keith flashing backwards, right, is going to just mean that Chime goes way farther than he was potentially initially expecting, as Topoon and Tally just going to be tapping each other a little bit up in the top lane. But the thing that's kind of sticking out to me, right, besides the fact that Joey has been moving a little bit more proactively on the map and you know, really starting to put Yunbi behind, is the fact that every single position for Immortals is currently leading in CS. And because of the fact that we haven't necessarily seen a whole lot of jungler intervention top lane, because of the fact that Joey hasn't necessarily been in his own lane as much as Chime has, this just kind of feels like a good player difference, right? Immortals are just winning across the map simply because they are able to be aggressive.
Team diff, says Josh.
Team diff.
Tally up top does take a few hits here, and you are seeing Topoon kind of bully his former mid laner. Something to keep an eye on is we have had a week of kind of rough Gnars in the LCS, but this Gnar is enabling Immortals to get the first objective to their team. They'll be able to pick up this Rift Herald here. Looks like uncontested. Yeah.
There you go. I mean, there's a lot of questions on whether or not Gnar has been really working, but this is kind of showing like one of the big strengths that the champion does have, right? You're able to create priority. It does have a winning matchup against a lot of the meta top laners, and Gangplank is one of them. It kind of feels to me like Topoon just came into this with such an attitude. It's like, hey, you played mid lane for me for a long time, so I'm going to guess you are slightly out of practice in this role, and I'm just going to bully you around. And so far, 10 CS up, you know, is mostly even in the lane due to the extra gold generation that Gangplank does have, but because the priority that comes along with it, as you already touched on, Rift Herald's going to be going over, and we're seeing a 2,000 gold lead already starting to come out for Immortals. And you know, we touched on it, threat overload compositions against threat overload compositions are very much about who has more gold at the time. Currently, that's Immortals.
Currently, indeed, leading the way in every way except Dragons. We will get another one of those in about 2 minutes, which I think should skew over towards Immortals, who do have a little bit of a spike right now, coming to these mid-game team fights, especially with the leads they have across the map. Should we go late, however, I think you start to see Golden Guardians edging out a lead between the Ryze, the GP, and the Kai'Sa. Do you agree with me that they can sit on that scaling comp?
Yeah, I mean, they shouldn't be too worried about actually giving over too, excuse me, they do need to be worried about giving over too much right now, but it is, you know, something where they do have a decent amount of power coming out in the next couple of minutes, right? Gangplank is going to be hitting what looks to be the Trinity Force in this game. Kai'Sa's should be on one item, but the big difference that we're really going to be looking at is the fact that Gnar also going to be very strong coming out and is going to have the teleport available if he chooses not to teleport up into the top lane right now. Suddenly you're potentially looking at a 5v4 for Immortals, and while they can kind of rest on these things. They don't need to contest it. You know, if you're already looking at the more aggressive OPL skirmish style, to me, that says, hey, we want to fight for these dragons. We want to take every skirmish that we can find. And so it worries me a little bit if Hallie isn't able to be a part of this upcoming team fight, if that's what his team actually wants to do, because you're already seeing Golden Guardians starting to coalesce around the dragon down here at the bottom side, and at least try and contest for some position.
Yeah, Golden Guardians did get a couple of wards in there, but they've now fallen back, and I think this will be an Immortal Drake. I don't see a way for Golden Guardians to get back into that river. So it looks like Chime's hopes of a skirmish-heavy playstyle have been a little bit squashed, at least so far. He'll get a little bit of skirmishing in his own jungle, but it's not really a fight so much as an ambush. Potluck will even wall things off as Joey goes even further here. The Weaver's Wall shouldn't really stop Golden Guardians from backing away, so they lose a kill, but nothing more.
Well, they're going to be losing a little bit more here. They are going to be able to crash the bottom lane turret with this Rift Herald, and should get a couple of plates for it as well, and reward themselves with the Ocean Dragon, right? They're kind of winning everything across the board, and it really comes down to the fact that we said, like, Joey's the one who you said is going to be this aggressive support. Well, excuse me, Chime. Joey's been the one who's just absolutely going off, and there's not a lot of supports who just be like, I'm going to flash this wall.
Joey
I'm just going to do it.
really good in Locket, so I am not surprised to see him doing equally well here. I am very impressed by the extent to which he has shut down Chime. And part of that is that Prismal doesn't really have damage yet, into a Jhin at least, so maybe we'll see that change, but you can see here, this is just all Joey all the time, perfectly synced up with Potluck.
Yeah, it was really impressive to see that he actually stunned the Graves on top of the seismic shot. And Potluck had very little he could do after that. Then Joey's like, oh, I think we can keep going.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's tanky. It doesn't really matter. He's just buying a little bit more space so they can put down the Rift Herald without risk of it going away. But you could also tell that Chime wasn't ready for the aggression onto Rosethorn. He had the ultimate. He was very obviously in range. And the extra magic damage shield that could have come out, could have bought Rosethorn enough time to actually get himself over the wall to safety. And ultimately, this aggression, I mean, when you have the first move, you're going to be able to get to a lot of these fights in a winning position a little bit faster. And I'm a little bit surprised to see how much attention is being paid down to the bot lane. It says to me that they are trying to get this turret, and if Prismal and Chime stick around too long, they just want to fight.
Taunt dive in, Potluck too far forward.
Here's
will
Nar.
Go down, and Golden Guardians maybe in trouble. There's TV behind him. Top boot very far forward. Good ult. Will find 2 kills now as Keith falls, and Goodby is locked down, sure to follow. Pretty able to get that kill, and Rosethorn maybe too far forward. They're going to be locked down by Joey as well. It is disastrous for Golden Guardians. 3 players fall. Immortals only lose Potluck in the skirmish.
Remember, I don't know if you could tell, but the phrase that I was going for right there, TJ, before Golden Guardians so rudely interrupted me by trying to fight was, they should probably get out of here. They still have a teleport disadvantage. There are 4 members of Immortals already here, and they end up losing way more than just the turret. They were almost always going to lose anyway. They end up giving over several kills, and while they get 1 in return, we're starting to look at an Immortals composition that is very quickly moving past the traditional weak point of Orianna in this mid game, and we're going to start seeing her with a level 2 ultimate with a lot more AP, going to be able to blow up all these squishy characters with the Gnar on top of them, and they can win, right? They're looking at Potluck, but look at how quickly the response comes out from the rest of Immortals. Gnar teleports almost instantly, pretty catches multiple people.
Of it is the best Gnar ult I've seen in America, which I admit is a low bar. Shoutouts to Hooney, but still, I think it worked really well.
Yes.
We needed the Australians to come and show us how to handle dangerous wildlife. Here comes a Rift Herald in the mid lane. Speaking of wildlife, as that will be yet more turrets passed over to Immortals. They did get that turret down bottom. They did get this here, and that is a clean sweep of all the tier 1s, completing a 3-turret early game, and there's basically no way you can look at this and be feeling good for Golden Guardians right now. We talked earlier, I kind of made the pitch that if we went late, you know, Tally, the Rise, like Kaisa maybe, and it's not looking like we're headed towards that parallel universe.
Nah, it doesn't look like it, but this is kind of the part where Immortals needs to prove that they are as good as they are currently looking. Because when we see this, when you get all of the outer turrets before like the 20-minute mark, the game starts to slow down quite a bit a lot of the time because you are far ahead, but you're not so far ahead that you're comfortable starting to dive these inhibitor turrets, that you're comfortable starting to dive a lot of these you know, major things that you have to do, and you have to start playing the map really effectively, like Tapoon might be doing right now.
Yeah, Tatley cools down the ultimate, trying to play at range, but Tapoon just pops the ulti. Got Potluck as well. There's no escape. Goodbye, Tatley. And Golden Guardians lose yet another kill. And I think that's my problem with your theorem. This game would be slowing down if Immortals didn't know how to keep applying macro pressure, right? This is where maybe you start to see an Academy mistake. But this Immortals roster has looked so clean, shot calling-wise, throughout this entire game, I'm just not expecting it.
Yeah, this is where, you know, generally Immortals and these teams that are leading start looking to trade a lot of these objectives. You just saw that Yunbi up in the top lane is able to get a turret, but it's likely going to be traded for a ton of damage here on this bottom lane inner turret, and that's going to be something that Immortals are very happy to do. Yeah, and the Dragon as well, but here's a teleport coming through, Tapoon can't join.
Yunbi.
He has no mana!
Has no mana. Will ult in to a 1v3 and instantly be destroyed. Chime tries to follow up, has his own heroic entrance. Is also CC'd down low. Golden Guardians, I guess, only lose Yunbi. Oh no, Rosethorn is deep in the back lines here and will fall as well. Okay, Killer Instinct in, Prismal following one by one. That kill will be unpunished so far. Curtain Call over the wall, pops the thumbs up, gets dunked on by Chime, and will die.
It keeps going, TJ. We're still fighting. The dragon's already dead. Just go. He teleported in with no mana.
He had no mana.
He had like a rotation of spells. Maybe.
Shut up. He was like, yo, I'm going to cast my spell. That was it.
Yeah, let me move on top of them. And then, you know, Chime had a pretty decent ultimate, right? He got a couple people in the shockwave.
All Yunbi was doing there was casting Chime's ulti. That was all he was doing. He was part of the cast time.
Yeah. If Yunbi had mana, I think that play was plausible, right? If he had some damage, now Chime is probably just going to die. Oh, no, he does flash over the wall. He's going to be okay. Yeah. All right, good job, Chime. Good job, Chime. You know, silver linings, every cloud, something like that. You know, that's something
every
people
cloud
say,
drake
right?
you give over to the other team has a silver lining. I like it. But you know, I was wondering when we'd start to see first day haven't had Visage in her. May have been just then. Joey will start off this fight strong. Low on HP though, traded out. Yunbi able to get a little bit of revenge. Rosethorn falls during that fight. Keith able to find him, but a 1-for-1 trade certainly isn't the worst, even if it's not perfect for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is the part of the game where you're starting to trade. And if it was like 20, 30 seconds later that fight happened, I would say, oh, they killed the jungler for support. Easy, let's go do the Baron. But it hadn't spawned yet. That's how far ahead Immortals really are in this game, right? They don't have a Baron to go hit. But trading these pieces, right? Giving over the bottom lane outer turret in order to start taking down this inhibitor turret, absolutely where the Tapoon goes in.
Tries to do it to him. It does force him to zone back full behind their inhib. They do drop the turret. I really like that engage from Immortals, even if it didn't work out.
Okay.
I'll do it again! Yunbi shouts, but his team talks him down.
Nobody will expect it the fourth time. Oh!
My god. Solar Flare in, that was a step too far forward. Prismal did trade out 1-for-1, shutting down Potluck, which may be very important actually for Golden Guardians, as it will deny the Baron for at least the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, and it is important, right, that now if you can start getting these trades without giving over anything more, it's worth it, right? Golden Guardians are very happy to trade these, provided they aren't going to be giving up structures or objectives on the rest of the map. Giving up kills, yeah, that's fine, as long as you're not giving over anything more that will allow Immortals to snowball the end of the game, because evening up the gold and trading even that way, one, your opponents have a lot of shutdowns, so you're generally coming out ahead in that regard, but also minimizing the gold difference between the two teams. And Golden Guardians, they want to try and do as much of that as possible in the next minute and a half or so, when Immortals are going to start coalescing around this dragon once again. So it's exciting to see that Prismal has the confidence and the mental fortitude to actually make some of these tougher calls on the map, as Joey just looks for Tally.
Oh, all right, Joey finds Tally in what Tally thought, to be fair, was their own jungle. Will inform them of the eminent domain that Immortals has. Shut down the kill, and this should be another turret, I think, unless Yunbi wants to get frisky with top in.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, both jungles are definitely Joey's jungles. He can kind of go wherever he wants, and more importantly, as they bring everybody around, we'll get to see how Prismal actually found the kill onto Potluck here. So
that's good.
He just goes in, and that's the kind of damage that Kai'Sa has in the map. Obviously, getting out, tougher question, right? It was a one-way mission the entire time, but this time, ends up working out, gets a big shutdown to go over in his favor, but they're still losing out pretty heavily on the map. 20 seconds left before the dragon.
Whilst we were in replay, that bottom turret did fall. It did get picked up by Immortals. So they still managed to turn the kill into a little bit more of an advantage, showing off their clean macro, as has been this entire game. And they're not really interested in shoving too far forward, threatening any of these inhibitors, because they don't have to. Safe play is the name of the game right now, with the Drake and Baron both up.
Yeah, going to be getting themselves this Cloud Dragon, and I think, a lot of people look at this Cloud Dragon thinking like, oh, it's pretty weak overall to get the soul, and, to some degree, I agree. Having ultimate cooldown isn't the most impactful thing in the world, but the big thing that's actually going to be super, super helpful for Immortals this game, if they are able to get the last Cloud Dragon, is the movement speed. That's going to be coming out from that, right? Every single character in a threat overload composition wants to be very mobile. You want to be able to put yourself wherever you want during these fights, and characters like Jhin, a ton of movement speed already. Characters like Orianna, not as much that they can necessarily work with. And having that extra little bit of mobility, super, super helpful as they now start transitioning to the top half of the map in order to try and choke the life out of Golden Guardians.
Joey and the rest of Immortals are, as you say, pressing really far forward. And this is something that their coach, Coach Jensen, not Player Jensen, was talking about. He was saying that they wanted this Immortals team to be kind of a second squad for Immortals, but not so much Academy. We're seeing that as top in does make a rare overextension, but the double ulti.
Wow.
This is turnable. Weaver's Wool in, Potluck, Shockwave as well. Joey takes the front lines, and they turn it. An overextension from Tapoon gets punished 1v3, and instead, it is Immortals all the way. The killer instinct into the backlines there from Keith, or from Prismal, was optimistic, and Keith is just chunking him, trading out the damage easily with a single auto.
Yeah, we saw the value of Gale Force coming through there as well for Keith towards the end, because he didn't really need to worry all that much about the fact that Prismal was there. He presses, one of the number keys, puts himself closer to the rest of the team, still has his flash up for the next time that Prismal wants to try and jump on him. Everybody dead.
Check out Tapu.
Yeah.
The Weaver's Wall
so strong.
Sets him up. The team play. Potluck hands him that one, and then the rest of the team is here. They've all been scattered by that.
Yeah. And I really like the fact that Golden Guardians, again, willing to go for some of these plays, because they're playing from a hole. And I always say, you want to lose like Kingzone. You don't want to lose like Jhin Air, right? You don't want to drag out the game for 60 minutes. You don't want to be the team that's still there in the sad plane and just get fatigued after playing for an hour and losing. You want to start making all these plays where you're going to be going more aggressive, saying, hey, we have like maybe a 10% chance of winning the game, but this play has a 20% chance of working. So let's do it, right? That's better. Those are good odds based on what we have going off right now, and Golden Guardians are willing to play those odds. Is it going to work? No, 20% means you lose 80% of those plays, but it's better than what you had previously.
I like it, and you're absolutely right. It has been a frustration, I think, of a lot of analysts with LCS teams that will fall behind and then kind of not do anything for 20 minutes. So I like to see Golden Guardians taking risks and trying to pull the game back into their favor. Unfortunately, Immortals, with their firm grasp of the macro, have just managed to exploit every single mistake and keep growing their lead in Tally. Now, behind his inhibitor will just be run down by Tapoon. That's going to be the inhibitor turret gone. Inhibitor to follow, Rosethorn to follow, as Immortals look real good in their first game here in Academy.
They really do, and Joey, after having such a great performance during lock-in, now looking to tear up Academy as well. Chime tries to do something, and go, you got this.
Stasis!
Gold.
He's still up! Unfortunately, that's short-lived. Gunby is around here, and this actually may extend the game for a while as Prismal goes in. Keith has to go into stasis. Yunbi has one as stopwatch of his own, but he'll fall underneath his turret. Prismal finally drops, and it's an ace to close the game. At least Golden Guardians made Immortals work for it at the end. But the first win of the Academy season will be handed over to Immortals as they close out their first game 20-4 in the kill sheet.
Yeah, such a clean game coming up from Immortals. Looking very good for this first game here in Academy and kind of setting a statement, right, as we start to see some of the players that are coming through, because obviously Joey, one of the NA veterans, looking very, very good, very, very aggressive, but also Tapoon coming through as well in the top lane, really exerting himself throughout this game, had a couple fantastic ults, one off of teleport, one set up by Potluck, and then being able to have the confidence to just push Tally around and just say, hey, you can't be here, I'm going to run at you, and you have to leave. So looking very good so far from Immortals.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of that, I think, oceanic flair. Maybe that's a little bit too much to attribute to Tapoon, but you could see that the the Immortals team was willing to take risks, willing to play aggressive through their support and top laner as they took control of the map. And I also want to flag, Joey did play in Proving Grounds, of course, this year. He was part of the stacked Ocean team, which I call out because also on that team was NXI, Yunbi, Eon, and himself, Joey. All of whom have made it to other rosters here. So whilst we're tracking the distribution of legacy players across Academy, maybe also track that Ocean roster across Academy. Any closing thoughts on that game? I think Immortals are clearly a team to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. They looked very good with a number of rookie players coming through here, and I think making that statement early game off the very first thing to come in definitely says that this is a team that we're going to be paying a lot more attention to throughout the regular season as we see all the chaos of all of these players starting to come together. Tally and Joey, Tapoon and Joey, gonna be the ones you gotta keep an eye out for.
Yeah. And there will be plenty of those throughout the day. We are going to go to a lightning fast break. We'll come back with an interview in about 2-3 minutes. Then after that, we'll be picking things up with Team Liquid taking on Dignitas Academy. You won't want to miss any of the action, so stay tuned. We'll be right back after this. we're back with more Academy action. My name's TJ, joined by Joshi. Say one of your League of Legends things, Joshi.
I
was wondering where you'd take it.
What is
the
League of Legends thing? Is this where I start just like throwing out weak side, strong side,
maybe
B1, Gnar?
You'd be like, we should use chess terms to cover League of Legends. That's when you're League of Legends things. I thought something exciting would happen. I don't know. We'll try it again next time we come back.
We'll try it again. I'll have a chess thing ready for you next time, so we can talk about some League of Legends in ways that probably only I will understand. But that's okay. Queen's Gambit is starting to become more popular once again.
Yeah, chess is like huge right now. It's big. It's big on Twitch. We are headed towards our player interview with the Immortals players. Before we get there, though, I want to touch a little bit on what we just saw, what we witnessed in our first game here of Academy. Golden Guardians playing Immortals, being destroyed by Immortals. I talked during the game a lot about their macro, and it felt like a lot of that was being led by Joey down in the bot lane. Was that as impressive to you as it was to me?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, TJ, at this point, you should know me as, like, whenever I see good macro, it's just chef's kiss every single time.
Macaroni and cheese.
And watching them move around the map, I mean, it was, as you said, really kind of being led by Joey and Tapoon for the most part during that entire thing. And I able to play the game super cleanly. And, you know, one of the things that I kind of highlighted a little bit when I was talking was the willingness to trade things on the map in ways that are advantageous. To loop it back into chess, we talk about this in terms of like simplification of the game. You want to be able to trade a whole lot of turrets off of the game so that it is easier for you to take things down later on.
I'm told we are ready for our interview. We are going to be joined by Pretty over from Team Immortals, the mid laner, in our post-game interview presented by Verizon. Hey, Pretty, how are you doing?
Hello, guys. I'm doing good.
You guys just dominated that game, for lack of a better word, and we were really impressed. We were just talking about, actually, your macro and your control of the map during the game. You guys haven't been together too long as a team, so who's leading the shot calling for that in-game?
Well, funnily enough, it was our first game together as 5. Me and Topun got here very recently. I think we screamed like 2 days together, and the rest were screaming before, the 3 of them. And we didn't scream with Joy yet. So it was like my first game with Joy. So about your question, it's mostly me and Joy, but it's always everyone feeding information. Like everyone is like needed to make it work. So everyone has like their own roles in the team. It's kind of the start, so we don't really, we just kind of go with the flow. We don't really have very structured roles and all of that, but like everyone contributes, and it's mostly me and Joy who take care of the game plans.
So what you're kind of saying to me then, Pretty, is it's just kind of a team diff, right? You haven't played a whole lot together. You're just coming in swinging, and just everybody is able to perform their jobs. Now, obviously, you're coming in here from the opposite side of the Atlantic. Can you talk a little bit more about like what kind of goals you have now that you're coming over to North America?
My personal goal is to play in the LCS, obviously. I feel like this is a start for me in Academy, and I want to. It's gonna be where I will prove that I'm worth it. And I've had a lot of years of experience in regional leagues, and I was even playing in challengers. I'm a very old player, so I consider this a new start, and yeah, just gonna do my best to be in the LCS.
I don't want to put you too far, but obviously European players coming over here and talking smack is kind of the flavor of the month. How long do you think it's going to take to demonstrate that you deserve to be in the LCS? Do you want to put like a target on how well you'll do this season? How long it's going to take you to get promoted?
Well, I think once played in Academy should be fine. Should be good enough.
All right. Well, I look
humble.
forward to you dominating and proving grounds then. I'm excited to see Immortals over the course of the season. Thank you very much for joining us. We do have an exciting table of games ahead of us. We'll take one more look at the schedule for the day. We are, of course, moving on to Team Liquid versus Dignitas Academy. You won't want to miss it. It's right after this break.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome back to LCS Academy. It is time for our second game of the day. My name's TJ, joined by Josh. Say one of your League of Legends things.
Nargata. Right. I feel like that was kind of the entire thing from last game.
Okay. I thought it would be like an analytical point. That wasn't where I thought that was going to go.
No, not at all. I mean, honestly, it's hard to know what Nar is saying most of the time. He's just saying, shoogie, shoogie, shoogie. So, that could be a very meaningful point, right? We don't know the finer points of prehistoric
right.
Yodel, unfortunately.
I thought, now that you're kind of explaining it, it really was a really good analytical point, and I appreciate that. It's time to get into our second game of the day. Team Liquid Academy taking on Dignitas Academy. As you said, we did just get a Nar-dominant, Oceanic-dominant game 1, and those themes may very well come back, because we have a very exciting top lane matchup here in our second game.
Yeah, we do. We have a couple of Academy veterans and some people with a little bit of LCS experience, as well as Lorlo and Jenkins going to be going head-to-head. Now, Nar's a little bit more dangerous to pick into Jenkins simply because he does have so much experience on things like the Kennen with strong matchups in that regard. But Lorlo, he's a kind of confident player who can often come through and just say, like, yeah, I'll take this bad matchup because I think I'm a better player than you are. And I wouldn't be surprised if one of these two teams decided to pick it up anyway.
You know me, I'm all about the new fresh faces out from the amateur system. So what excites me about this matchup is actually not the veteran top lane with two stable, strong players, but the bot lane, where we have no clue what's about to happen. We have Eon coming fresh off of that all-powerful Team Ocean in the Scouting Grounds. He played for Anu in the 2020 Scouting Grounds season. And then you have Spawn on the opposite side, who played on Polar Ace, if I'm remembering correctly, and was part of that really good game in Challengers Uprising, where they took 100 Thieves Next all the way to 5 games. He was like the reason that happened. So I'm really excited to see this Scouting Grounds bot lane AD carry matchup.
Yeah, I agree, and we also have to touch on the fact that this is the Battle of the Spawns coming through, right?
Oh, you're
Obviously,
right.
We have Spawn the player, and then we have Spawn the coach coming in from Team Liquid Academy, as he brings in a couple more players to his roster as well, and Harry and Ayla are going to be rounding out the mid lane and the bottom, and I know Harry was a former Order player, so as we continue to track that, and it looks like Ayla is as well, so a lot of synergy built in there. A lot of people have played with each other as this entire scene continues to grow, and more people have opportunities to just play with their friends.
Yeah, it was kind of a story of the off-season that Jat refreshed the coaching staff over there on Team Liquid. And for Team Liquid Academy, that was a coaching staff that hadn't delivered. Team Liquid finished dead last split. And bringing in Spawn, him bringing in a lot of his players from Order, I think that'll set the tempo for a very, very interesting Team Liquid season.
Yeah, and as we start to see this draft starting to come through across the board, I'm expecting to see something fairly different for the blue side, because Team Liquid and whoever's on blue side generally has a little bit more drafting freedom in the current meta, whereas the red side, we already see the Pantheon getting banned away. Things like the Olaf are also super crucial to get off the bay. Look, a little prophecy coming through right there, and see if I can get one more, actually.
Okay.
What else is really, really good?
Crystal Ball
are kind of the two big ones that you're looking at, simply because you want to make sure that you limit the trifecta of super powerful AD carries on the patch.
This is actually Invert still over on the Dignitas Academy coaching roster, who I know, maybe a little bit of caster bias there, we have done some desks and some casts together in Academy. He does agree that a bot lane is necessary for the ban. It's not Jenner Kaiser. And that is Eon's Aphelios that is really, really good. As I was talking about, these two bot laners are kind of the stars, I think, of both these teams, which is maybe why we rushed that Kaiser out as a first pick, why Eon merits an Aphelios ban.
Yeah. I mean, Yun's Aphelios is really, really good, but Aphelios just as a champion, like, it's still popular, and I don't get... I also don't get that champion a whole lot. It's been really struggling in a lot of these games simply because, as we've been seeing, like, things like Moonstone Renewer become a lot more powerful and a lot more prevalent on the patch. You can actually out-heal the damage that Samira does pretty consistently, and with her short range, she doesn't do a whole lot beyond just damage and doesn't have the same kind of safety that Kai'Sa will often provide.
I feel like
Nidalee being paired with it might be alright.
I feel like Samira mains were kind of baited by how powerful she was on launch. That ultimate isn't, oh, I'm going to one-shot an entire team. It's, oh, there are 3 players around me that are low, and I have the Collector. That's what the ultimate is useful for. But Samira mains had like a couple of days where they could just one-shot an entire team, so it's taken a while to recalibrate. We do get our junglers on both sides, as you talked about. Dignitas grab themselves a Nidalee. It will be a Hecarim against them for that quick, clear match in the jungle. We also have a Camille up top, presumably against that Shen, though there is some flexibility.
Yeah, I think this is most likely a counter pick coming out for Lorelo up against Jenkins, just because it is a pretty playable matchup for Shen, and he's still pretty strong on the patch, and right now he's not really needing to build a whole lot of magic resist. So he's pretty happy to go for things like the Frostfire Gauntlet so that he has a really strong trading pattern, as well as can hold people in place for a long time for things like Acadian later in the game. As we divert our attention now down to Ayla and JJ in the opposite side of the map, Galio is going to come through as a ban, Yone taken off the table from Yusui. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another Leona taken off the table as well.
Oh my god, he's trying to do it again.
I'm trying.
So far, we'll hold it. The crystal ball, it got a little bit clouded. There was some weather. I'm interested to see this focus on the mid lane, because that does seem like where Dignitas are focusing their attention. Heirei is one of the best players from that mid lane in the OPL. They won the Academy Series, the OCS, over there, with Intuition in 2018, and got promoted up to Legacy, played with that, or sorry, up to Order, played against that Legacy roster in the finals and lost, but they have been a consistent presence at the top of that Oceanic region. So I'm excited to see what Heirei and the rest of the Oceanic imports as well can do here on the big stage.
Yeah, but we got to talk about the new champion suddenly on the patch. Suddenly we have Rel being played once again for the first time in Academy. We saw a little bit of it during the lock-in, and I know a couple of my good friends are very excited about the prospects for this champion. But
I'm your good friend.
Yeah,
Hi,
you're one of those good
me.
friends. This champion is a lot of fun and really cool, but as I'm sure you can attest to, TJ, this champion is difficult to play.
Very. One of the comparisons I made is it's like if Leona had the aggressive capabilities of Braum, where you have all these engaged tools and then not really anything to do once you're engaged. And that's a big problem in solo queue, because my AD carry is never with me. Matt, you know who you are. But if you're playing in a coordinated team environment, what I think we're starting to see, we saw some very good LPL rels as well, is that's not so much of a stopgap. You can go in and have your team follow up, and it's devastating. We get JJ as the final draft here. They will grab a Sylas from the mid lane. It'll be against a Twisted Fate. Nautilus will be opposing that rel in lane.
Interesting. So honestly, we're seeing a pretty close to a threat overload composition coming out from Team Liquid once again. Again, these compositions are so popular. It's part of why things like Kai'Sa and Jhin are as prevalent as they are. Whereas Dignitas, you know, I see Rel and she's got some pretty good wombo tools for their composition, but it feels a little bit disjointed overall for what they're trying to do. You have a little bit of a teamfight composition with the Sylas and Rel being able to combo a lot of damage on top of each other. Samira can help out there as well. But then what are Nidalee and Shen really doing in this composition? Lorelo has to be looking to be split pushing pretty effectively. Yusui looking to try and 1-3-1. So
can I Theorycraft?
Yes, you can.
Sorry, I don't have a gigantic brain like you do, but this appears to me just a boost spawn comp.
I do like boosting spawn.
Because Samira's entire theory is, hey, I can get ahead in lane, and if I do, the game's over. And if you tell me, hey, we've got a Nidalee, who's a great ganking jungler, hey, we've got a Sylas who can run very effectively, running TP, it looks like, and you have Lorelo being, of course, able to contribute to that lane as Shen, and you have Rel, who is not a great laning support by themselves, but is really good if you start scrapping in lane. I believe that the Dignitas game plan could be built around boosting this Samira in Spawn's hands, out ahead, and relying on that snowball to carry the game.
Yeah, I agree that could be a real way for them to play in the game, but it feels like a relatively narrow win condition compared to what Team Liquid have drafted for themselves, right? Because, you can get Spawn ahead, but you can also get Yon ahead, and suddenly you have this super powerful Kai'Sa, and, just as you said, if Samira pops off and is able to take over the game early on, going to be great. There's not a whole lot that Kai'Sa can necessarily do about that. But if Samira falls behind, Dignitas Academy suddenly is looking a little bit light on damage, a little bit light on initiation, and instead are going to have to rely on what I call good playering over your opponents. You just win every skirmish, TJ, and it's really just that easy.
You do always have to rely on the good playering at the end of the day, but it's nice to have a composition that can get you there as well. It's time for Game 2 of our LCS Academy Day 1, as we fight into Dignitas versus Team Liquid, Josh.
We do. And once again, we're seeing a small invade coming in from the red side as they're moving as 5. Not going to be catching out Ayla in the same way that Joey was at risk in the previous game, but Yusui, yeah, he's just going to go over the wall looking to find somebody, but Harry, smart enough to stand far enough back that he's not going to be at any real risk of going down. Instead, Ayla, we've been seeing this a little bit. Joey did it last game, drops a ward in the second bush in the bottom lane, and that's going to give him an opportunity to back away and pick up a red trinket.
Yep, all good, all slow starts. I don't know, there was like a lot of hype amongst my friends who are super into analytical League of Legends about level 1s this season, and we haven't really seen it yet, which is disappointing. I need a little more chaos in my LCS and LCS Academy.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it would suit you very well. As a person, as a player, as a commentator, just like, hey guys, we're just fighting from second one.
Yeah, I don't know, I really like the LPL, so that probably tells you everything.
For sure.
Red start for Acadian. Armeo starting Raptors, so neither will require a leash from their bot lane, which is important because as we kind of theorized during the draft, both Eon and Spawn are win conditions for their relative teams.
Yeah, we're already kind of starting to see that Rel, not having a ton of aggressive power, gets hooked and takes a ton of damage immediately right off the bat, and that just makes it even more difficult as the game goes on, right? Because she doesn't have sustain really built into her kit. She's more reliant on being able to be aggressive, and if you can't do that, well, Samira's not happy.
I made the comparison to Leona, who kind of similarly struggles if the lane devolves down into poke, because Leona doesn't have the tools to half engage, to threaten engages. It is all in or not in, and Rel is in a similar boat. So expect to see JJ struggle if this lane slows down. However, Rel does, I think there's a misnomer that they're not effective early. I'm going to hold this because Acadian may be trying to be effective early if Yusui can get in position. There it is.
Oh.
Good CC. Hayri with the flash away. Acadian will follow for damage. There is first blood passed over very carefully to Yusui in mid for Dignitas to get an early start to their Silas.
That's actually really big, because as you saw previously, before the waves had crashed into the turret, Yusui had been sitting on 1 minion kill so far, and putting Twisted Fate back on the back foot is super, super important, because if Yusui can start winning these trades in the mid lane, Twisted Fate doesn't have the same kind of presence in the mid part of the game. It becomes very difficult for this Twisted Fate to do anything, and so suddenly a new win condition opening right up for Dignitas as Harry just ends up getting caught. He doesn't have a card to throw at all. He doesn't have a stun, and with all the damage and all of the mobility coming in from these characters, very difficult. Yusui being smart, auto-attacking minion just to get the AoE bit of damage coming off of his last auto-attack.
So, a good lead for Dignitas to start things off. Again, I think they want to direct that down towards the bot lane, but if you're watching the mini-map, you'll be able to notice that they don't even especially have to, because Spawn is already being able to shove in that lane, press Eon back. They're now trying to freeze to counter that. But the current state of this lane is that Rel has their engage tools, they have their Leona level 3 equivalent, and now this Kai'Sa just cannot get involved in a scrap unless they have a third man.
Yeah. So we'll see. Armeo currently sitting in the bottom half of the map, sitting on the Krugs, and interestingly enough, there's potential another opportunity to fight in the mid lane as Harry with no flash could be engaged upon by JJ and Acadian. And if both of them come through, can be more dangerous, but here's Nautilus.
Ayla in with the hook, bot lane, noticed that there wasn't a Rel in their lane, and roams up, catches JJ recalling, gets a kill right back, even trade 1-for-1.
So what does that mean, right? If Leona starts struggling really hard when they can't really go aggressive, now that JJ has no flash, now that he's significantly behind in experience compared to everybody else who just participated in that kill, does it flip the script again? I wonder if Spawn doesn't have an opportunity to really CS now that things are being pushed under his turret.
I think that won't be too disastrous right now. I think Rel still has enough CC engage tools that it's not going to be the end of the world. However, this certainly isn't a good sign for the bottom lane.
Yeah. And as we touched on, it's just JJ's been gone for a long time. I wonder where he could be. He is in mid lane like we suspected. Let's go ahead and pick that up, and now Harry with a kill for themselves is going to kind of once again be in a spot where they can bully around the Silas. And so as the game kind of comes to a bit of a wash, as we don't see any significant advantages across the map like we saw at this point in the previous game, we're going to start having to pay a lot of attention to Harry.
Even with that death, I do think there is a pretty significant team fighting advantage during this early game over to Dignitas. They will agree with me and force this first Drake. Armeo did just get vision, but not nearly in time.
Yeah, not level 6.
Still
they
posturing
anyway,
for this.
though.
Yeah. Eon through, that's going to be your first charge in. TFTP in from Hayri. First ultimate from JJ will slow down this fight. The Magnetic Storm pulling everyone close, but Eon's able to assassinate Spawn through the fight with a Void Seeker. JJ gets the opposing jungler, and this trade is pretty much dead even if Yusui falls, which he will. JJ doesn't manage to get the CC, and a slight advantage gets passed over as Hayri is able to lock down a double kill at the end of that fight.
Wow, there was so much that happened in that whole sequence of events, TJ. Jenkins ends up dying 1v1 to Lorlo of the top half of the map, trying to prevent him from joining the rest of the team fight. Armeo gets level 6 in the middle of the fight and actually has an opportunity to suddenly have access to his ult. And when all is said and done, we see 1,000 gold lead going over to the side of Team Liquid, and a lot of it is concentrated now on this Twisted Fate. I was going to say we need to see where he's going to be effective on the map, and getting an effective first ult, getting 2 kills and assists off of that means that he is suddenly super enabled to move around everywhere else. So we get a replay from this. Watch Armeo. He's not level 6 right now. He gets the smite, and suddenly he can go in on this entire team fight.
That had to have been planned. He had to be like, man, I'm going to go in here and activate the ulti. Also, big ups to Eon from the back of that fight, just finding the Void Seeker for a very critical kill. And it's all kind of, as you touched on, it ended with 1k advantage to TL. But I think it's all a little bit worse than that, because some of those kills went over to JJ. He ended up with a kill onto Armeo. The gold isn't nearly as well directed. The XP isn't nearly as well directed because Spawn went down right at the start of that fight. So yeah. Dignitas are kind of knocked out of their early game plans by that.
Yeah. And so, you know, there's a big question, right? We touched on the Twisted Fate being really big, suddenly super, super important to pay attention to. But Yusui is also like this half-Twisted Fate, right? He can just take the ultimate away from Harry, and now he can be the one to start roaming around the map. And, you know, well, he's not as powerful at this point in the game compared to Twisted Fate, who still has more base stats and range to play with and isn't as reliant on getting these AP ratios and the items underneath his belt. He can still move around, and he's got a pretty consistent stun and enough damage that if you have the setup from JJ or the setup from Lorlo, you can start fighting these fights on your own as well, and we'll see what they end up doing with that, because they're giving over this Rift Herald at this moment because Lorlo had just backed.
Armeo will pick it up, and there you go. Team Liquid turning their advantage into more. Dignitas want to regain their initial game plan, boost the bot lane as we theorized, and here it is onto Eon with Acadian nearby. Spawn on the opposite side of this turret, but none of them are able to put the pieces together. That gank is rather disappointing.
Yeah, Yusui not going anywhere with this ultimate either. Just using it for information. Sees Armeo is down in the bottom half, and at this point they're probably like, all right, good thing we didn't go for that, because with Hecarim right around the corner, likely would not have gone particularly well. But as Yusui's ultimate fades, Harry's is up, right? Suddenly, with Armeo already down in the bottom half of the map, Yusui going away, we might see an ult here.
Had to blow the Pharamancy there from JJ just to stay alive. Not what you want to see. I get a Rel casting boost. I'm super interested.
Yeah, I mean, you play a lot of this champion, right?
Yeah,
I know you're on a Bard kick right now.
I'm on a Bard kick right now, but there was a period when she came out that she was all I was playing. And as a Rel main, I would like to report this is how many of my games went. JJ is kind of in the state right now where there is no way for them to acquire enough tank to be a viable tank during this mid-game. Failing, of course, a huge teamfight win or something. That doesn't mean that the Rel is going to be useless. Still provides big CC value and big engage in teamfights come late game. But it's going to be a tough road ahead.
Oh, Armeo's here.
Yep, Jenkins in. Armeo was a little too slow, or maybe Lorlo was a little too quick to realize what was up. Either way, Dignitas don't lose anything more here. And that is important, because it is the lane that's looking pretty good for Dignitas. A little bit of a CS lead and a kill lead over to Lorlo currently.
Yeah, we never got to see how exactly Jenkins ended up going down in that 1v1, but now we have another Dragon coming up, and as you said, Rel not currently a viable tank, just has some crowd control to play with, and I think this means that Team Liquid should be posturing around this Dragon as they are, and maybe looking for more fighting.
Yeah, if JJ spots an opportunity, some clustered players, something comes of it, but as is, she's going to be hovering behind Acadian, seeing if they can land the CC should a hook go in. There is the hook. Drake already picked up. JJ goes in. There's the ultimate opportunity, and it will land a big magnetic storm. Can there be a follow-up? Spawn from the side. Onslaught of Shadows just to try and get away, and Spawn dives in. Does not find the kill, but the chase down is there from Yusui. A double kill. Now to Yusui in the midst of this fight. Dignitas pick up kill after kill. A quadra. Give him the penta. Deep behind the turret, Yusui can't make it happen. A tragedy.
Absolute tragedy. Yeah, Team Liquid are able to pick up the Dragon, but they lose everything else off of that and then get 0 kills in return. TJ, suddenly, we were just saying Team Liquid should be good for this fight, but they bite off a little bit more than they can chew. And when we get our replay, you're going to have to pay attention to how effective JJ actually was in this team fight. He had such a large impact. He was able to lock down enough members that it didn't really matter that he wasn't able to be a super effective frontline when he was able to just be an effective controller of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, just check out how effective the Magnet Storm is. Right here at the very start, JJ plays this very well, holding until the squishy members step forward. Then it's the full CC chain, and who's ready to capitalize? But Spawn right around the side, uncontested, right until the dive.
Yeah, it looked so good, and you don't need, you know, something that we had kind of neglected to talk about, TJ. You don't need to be super tanky all on your own when you have a Shen in your back pocket. He was able to create a ton of extra effective HP for the Rel that, despite the fact that they were surrounded by 3 members, never actually died in that entire exchange. So, the game, you know, we don't want to overblow it too much because we are almost dead even in gold still. TJ.
Yep.
But suddenly, Yusui taking over where Harry was leaving off.
That was what Dignitas needed, but it by no means puts them ahead or out of jail or anything like that. That is what they needed to get back into the game. A few moments ago when I said the Rel wouldn't be relevant in the mid-game, failing a spectacular team fight, there was the spectacular team fight, and that means they're now relevant into this mid-game.
So, how they play it, it's going to tell us a lot. Because they do scale decently well, right? You have a Silas who's going to be super effective later on in the game. You have a Samira who becomes harder and harder to kill later on in the game, but Ayla might be getting caught.
Lockdown passed on to Ayla, good Magnet Storm, and a kill over onto the Team Liquid support. I don't think anything else will come from this unless Eon really wants to fight, and he kind of does, so Acadian tries to roll around the side. Armeo's there to punish, does spend the smite, forcing Acadian back. But Dignitas don't get too much damage onto the turret as a result. Team Liquid make away relatively well from that.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Comparing some of the small things that I'm seeing between this game and the game that we just saw from Immortals, where now, I saw it from Team Liquid, right? When Ayla was skirmishing with JJ and Acadians, like, do we actually want to take this fight? And it was unclear. And then it looked like Armeo was like, no, we fight here. We're suddenly going. But the rest of the team wasn't, they weren't necessarily like, yes, we're doing this. Just like, well, okay, I guess I'm following. And there, I saw something a little bit similar from Team Dignitas, where it looked like Acadian wanted to affect the dive. JJ was thinking about it, but Spawn wasn't really into it. So we talk about this a lot. Having everybody on the same page for a play is way more impactful, even if it's not necessarily the most optimal thing to do in the world. But Dignitas and Team Liquid have shown a little bit of inconsistency with the dive top lane.
Yep, stolen TP to get to top lane. Jenkins will go down, but Harry's on the follow, and Jenkins actually hasn't fallen yet, staying ahead with the mobility. Yusui in big trouble now. This could be a massive shutdown if either Jenkins... Oh, no! The Shen stand united. Yusui stays alive, and there's the turret. Harry now very low. Armeo will sweep into lane and finally get the kill passed over onto Yusui, and Lorlo is stunned up. The lockdown will be secured. A double kill to Armeo. Acadian drifts away, and a back-and-forth team fight up top finally tilts the way of Team Liquid as they pick up 2 very important kills.
Yeah, Jenkins has not been having the best game so far, but that was super clean from him throughout that as we see a fight in the bottom lane.
Rel stunned to start things off, and Spawn is quickly chunked down. Yeon is ignited, but still has enough damage to find the first kill, and JJ is just locked down. There's no escape, unfortunately. What is this? From base. Hi, Yusui. Diving in, 1v2. Depth charge will be stolen away and deployed. There's the shutdown. Okay. Yusui shows up, manages to find himself a kill right back. But don't hold your breath, because Armeo's in lane.
Oh boy. This might be the most OPL game we've seen so far. And
I'm
there are
loving
no OPL players on the Dignitas Academy at all. You got Lorlo, Acadian, Yusui, Spawn, and JJ, who are all domestic players. But now we get to see a little bit more of this crazy topsy-turvy fight. Jenkins does a fantastic job at surviving throughout most of this, right? He's able to create a lot of space, which buys time for Harry to come in. And look how far Armeo is on the map. He was at Wolves when all of this started. Jenkins, though, continues to run, and they try to get fancy, right? They're like,
this is so cool.
Yeah, it's so cool, but then Harry dodges the taunt, and suddenly you have an extra player, you have the extra damage necessary, and Acadian is just too far away, doesn't have the same kind of base movement speed as Armeo's Hecarim does, and ends up giving over 2 kills to another champion that's going to scale so well later on in the game.
Oh my lord.
We're not done.
I hope you didn't vibe too much to those replays. I hope you don't feel too relaxed, because we're still going. This is for the Drake here. Ocean Drake, of course, is up. Would be the second for either team. Vision control, kind of river control, is being passed over towards Team Liquid, as Dignitas don't fancy their odds.
Yeah. She's going to be getting a lot of priority in the mid lane, and this turret might actually go down because Dignitas a little bit slow to the rotation, but not quite yet. And I'm curious, I don't think Jenkins is actually strong enough. Yeah, exactly. This 1v1 definitely would not be going in favor of Jenkins at this point.
Oh, Ayla.
But Ayla might also get caught.
Too far forward. Turret will be picked up in the bot lane in the meantime. Yusui was sitting in the bush watching that happen. I'm not sure what for. But now they've scared away Armeo from the Drake. Destiny will be spent by Harry. Don't think anything comes from it. Drake will be picked up. Dignitas take it. 2 turrets for a Drake is the end train, and I think TL are happy with that, Ledger.
Yeah, it might actually end up being 3 turrets, right? Because Harry's in the top lane as well. And Lorlo is just now getting there. So, okay, it's too healthy. Harry's not going to be able to take it down right now. But that is pretty good trade overall for Team Liquid because, I've been of the opinion for a long time that these elemental dragons actually pretty irrelevant, right? They're just a counter more than anything else. You get to 4, and suddenly you get this big buff. But, you know, the little bit of an Ocean Dragon, the little bit of a Mountain Dragon, they're helpful. They're not, you know, you don't not want them, because they are going to get you that little bit most of the time. But this gold, that's suddenly like 3,000 gold that Team Liquid just got across their entire team, way more likely to be impactful throughout the course of the game unless Dignitas is able to continue stacking these. And because Team Liquid got the Infernal Dragon, Dignitas is only on 2 instead of 3, it's fine. You don't.
It doesn't look like a win condition right now for Dignitas. They're going to need to hold on for another 8 minutes to get close to that. And right now, Team Liquid are starting to kind of snowball in their own right with a couple thousand gold in the bank and some pretty scary teamfight threats coming online.
Yeah. And I think the thing that's kind of nice as well for Team Liquid is that their damage and their gold is diversified, right? You always talk about you want to have a diversified portfolio.
Exactly.
For when you try and retire.
They're
right? You don't want to put everything. Yeah, you don't want to put everything all in one thing, because if that ends up going belly up, well, suddenly everything disappears.
Elon Musk
and
sends
right
a
now,
tweet and things go bad for you.
Yeah, and right now, if Elon Musk were to start tweeting about Yusui, things could go very badly very quickly. And with everybody up here in the top lane, yeah.
This way, we'll poke in there, but it's spared the ravages of Elon Musk's Twitter account for now. Team Liquid don't really want to take a fight here, because if they lose one, then it's infinitely more disastrous to them than anything they lose by just backing off of fights. If they just hold, look for opportunities, don't take anything that's not a sure bet, they probably eventually win.
Yeah, eventually. It'll take some time. I think one of the big things that is a good point for Dignitas is the fact that Lorelo is still going to be winning those 1v1s up against Camille. That's not always going to be the case. You know, if this game goes another... Harry...
Acadian and JJ nearby. I want to call out, actually, what has been happening with JJ and Acadian from moment 1. This has kind of been a very almost SOFM-reminiscent jungle roam, where JJ has just been bound, essentially Knight's Bow, but it's the Rel passive to Acadian from moment 1.
Yeah. It's actually very helpful to just be able to roam around with 2 people rather consistently, and we saw how they were trying to do it. Harry is going for Yusui.
Oh, yeah, doesn't win that. Stand United will be there to back him up. Onslaught of Shadows tries to go through Yusui, finds the kill, drops into stasis, will flash away and get to safety. Huge plays from Dignitas' mid laner.
Yeah, I like... You know, the theory was there, right? They were like, all right, Jenkins, we know Shen might ult. You're going to go stop him over on the far side of the map. But Harry doesn't do that much damage, right? He's got the Protobell, he's got the Zonias, he's got a needlessly large rod. But Silas, you know, if you know nothing else about him, you should know that his Kingslayer heals him for a crap ton. And, you know, Yusui is always going to be able to heal out of the damage that Harry's going to be doing. And Armeo... Now, maybe they were a little bit too far. Maybe they weren't quite on the same page. Don't know what it was, but Harry ends up paying the price for his own sins.
Yeah, I think Harry just didn't anticipate he would be burned that much, because the rest of the team, the rest of Dignitas couldn't do that. It's literally only Yusui that could turn that situation. Yeah.
He just goes in. We kind of get to see, like, he gets bursted. You know, you stun each other, you take a ton of damage, and... This Zonias actually doesn't help, right? Yusui doesn't have any buttons to push.
Yeah. I just want to give a shout out to how quickly Yusui turns that. He's like kind of backing away, somebody TPs into his face, and he's like, let's go. Mess around and find out. I'm going in.
Call an ambulance, but not for me.
Exactly.
All right.
Harry, fighting off a bit more than they can chew. And we will be, I think, seeing the rewards of that for Dignitas. Those little exchanges keep them in the game a little longer. Again, they're kind of just hoping that these Drakes go their way, that they can win a big team fight, although they won't be contesting this Drake. All their resources are up by Baron, actually, as Armeo takes down this Ocean.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is both teams once again just saying, like, yeah, these dragons on their own don't matter. And Team Liquid wants to pick it up mostly just so that Team Dignitas doesn't have it. Right? It's just like, oh, you know, the difference between 2 and 3 in a game of League of Legends is massive, right? Because suddenly you are threatening to pick up the Ocean Soul, and if either team actually is able to count to 4 this game, they're gonna win. But they were both only at 2. You know, eventually,
It's real rough.
yeah, it's rough. But eventually, you know, we might graduate from preschool and get as high as 4.
Oh my god. They don't call it LCS Academy because you don't learn anything. Top lane will be shoving in during this time. Jenkins, or sorry, Hayrick taking down the turret. There is an attempt to punish him. This is Acadian rotating in. Actually a TP as well. Yusui arriving.
He's dead.
Is he though? Hayri probably dead, but here's the attempt to bail him out. Armeo in, and yes, Josh, he definitely is dead. I apologize for doubting you.
Yeah, I mean, I was worried there that Armeo was going to commit his ultimate going in, and then he would be dead too. But now, he's alive. He can try and contest this Baron take, and suddenly, this Twisted Fate that was supposed to have this really impactful mid-game, they started 3-1-1, now currently 3-4-3, haven't been able to do a whole lot on the rest of the map. And as Team Liquid coalesces around the Baron in order to try and, you know, stop this Baron take from going through, it's going to be a difficult opportunity for them to try and do this, because Lorlo, he's healthy enough that he can just, like, take this and be like, yeah, I'm going to hold this while we wait for people to come over.
Yeah, Naila does, maybe stepping a little bit too far forward. Dignitas will activate on that.
Oh boy.
Meantime, Eon and Armeo also step up, and Dignitas try and chase both. A little bit of miscommunication. Neither player falls.
Yeah. Oh, Yusui still
Depth
wants
charge?
it, throwing out the depth charge.
You're not going to be able to burst down this Nautilus, so I'm not really sure what the plan is here. Ayla will back away. Acadian may find Armeo, but it's only doing slivers of damage. I don't know, we just took a little tour of the map. We just went for a little walk. Josh, we're checking it out.
Yeah. That kind of goes back to what I was saying before, right, TJ? Just like, if they had picked either option, if they had gone after Nautilus or gone after Jenkins in the mid lane, like, both of these options are fine. Is one of them better than the other? You know, probably in some abstract sense of the word, there's probably a better option there. But because they picked neither, they end up getting nothing for it. And a lot of time that Harry was dead is just going to waste. So, you know, it's okay.
Check this out,
He
though.
dies here.
Man brought a deck of playing cards to a chess game. Boom!
Yeah. And Armeo's like, I'm out of here. He's the knight.
I like it. You're making the analogy work. Armeo leaving that fight real quick for legal reasons, but they don't lose anything from it, as you touched on. Dignitas find that pick up top, bait the Baron, see what they can pull out. They do pull Team Liquid members out of position, and then nothing happens. And as a result, we're kind of back with them on the back foot. Eventually, Team Liquid will probably be able to get powerful enough to pull out a team fight.
Yeah. And something crucial is happening on the opposite side of the map at the same time, TJ. Remember how we were saying, like, Warlow was one of the bright spots for Team Dignitas because he's able to push around Camille pretty effectively? That is slowly changing as the items are starting to come through. The Ravenous Hydra completed
The
onto
pusher
Jenkins.
shall become the pushed.
Yes. That sounds very ominous, but we'll get back to that as we see the burst of movement speed coming through.
Yeah. Nothing really came from that, but
Nope.
keep going, Josh. Tell me more.
Yeah. Well, they're just testing each other. Ryan's like, can I do this? Nope. Nah, it's okay. Well, I'll be back in 30 seconds. Don't worry about it. Just waiting for everything to come back up, because we have another fight on our hands brewing. And if a team can find an aggressive engage, if they can take down one of the queens, right, between Yon and Spawn.
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. If you can find that hanging piece, suddenly the fight looks way, way, way easier.
I was in chess club when I was in 5th grade, and that was the last time I have played chess. So I'm pretending to follow these analogies, Josh, but I'm not going to lie to you. I am not following these analogies.
It's alright. If at least one person in Twitch chat is like, yes, chess, Queen's Gambit,
Yeah!
I feel like I'm doing my job.
Chess! Big fan of Jared. He's the guy. Armeo is setting up for this. The Drake is underway. Dignitas starting it off. Armeo will be able to scare him away. Look at how split this positioning is. Jenkins goes through the back of the fight, draws the attention. Yusui over the wall in the back will shut down Jenkins. Meantime, Eon is trying to kite away with Armeo, who took the front lines. And Armeo will fall, does a lot of damage, but doesn't find any kills. Now, Eon's too far forward, will be taunted, will be shut down. Spawn being able to find 2 kills in this fight as Dignitas clean things up. Team Liquid lose a major team fight down bottom here, and as this CC just keeps on rolling, it will be a complete ace.
Wow. Now, we didn't quite get to see how Jenkins ended up getting caught at the very beginning of that, but just, you know, if we got the Queens as the ADCs, Armeo's a Knight, I think Jenkins is a pawn this game. He's 0-2-1, hasn't been able to have a whole lot of impact on a lot of these fights, and, well, he might, you know, eventually get to promote himself, get to the enemy side of the Nexus, and, and become a Queen.
Right,
He's
so this
not
is
there.
actually, we're gonna have a moment. Dignitas are gonna do Baron. I thought for the longest time that I was imagining that rule because it's in checkers, where you get the piece to the other side of the board and it gets turned into something else, right? Or is that also in chess?
That is also in chess. If you get a pawn to the far side of the board, you can turn it into one of any other piece you want. Usually it's a queen. The queens are pretty good, but...
While you were playing chess, I was playing checkers.
Hell yeah.
Baron will be picked up. Let's take another look at this team fight. It was a bit of a mess, but it was a very well-played mess by Dignitas, and it helps that they just have easier execution in team fights.
Yeah, for sure. And the big thing is they recognize that they can jump on Jenkins and burst him, and suddenly we're looking at what is effectively a 5v4. Stu is able to go in, and Armeo, he's pretty darn strong. Like, look at how long it takes these 4 members to kill him. Unfortunately, Jan doesn't have enough damage to kill all of them. He can't jump into the rest of the team. And at the same time, Harry is not going to ever kill the Stylist. Doesn't have the damage to really contribute. And by the time he joins the rest of the team, fight's already over.
And you kind of have the fight split into 2 different boss battles, with Yusui and Armeo both diving. And Dignitas clear theirs quicker. They're able to grab Armeo down bottom. And
first.
That turret won't be under threat. And as a result, by the time the Team Liquid players are turning from the top fight, they've still got Yusui around, and it's still a mess. Here we go. Baron in hand, trying to push maybe for a couple of turrets.
Harry's playing with fire, yeah, and he's gonna get burned.
Into stasis, JJ's here. Magnet Storm will be deployed. TP in as well. JJ on the front lines. Yusui into stasis. JJ taking all that turret aggro. Will be very low and will finally fall. This turret is still standing. Here's Harry with the TP forward. Gold card, Spawn, stunned up. Hextech ultimatum. Team Liquid are still in this as they pick up several kills in the mid lane. It doesn't look like they'll get Yusui, but they'll absolutely get everyone other than him and Lorelove.
Oh, boy. It was all an elaborate ruse, TJ. I thought Harry was going to get jumped on, but he did. But the fight was so split once again, and because 3 members are still dead 32 minutes into the game, they might have baited it hard enough to actually just end it all at once.
Lorlo in as the tank, needs to save this game, and they die entirely too quickly. Yusui steals away the onslaught of shadows. That's very good CC. The Baron minions, there won't be any more of those anymore, but they do push back the wave. JJ needs to hold out 6 seconds till Spawn respawns. Low HP across the board on Team Liquid. Here's Spawn back. JJ with the dive in. Nexus is being hit.
They did it.
Magnet Storm will be deployed, but there is no way to save this game as Team Liquid off of a single team fight run it all the way down mid and take their first game of the LCS Academy.
I cannot believe that we actually just saw that happen, TJ. It was looking so good for Dignitas. They were scaling better. I was like, Harry is too far forward for this, and it just doesn't matter because that last fight was just so split. They weren't able to take down anybody. Being under turret for so long, JJ, he's fairly tanky. He's got a lot of armor, but it was not enough when all is said and done. Oh my god.
What's the chess analogy for that?
You're getting back ranked, and there's like one person in Twitch chat who's like, Oh my
yeah,
god,
back
it works.
That's a good call.
Yeah, back ranked. There you go. We'll bring up this a little bit later. You'll see a lot more chess coming through over the next couple of weeks, but man, it's crazy, right? We talked about those split decisions and not being quite on the same page and how impactful they can be when you don't have all 5 members doing the same thing. Breaks apart this time.
It lost Dignitas 2 very critical fights that game. There was the one time they did a really good macro setup around Baron and baited mispositionings and then weren't able to punish it. And there was that time where they dove the mid turret, except not really, except kind of, except, oh no, we overextended, and then lost the game. And that's the sort of stuff you expect to see in Academy. Those are the sort of kinks you expect to be worked out. But it has to be said, this Dignitas Academy roster is one of the more experienced rosters in Academy. If there was a roster that was going to be able to avoid those problems right out of the gate, I would have said it was this one. So it's definitely something that needs to be addressed in coaching.
Yeah, and I think they have plenty of opportunities, right? We are relatively new. Not only do they have the round robins to play in here, but they have plenty of opportunity to continue to prove themselves, right? As even the teams that don't make it to the next phase of Academy and can still play through a lot of these other tournaments, they're going to get a lot of experience. So I'm excited to see how these guys continue to play out. But Team Liquid Academy, you know, even though they won, it wasn't the cleanest thing in the world either. They started off looking really, really good, and then they were the ones that ended up falling prey to a lot of split decisions. Harry going in and getting instantly turned on by Yusui instantly comes to mind.
I think they spent a lot of that game not sure if they could win a team fight, and that kind of hurt their play overall, because there was clearly some mispositioning. I do want to give a shout out before we leave, though, to our mayor, who was absolutely the standout of that game. We're going to go to that break. We'll be back with a player interview on Team Liquid. We can ask them a little bit more about that last game. Don't go far. We'll return with that and more in just a few minutes. You're back watching the LCS Academy, and we're back talking to our Mayo, who did just win a back-and-forth game, TL coming out on top in their first Academy game of the split. How are you doing?
I'm happy to get the win, even though it was,
unfortunately don't think we have the audio. There we go. Sorry, continue.
Wait, oh, did you hear what I said?
No. How are you doing?
Oh, okay. I'm doing well since we won, obviously. Even though the game was definitely a difficult one, you know, it looked a little lost, but we ended up getting an NDT fight, I guess, and winning, so we take those.
Yeah, can you talk through kind of what the team comms were like when they overstepped in that mid lane, kind of what was going through your team's communications when you realized you might be able to find a turn?
I mean, it was basically just like normal teamfight comms. I mean, we thought the game was obviously gonna be hard when they get Baron and they have like huge double leads on everyone, but their team comp wasn't like the best team comp, I think, compared to ours. So like we knew if we can like CC chain Samira, so we have like 8 CCs to stop his ulti, we can still definitely win a team fight, especially if Sal's misplays and like, you know, misses his spells or misses his Zonya timing. And basically all that stuff happened and like they made mistakes and we ended up killing them all. So yeah.
So obviously we have a pretty big change in NA recently with all the Oceanic players coming in, and suddenly you also have Spawn as a coach. What has it been like integrating, you know, all of the North American players in yourself, Jenkins, and Jan, with suddenly Harry, Ayla, and Spawn coming over from the opposite side of the world?
Yeah, it's super interesting. I've only got to scrim for 2 days since I was scrimming with LCS to play the lock-in tournament, and even so we didn't even have that many scrims. Regardless, just getting people over obviously takes a little bit with the COVID situation. So, I mean, to me, it's not like they're like different people because they're from a different country. So it's not super difficult. It's just working with League of Legends pros. You know, it's kind of the standard, but it's just we haven't had that much time, you know, to work basically.
I think we were both really impressed by this team roster when we saw it. Team Liquid Academy looks like it could be one of the best teams in Academy. Where do you guys think you're at right now? And going across this season, what are you hoping to achieve?
Right now we're probably like middle of the pack, maybe upper middle of the pack, but I definitely think some of the other Academy teams are stronger than us right now. But I think over the season, like, I think we can easily improve. You know, obviously we literally just started practicing, right? So honestly, any team can basically swing and get momentum and improve. So hopefully by the end of the season, you know, we're the best and we win everything. However the format exactly works, we just win it all. And I think it's very achievable with this roster.
We were really impressed by your gameplay that game. You were kind of the anchor point that kept your team in the game overall. Do you have any thoughts on how that developed or how we ended up there?
I'm not sure if I was the anchor point exactly. Felt like TF and Kai'Sa, but I ended up being I was pretty strong in the game regardless of like the misplays, especially when I got like the shutdowns top. And in general, my champion was good that game, other than versus South. So I think as long as I just played my role and CC'd people correctly, game was it worked out.
Anyone you want to shout out or call out as we wrap things up here?
Had to shout out to my teammates, I guess, and the staff for prepping us for the game on a short timer, and yeah, it's good.
All right, shout out to the teammates, I guess. Thank you very much, Armeo. Great first game. Let's take a look at our schedule, as we do have a couple more still to come, including this next game, an absolute banger between Cloud9 Academy and TSM Academy. Possibly the best game of the day. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back with that and the other two after this break. Welcome back, Josh. What were those receipts for?
True, they are for boba, and you might actually like this a lot, TJ, because one of them is named after me, and one of them is named after you. We got the passion fruit, and then we got the nerd. I'll let you decide who's who.
That was so much better than I thought it was going to be. Thanks, Josh. Let's get into our next game of the day. Speaking of things that are much better than you thought they were going to be, that's a segue. Maybe you're watching the LCS Academy, you're like, it's going to be all right, but what am I really going to see? Am I going to see some stellar gameplay? Yes, you absolutely are. C9 Academy are taking on TSM in our third game of the day, and both these rosters are absolutely stacked.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it because just on paper, these are going to be some of the strongest teams in Academy. You have a ton of powerful players with a lot of experience up in the top lane where Darshan and Hanser are going to be going head-to-head. And then we got a lot of Oceanic players coming out from Cloud9 as well. And Surenfire, who was playing for Team Liquid last year, and then King and Isles, some of the kings of the Oceanic bot lane.
Mm-hmm. All right, Passion Fruit, it's time to get into Champion Select. As we rush through this, I want to touch on the players that you might not be expecting to see here. Fizzy is over there at the bottom of the TSM side. He is not their starting support. That is Yursan, who played in the LMS and PCS last season. But there are some visa issues, so they pulled in Fizzy, who played on Harrisburg University.
Yeah, and Harrisburg University has done well at a number of collegiate events, most notably in the Midwest, where the Midwest Esports Conference, they often do rather well. I believe falling into third after the Maryville rosters really took over everything. And, as strong of a collegiate player as he is, might be a point of attack for this team.
Yeah, might be maybe one of the weaker slots. I did cast him when I did the Human Invitational this year, and they did all right. They finished third. Let's talk about the rest of this, though, because you have Darshan and Hanser as kind of the two old men doing Tai Chi in the park in the top lane. You have then the full Oceanic takeover, the full OPL roster over on C9. I am really excited for TSM's mid lane, though, because that's Sword, and I believe you have the scoop on that.
Yeah, he's been playing for the TSM Junior roster and is one of the youngest players coming in this year. He's been making a lot of waves. You've been seeing him doing a lot of streaming and kind of been looking really, really good. I think, Sword and General Sniper are kind of like the two young players that I've been looking at, and it's exciting to see that this guy's going to have an opportunity to show if he's just a solo queue star or if he's really somebody that we're going to have to pay attention to as maybe the next LCS player. But we already got a bunch of picks coming through. We're surprisingly not seeing the AD carry match from Cloud9. Instead, we're just seeing two marksmen already being picked up by TSM.
Yeah, TSM can run that Lucian in many, many places right now. I expect that Kai'Sa to be thrown down towards Cody Sun in the bot lane, who certainly has something to prove. I told you these rosters were stacked. Over on the C9 side, we get Surenfire's jungle, presumably. And a Seraphine!
No, I'm kind of surprised it's taken this long for this champion to make a splash in Academy so far. Obviously, very flexible between the mid lane and the bottom lane, where you can play basically anywhere you want. And with the Moonstone
I have a prediction.
You have a prediction. What's the prediction?
I think this is going to be support, because Isles, who was part of, again, this bot lane, is the Legacy Esports bot lane. And he was part of that really good team. Isles and King are really, really good as a duo. And Isles plays a lot of kind of stuff that's off meta. Lots of like Lux and Bard and Tarek, and he's out here. So I would be shocked if that isn't bot lane Seraphine.
Yeah, I think it's very possible. I mean, the one counterpoint that I have to that is Copy is kind of like the odd man out who a lot of people might not recognize, having come up from the scouting grounds fairly recently, and he is this more supportive defensive style mid laner, so I would not be surprised if he grabbed it for himself. And with the flexibility, they might not know yet either.
Yeah, you can see TSM banning out the Tarek there. You might be like, what's up with that? It was Isles' most played champion last split of the IPL. That's how much he's played Tarek. So they're not quite sure where that Seraphine is going either. They think it is probably Copy, and you do raise a good point. Copy does like to play more defensively, more safe. They famously played on that 100 next squad, but they will not be playing a safe defensive lane with Seraphine today. Instead, it's going to be the Zoe there in mid, and indeed, I am right. I could do it too, Josh. That'll be a Seraphine support.
Yeah, I'm excited. We got a lot of enemy going on in this game between the Lilia, Seraphine, and the Zoe, but...
I'm no longer excited. Get me out.
Less excited.
Alistair and a GP complete the TSM roster. This is presumably going to be Lucian mid, GP up top, and Haunter's Hands versus the Camille. And we have the Kaiser Alistair bot lane to bully whatever this Seraphine is matched with.
Ooh.
Oh my lord.
Oh, all right. Obviously, we got to talk about it, TJ. The double support bottom lane, the double enchanters, has been actually super sleeper for a long time, even before the item renewal. But we'll talk about that another time and how strong Shield Bash is. The thing we got to touch on is the fact that Moonstone Renewer might actually get some of its first play here, because what people started realizing was that Staff of Flowing Water, normally it gets 60 AP. Right? And, you know, that's a respectable number, but if you have recently shielded or healed someone, you get an extra 40 AP, and suddenly it is tied with Nashor's Tooth as some of the highest damage output in the game. And both Seraphine and Jenna, well known for their ability to support everybody else on the team with their shields, and suddenly we're seeing a super brawly composition coming out from Cloud9, and I can't wait to see it in action.
I cannot wait either. I told you this was going to be a great one. I'd also like to take a moment, now that I can properly call it out. Last time I talked to Captain Flowers, and this has been a discussion that I've been having on Twitter today. He told me that Seraphine was awful, and he was getting into the supposed war crimes that she committed on the Skarner or something like that. And I just think, yeah, maybe now's a great time for an apology, Captain Flowers.
Yeah, you know, it's 2021. We just had a whole lot going on all around the world, and so
one
maybe
of the partners
if King
was Seraphine.
Yeah. All right, we'll see what Darshan and Hanser.
We'll start things off here in the top lane. A little bit aggressive.
Yeah.
Follow
We're
her
not
on
getting any
Twitter.
of these early invades though, right? Sad.
Yeah, real rough time. Well, Seraphine, I mean, level 1. No reason to go for level 1 with Seraphine.
Yeah, but TSM could have done it. Come on.
You
right?
can't always have what you want, Joshi. Sometimes you gotta wait till 5 minutes to start off the team fighting.
Mm. We'll see. Not a whole lot starting off across the game. I think the only really surprising thing is the fact that King opting to go with the tier. So he is especially squishy and might end up going down early on if Fizzy and Cody Sun can properly punish it. But other than that, you know, everybody else is doing pretty standard things. Except for Sword opting to go with the teleport instead of an Ignite, which is something that he could really use to bully around Copy. Because like right now, if he had Ignite, Copy might have died.
Yeah, it's certainly a lane worth watching. I do want to, as we're heading into this, also address that this is like the first time we've seen Sword play competitive. Because they haven't been on that TSM Junior roster, but that was 3 players, I think, at its peak. It's not a full competitive team. That may change, but TSM Junior has not fielded rosters in years previously. This is, on Sword's first year here in Academy, the first time we've seen them play for TSM.
Yeah. I mean, he's played in other things like Twitch Rivals, right?
Yeah,
He's had opportunities to
Twitch
do...
Rivals.
Are you trying to tell me that Twitch Rivals is not the peak of League of Legends competitive? Oh my god, Darshan.
What? Flash to chase, Darshan! Maybe about to experience... Oh, never mind. Okay. I had a Twitch Rivals thing set up, but Darshan gets away. Nice hook shot.
Yeah, wow. I'm actually shocked that he lived from that. Able to play around his cooldowns and the shield remarkably well, and Hanser not able to quite capitalize on it just because of how powerful most passive really is. And shockingly enough, now that there is no flashes in the top lane and no mana on Hanser, Surenfire is like, hey, let's pay a visit.
Surenfire is like, I'm in. Let's see if there's anything exciting happening up here in the top lane I've been hearing about. We'll go in. Does get smoked, and as you say, there is a roam coming in, but Babip can't get into the back lines. Will this settle for Surenfire? A 1-for-1 trade. Hanser falling, Surenfire down an answer.
Yeah, honestly, I really like this for TSM coming out. Look at the CS differential. Hunters might have an opportunity. He's not going to be able to crash this wave fully, so Darshan should be able to get a whole lot of it back. But it's kind of one of the downfalls of Graves, right? You can't shoot through minions. And we saw that Hanser was able to play in his wave super, super effectively and buy a lot of time for the Lilia to actually get up here, right? Like, look at the way he's playing and the way that Surenfire has to move in weird ways and can't actually do the damage that he needs to.
And takes so much damage from those creeps.
Yes.
I think actually the killing blow may have been a caster minion.
Would not
Next
be
time someone
surprised.
calls you literally a caster minion, tell them that caster minions get kills.
True. Yeah.
So you're not a caster minion, because caster minions get kills. Drake will be coming up here, as TSM set up the zone control for it. Still 30 seconds on that. I was kind of going into this with the theory that TSM wouldn't be looking to fight early because you have Seraphine and Janna in the bot lane who certainly benefit from early scrapping. But I suppose it doesn't get any better as the game goes on. They don't become less viable in team fights.
Yeah. I mean, the big thing that we're really going to be looking at later on is how Surenfire is actually able to play when he effectively has a couple extra 1,000 HP to play with in healing coming out from both King and Isles. So expect him to have a really big part in this game. So even though they might have come out slightly behind in the overall trade in the top lane, Surenfire is still very happy to be sitting on the pickaxe and actually have an opportunity to continue looking for some of these early aggressive plays. The one other thing, TJ, that I'm nerding out a little bit about right now that, you know, maybe like 3 other people are like, oh my god, check this out, is how quickly the bottom lanes have been backing. Both sides have actually gotten 2 backs off before the 5-minute mark. That's crazy.
I was going to call that out.
Yeah.
I was going to call that out, but then we had the whole mess up top. But King and Isles shoved away, which they can do very quickly, and then they just instantly reset. Do you want to talk a little bit about why they did that?
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll probably have to get back to it after, like, the fact that Babip is level 6
Just
now.
go for it, Josh. I'll bail you out. Oh, never mind. We don't have time. Surenfire
Redemption.
going in. Redemption spent. Oh, double sleep. That's real messy. Surenfire's just gone. Goodbye, Darshan. Walk away. Now tell me about the bot lane.
Boy. Are you sure that's what you want to hear about? We just saw like a crazy.
We're not.
Like,
I don't want to know anything more about this. This is. Just...
All right. Well, yeah. So yeah, I mean, the big thing, you already touched on it, right? King and Isles, they started with a tier. They're trying to get back to base as quickly as possible in order to reduce the deficit in items that they have. They don't have a lot of base stats, right? They're double range champions going into an Alistar. They want to be able to go buy these items and use all their mana, trade it for some health, and then just go heal up while taking away all these resources from their opponents. And they did a fantastic job at that. They are now in a spot where they can start bullying around Fizzy and Cody's son, but they did a good job at pushing things right on back and then getting their own resets, so the stat disadvantage is still favoring TSM overall. And we can see with Lilia now down here on the bottom side of the map, this Dragon, this bottom lane are now both going to become major opportunities for TSM to try and find some smaller advantages.
And okay, fine, we can talk about it. After those top lane engagements, it's not looking like C9 have any hope other than this bottom lane.
Yeah, Babip has like hard read everything Surenfire wants to do. This is his second counter gank of the day, and even with those redemption coming in from Zoe, they're both level 5. They don't have access to the ultimates, they don't have flashes, they don't have ways to get away if Babip is here, and he knew that. He knew they were going to try and punish the Hanser with no flash, and was there before the gank even happened. He was waiting there for a good like 20-30 seconds before Surenfire showed up.
Yeah, just really, really well played by TSM,
Yeah.
really well played by Hanser and Bamba. I would also, long-range tornado, like to give a shout-out to our TD today, Dre, who waited until we finished talking about the other thing, and I said, all right, fine, we can talk about the top lane, and then we got the replays. It's really, really good production difference. Drake is up right now. Neither team has enough control to really go for it. Obviously, TSM are winning across the map, but C9 have that bastion of strength down bottom, do have the scary Seraphine bot lane. I don't think TSM really want to test their might against that just yet. At least not till Cody Sun has a little bit more damage.
Yeah. I mean, they're really kind of looking to be a composition that scales really hard, or excuse me, spikes really hard when everybody has their mythics. And you already see, you know, we touched on the Moonstone Renewer. It is now currently in Babip's inventory, right? He's suddenly super strong, going to be giving a ton of extra healing to everybody else on the map whenever he is currently engaged in a fight. And it might actually give them the confidence to not necessarily go for the dragon, but to at least pick up this Rift Herald, especially since Fizzy has already started moving to the top side of the map. And it's fairly difficult for King and Isles to actually take down Cody Sun in the bottom half of the map while he's there.
Yeah. If you're worried that there would be any action on the bottom side of the map, and we'd get to see what the Seraphine can do, well, keep worrying, I guess, because it's not going to happen anytime soon. Rift Herald will be picked up. Zone 4 around the top side does get picked up by Bama. Drake will be traded.
Yeah, so overall, Cloud9, pretty happy with this. They're actually putting a lot of gold into their bottom lane. And, you know, well, Darshan doing Tai Chi next to his inner turret.
Oh my god,
kind
Darshan!
Of already buried.
He was trying to do Tai Chi in the mornings, and he, like, pulled something in his back. And it's not gone well.
Ooh, yeah, taking some rough trades as well. Hanser will probably be able to get some good damage, but Copy and Surenfire trying to find something. Oh, it's Copy's Ghost, right? He picks it up. Zoe things.
Yeah, just it has everything. Especially on the first few weeks of this season, I kept playing against Zoes who would like pick up the new items, and I would just have no clue what had just happened to me. I would take astonishing amounts of AP.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of them would just do things that people weren't really expecting. Like, oh, it's not super popular right now, but it's like the equivalent of the Hextech GLP, the one that just like roots you if you're sitting in the middle and just like slows you, right? Like
that was exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, the first time I got hit by that from a Zoe, I was just like, what even just happened?
What's that ability? We'll see how fancy Copy can get in this game, because they are doing all right in lane. That Lucian has edged out a slight CS advantage, but Sword isn't smashing anything just yet.
Yeah.
As TSM continue here, I think we do have to pay attention to their strength kind of coming down from the top lane, but we also have to acknowledge that King and Isles are winning down bottom real hard. They have just completed their mythic on that Seraphine. It is the Moonstone Renewer, as you theorize. There is Dark Seal completed as well, and the next step in the Seraphine build path after you have Dark Seal and your mythic is to go for a team fight so you can get those stacks.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think the big thing that we're going to have to pay attention to, though, is like Seraphine and Janna, there's only so much they can do, right? They have decent, you know, survivability. They have pretty decent damage, they have pretty decent crowd control, but they're not going to be able to do enough damage to kill everybody else on the other team, especially with the Moonstone Renewer in Babip's inventory. So they really need at least one of Surenfire and Darshan to be strong. They need to have somebody that they can support, and right now, I mean, Surenfire's got his Gale Force, so he can be aggressive, but he also needs to be careful that he doesn't get too far ahead of the rest of his team. And I don't think this should be the team fight that you were commenting on. I think we probably have about 2 minutes before that's likely to happen. Yeah, as people are going to be back.
Drake timer is your team fight timer.
Yes.
In a game like this. I should explain here, while we have a moment, that I am an unabashed Seraphine stan. Not really of her music, but I just love everything about the character and the gameplay. Her voice lines are particularly great because they're all variations on, if you don't like dying, don't take damage. And it's, I don't know, just it's a really fun laning experience. Would recommend.
Yeah. Are you familiar with the term, not caster bias, but do you have a bias in League of Legends? You know, who's your favorite K-pop star?
Oh, I always run into this trap when I'm casting with a new person, Josh. I don't listen to music at all. Like, not at all.
No
so
music?
I have no music whatsoever, so I have no preferences, unfortunately. Now,
I'm just more shocked at the complete lack of, like, Did you just not have music in your household growing up, or is this like a conscious decision you made later?
My mother's a music teacher. No. It's just not a big... Like, I like music. It's all right. It's not my thing.
Wow. Well, we're gonna have to have a stern talking.
Josh is
later
figuring out his playlists. He's going to send me one after this. One thing I normally do in Academy games, I did last season in Academy Rush when the game slowed down, is I look at my tea, which is very erudite and always has a quote on it. This one has a Shakespeare quote. It says, "One touch of nature makes the whole world kin."
Oh, it's very wholesome. Very 2021.
And I can tie it into the game. You want me to do that?
Yes, please.
Watch this. The Drake's coming up, and that's going to be the touch of nature that starts this off. Fizzy into the front line. Phase rush will be spent. 3-man sleep, and that's what you needed. Killer Instinct right on in for Cody Sun. Fire. 1 HP will fall, and Darshan's round the side with the Hextech Ultimatum, locking Cody Sun down, but not being able to turn the fight as Sword sweeps over the wall and cleans up the bot side, though TSM have trouble up top. Hanser is in a 1v3, and King has the damage to trade down, shutting down Cody Sun, and Copy's on a triple, as you say. Now a 1v2 for the star mid laner, but already a great performance for C9, even in a losing team fight.
Wow, yeah. I mean, we saw that big sleep coming out across the entire team, but right now, it's not going to actually lead to a whole lot more. You can't actually do this dragon while Zoe is alive, and TJ, I think that means we're going to be in for round 2 here very, very shortly, as Hanser taking a lot of damage, but he is going to be able to get this wave underneath the turret.
Hanser, staying healthy. That was a huge team fight for TSM as they managed to apply kind of the top lane strength. But I also want to call out C9 managing to hold their core around King and Isles throughout this.
Yeah, they were able to keep them alive for such a long time, even throughout the sleep. But the big thing is, suddenly, with nobody for the Janna Seraphine to support, they can't do a whole lot, right? They need somebody to stand in front of them, and Darshan just too weak to even take down Cody Sun in the 1v1, and it takes Copy to find a lot of low health members to come around and actually bring some of this up. And I mean, they do have enough damage, right? They are able to find the Kaisa on the back end, but they still need somebody to stand in front of them. They don't have that right now. Fire isn't strong enough. The Gale Force gives him a lot of mobility and burst damage, but not going to allow him to stay alive when you get slept. And so now we're going to see that the Dragon, during that replay, actually went over to TSM, so they found some kin a little bit.
Yeah, I think first of all, it's the touch of nature. I like it. You brought it back, and I'm proud of you. Second of all, I think TSM do need to look at that team fight as a win, but a cautious one. Yes. Because they should have won that team fight, given the leads they had earned on the top side with a 5v5. But I do think how close that team fight was has opened the door to C9 having a stronger mid-game here around the team fighting phase. It got a little bit more gold into Fire's pocket. It certainly boosted Copy out as a potential carry, which was not what we expected to see coming into this game.
Yeah, and you're noticing that the lack of cleanses coming in on the side of TSM means that they have to be much more careful around Copy just in general, right? Like, it
lack of cleanses. We're just eating oranges over here. Who needs cleanses?
Well, unfortunately, Sword and Cody Sun don't have any oranges. They need to go back to their farmer's market to get that touch of nature.
Okay, it's the Shakespeare quote again. I think the big story of these upcoming team fights is absolutely going to be that. It is going to be which team's CC finds more value. And theoretically, it should be, C9 have way more options, way more opportunities to lock down the aggression. But because of how that fight started with a 3-man Lilia ult, it was completely not the case. TSM were able to find massive damage, split up the front line before we even got into the team fight proper.
Yeah, and I want to praise Fizzy as well, because we've touched a lot on how Babbitt was able to get a 3-man sleep, but Fizzy actually set that up perfectly for Babbitt by finding a 3-man knockup immediately beforehand. And so, you know, you touched on the value of crowd control that people are actually able to put down, and it's very important that... Oh, okay.
Hey,
get away. Cool. Whew. Yeah, it's very important that you actually are able to layer your crowd control properly, because Fizzy... if he didn't land that 3-man knockup, it would have been a lot tougher, right? Because it's harder for Babib to get multiple people caught up all at once with his crowd control if they're not previously locked down by the one other member with crowd control.
Yeah, and you talked about how C9 are especially vulnerable to that because they don't have a frontliner, and I think that is also something we need to keep our eyes on. It is a Janna Seraphine bot lane, which means you're normally looking for something else on the team to be the tank. We're not in the set jungle meta anymore, and we're not playing set top lane either. You've got relatively squishy champs across the board. The best hope is Schernfire, as you said, who can build towards that drain tank, but we don't have that given Schernfire's disastrous early game.
Yeah. He's farming well. He's actually, he
getting
did
back
have
in
a
it.
level lead briefly on Babip. But now we see the double Moonstone Renewer completed, right? And again, I just want to
in the bot lane.
bring how crazy this item really is. On top of all the base stats that it does, every 2 seconds, you heal somebody on your team for a minimum of 70 HP that continues to stack up over these long team fights. And because you have these 2 Enchanter supports on your team, these fights are going to be going long. So it's going to be getting a ton of value.
As you talked about, because you're building Staff of Flowing Water, you're getting a little bit of extra AP as well.
Yeah. And
There's the
movement
Rift
speed.
Herald. There was a Janna shield on that turret. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah,
Rift Herald
there
certainly
was.
didn't.
Yeah, Rift Herald should get the crash in the second tier turret, though. It doesn't happen on screen, but you can see on your mini-map that that turret is a little bit darker as it takes a little bit more damage overall. But we have the team fight counter coming up, TJ. 20 seconds.
Oh yeah, it's top left corner of your screen. It's the countdown to team fight. As we do get our next
fight.
Drake. It's been split 50-50 so far. And the game is leaning towards TSM. They have that gold lead, but we're worried the power of this bot lane is online now. And we're a little worried for TSM's ability to deal with it.
Yeah, they're also second to the punch. They don't have a whole lot of great pokes, so I think Cloud9 just being here first, just, early bird gets the worm.
Drake's gone. And the Janna Tornadoes just slow down the TSM engage. They're going to have to go into this choke point if they want the fight, and Babbo does so. Flashing forward, you go with the GP Cannon Barrage. A huge knock-up from Fizzy. But the back line is holding. Isles will flash away. No, they've lost Copy. They've lost Isles. The chase down from Sword is there. A double kill with Panzer responsible for a lot of the follow-up. And there is a big win to TSM as they redouble their gold lead.
Yeah, this is what threat overload compositions do, TJ. You can't focus any of them. You have to split up because you don't have this strong team fight. You got so much damage across everybody with King, but it doesn't matter. The team fight doesn't last long enough for Moonstone Renewer to do anything, and this is a tough steal coming out. Like, you don't have a whole lot of vision, but look at this. The charm lands across almost everybody, but Fizzy gets a 5-man knockup, and suddenly everybody gets into the back line. King and Isles are separated. They can't heal each other, and the fact that Cody Sun and Sword are able to dive into the back looking fantastic. And Fizzy, I want to apologize. I thought you might be the player that is going to get attacked this game. He's looking stellar.
This has been a series of team fights decided by the collegiate player, the substitute from TSM. Fizzy going huge in several different engage scenarios on the Alistair.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's
dropping
going to be...
Coke and Mentos because it's fizzy and explosive.
Yeah. Man, you keep having these, like, one-liners, and someday I'll be able to match them as quickly. I feel like I have to have things, super prepped and ready to go all the time, but you just drop them like bombs. Like Fizzy.
I like how every time you appreciate them a little bit too much. And I'm like, yeah, he likes it. And then a second later, I'm like, oh, it wasn't that good. It's a good balance. I need someone like you to keep my ego up.
Yeah, it's just like, when you have something that I'm just not expecting at all.
Right.
It really, yeah, it just gets me, man. And so far, you've been doing a good job there, but so far, TSM's also doing a good job at getting Cloud9. Segue. Casting.
Baron in hand, and they are indeed shoving it down all 3 lanes. I believe that was the first turret that's fallen from this Baron, but you can also see, if you're glancing up towards the gold scoreline, that TSM are solidly ahead. So they will get more. Ooh, good sleep, but a double charm. This actually could get disastrous as Fizzy tries again for the CC, but this time can't reach King, who's safe behind the turret. And they've already lost Baba. Fizzy will join the ranks of the dead. There's the dive in for Darshan, and C9 may have just found their opportunity. Cody-san down as well. Huge plays from the C9 backline as they turn against a Baron behind their inhibitor turret.
And hey, TJ, this is not how you play threat overload compositions. They tried to dive really, really hard, but they didn't have all of their threats present. They only had 2 people who could actually influence that fight, and that's a major reason why, even though Darshan wasn't there at all, this fight ended up getting turned on its head. But I don't want to go too far in favor of Cloud9, right? They are still down 2 turrets that they were before. Yeah, watch
Check this out from King. Subscribe to our SoundCloud. Look at that.
Yeah, it catches Fizzy in the middle of his headbutt. So suddenly there's no crowd control. You can't actually take any of these members down. And look at the fact that all these members are effectively full health because Moonstone Renewer keeps getting procced by both Isles.
Yeah, the fact that by the time King reappears on that replay screen, they're like full HP again is astonishing. And that was what we were always saying. Yes, C9 are behind, but also they have built a composition that is going to be devastating in at least one team fight this game. And it sort of snowballs as well, because every time you win a team fight with Dark Seal Seraphine on your team, that Seraphine gets a lot of Dark Seal stats. Yeah. We are going to see how that affects things as Babop has stepped a little bit too far forward. We'll go into stasis. Oh my lord. Follow me on Twitter, says Seraphine. 2 more kills into King's pocket.
Yeah, they end up catching it because Seraphine's ultimate is so long. They are able to catch it because of the extension after going through Babip. And now we'll get to see what they can do because this team fighting composition, once it gets ahead, it's a death ball that nobody can really do anything about. But the one thing they got to be careful about is Haunser, still very strong on the map, can pull a lot of attention to the far side. With 2 members dead, both Babip and Sorb currently in the fountain. They're not going to be able to get the top lane turret. They're not going to be able to get the defense of the bot lane turret, and Babip just gets run down.
Check out this damage from the Seraphine ultimate. It's like actually a little silly. Also, of course, really long-range CC. 2 kills picked up again through the power of that bot lane. Of course, King isn't actually getting these kills in the team fight, which is maybe something you worry about. You'd expect, frankly, a little bit more out of those queues, but it's nothing. It's nothing that's holding C9 back.
Oh no, he's got a bunch of Dark Seal stacks. He's got excuse me, a 3rd item under his belt at this point in. With 2 Mountain Dragons currently in Cloud9's pocket, hey, they've counted to 3. They haven't gotten to 4 just quite yet, but they are setting themselves up to do so. And a major problem for threat composition, or threat overload compositions, is the ability to actually burst people out. The faster you can take team fights, the better. And they are getting slowed down because of the composition that Cloud9 drafted, and also from the fact that everybody's just a little bit tankier now that they have 2 Mountain Dragons and are likely to pick up a 3rd.
I want Seraphine to open a vlog channel.
A vlog channel?
Yeah.
All right. What kind of content are you looking at for this vlog channel?
God, just the worst. Just like, hey guys, we went to the beach today. Here's some video of it. Just like, completely nobody would care. You know, that kind of vlog channel where you look at it and you're like, why does this have 9 billion views?
Oh, well, yeah, it's just... All right, as a vlog channel or like a TikTok?
Oh, both. You've just given me great ideas. Actually, you know what we're doing? We're giving Riot great ideas. Cloud9 are almost entirely back in this game. The gold lead still leans slightly towards TSM, but it has shrunken significantly. And of course, this late into the game, Water 2000 doesn't mean nearly as much as it used to. We have our teamfight counter coming up for C9 with those Drakes, currently 3 in the bag, 1 away from Sol, and of course the Baron on the map.
Yeah, we'll see. This is the scary part for Cloud9, is because they play like this death ball kind of thing, it's hard for them to move around individually in a lot of these jungles because you don't necessarily have the same kind of strength. But now, They've reconvened everybody on the map. They can try and find sieges, but the big thing that they got to be careful about is, again, the fact that both Sword and Haunter can try and split them up. They can try and pull this Death Ball apart and, you know, use the Force. Luke? Is there a Luke on this team? I don't think there is. Let's take a look.
There is later today with a Luke.
We do.
Yeah, we'll get to that when we get there.
Yeah.
You can hold that joke, and when we get into game, you can be like, use the Force, Luke.
Yeah, let's see. We
pretend
got
I've never heard
Kevin.
it.
We have a Leo.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a Liu.
Today, Joshi reads player names.
Yeah.
Leo. And
I don't know players' real names.
we do have a Baron as well. I don't know what the Baron's real name is. And a fight around it. Sword in trouble, will flash away. Fizzy to follow up. Schernfire in trouble in the front lines. Will be CC'd. Huge charm for the back lines. And that will determine the team fight yet again as C9 press forward. TSM need to get out of here. And King has no mercy. Over the wall arcs the Seraphine subscription notifications and they will find yet
He's
more
alive.
kills. TSM have to back away. Babip, what can you do? Well,
Nothing.
die to copy. The rookie, straight out of amateur, straight out of scouting grounds, going huge in their first academy game as the Baron will go to C9.
Yeah, this is the thing about Cloud9's composition is every time you think you're close, you just need to push a little bit harder in order to get the team fight win. They get so much healing, so much shielding that it's impossible to actually take somebody down. Nobody died. Darshan was the focus of so much of the damage, and he didn't go down either. Now with the Baron, the gold lead, and another turret in their hands, they're going to be able to back away, get a ton of major item breakpoints to come through, and we're going to see another fight in just a moment because Schernfire almost gets caught here, but he's the one who's like, haha, call an ambulance, but not for me. And look at this, Cody's son just runs directly into the charm. He's got the extra movement speed, gets caught out, and now there's so little that they can do because they can just hit you from over the wall.
King tells them to subscribe and ring that bell, and there's just no turning back from that. Oh my god. And then Copy just casually saying, hey, sure I'm fresh out of amateur. Sure this is my first stage game at Academy. But I'm a flash over the wall and fight Bather.
Yeah. No big deal. No big deal. We got another dragon. It looks like hasn't quite spawned on the map. Less than a minute left. But look at this. They've got the gold lead. It was just a very small gold lead. You know, very, very recently. And now it's so much larger.
C9, far out ahead now. So this needs to be big. TSM for quite possibly the game, because if they lose this, this is
Fizzy has no ult.
soul over.
Yeah, Fizzy's ult is gone. He had to use it to survive Copy.
And without that Alistair in the front lines, these team fights look even less possible. Copy, what are you doing? Just chunking Sword down. Drake will be gone, so is the soul, and so may be TSM. They're trying to escape the clean way, walking back through their jungle as opposed to respawning at their fountain. And most of them will get away.
We'll see if Sword
But
is
Sword-
one of those members. Look at where he is.
Yeah, just kind of alone up top there. Sword is in the enemy jungle, backing up towards the fountain. Inside the enemy base is Sword. And he should die to the turrets there. I don't know. He's diving the Nexus. Touchdown Sword. Isles will find the kill.
King Me. Fortunately, doesn't work quite the same way in League of Legends. And now, with everybody running around, I mean, the thing that was really good that Sword did was he cut the lane in the mid lane. It's not going to have the same kind of minion pressure coming out there, and he actually buys a decent amount of time. And despite the fact that it looked rather silly, he's actually going to pay for itself. He should
Actually
be
huge
back
plays.
up by the time his inhibitor turrets are starting to come back into threat.
Yeah, actually huge play from Sword. We're
Yeah.
seeing the rewards of that. C9 have to go through this slower top lane, and their Baron buff is probably wearing off pretty soon. There it is. Here is Sword dying. We do get the replay of that.
Yeah.
Isles getting that kill. Sword, as you pointed out, Joshi, focusing entirely on clearing that minion wave.
Yeah. Not bad.
C9.
C9. Oh.
Inhibitor turret fell in the meantime. Here comes
So did
Cloud9 looking for the end. They did grab Babip as well. TSM, on the run here. Schernfire on the front line. C9 just chunking those turrets. Seraphine's real good at that.
Oh yeah.
And they will leave early. They don't want to force into the turrets.
Yeah, this
But
is
they
a
can come
part
back.
of the game for Cloud9 that becomes my favorite comms to make. Every fight is winning. We cannot die. Look at how far they can go.
Fizzy just rejected. Charm will land. This is it. C9 Academy in their first showing here for the season. Looking absolutely dominant. You get the legacy spam from Isles as that bot lane was absolutely essential. The legacy bot lane stepping up here to win Cloud9 the
Rude.
first game here in Academy, and even about to dive them a little bit.
Oh, that was so rude from Coffee. He's feeling good, you know that, but this is what the composition does. You get to late game, and there's not a whole lot that anybody else can do about it, and they rolled high, getting the Mountain Soul into the game as well. So, good job to Cloud9. I mean, at the end of the day, it was a little bit shaky at the very beginning. BABIP had some fantastic counter ganks, but their composition just didn't scale as well. The threat overload misplayed once or twice, and suddenly the Death Ball double enchanter composition that Cloud9 was able to bring to bear suddenly became the point of nature, and they found their kill.
I like
Shakespeare.
it. If the quote was on the back of this little teabag that I had. That's not going to show. It's white on white. So I like it. We're bringing it all the way back. I think it's worth noting, though, that C9 did lose the top side of their map. Like, Darshan got blown out of that game. I know you kind of have to cast your mind back to a moment where C9 weren't just walking around the map winning team fights, but they spent the first 10 minutes of that game losing hard. And then the star bot lane was able to pull them back out.
Yeah. And I feel like it's not
And
necessarily...
also copy.
Yeah, I mean, there was the one point, right, where Darshan got, like, almost killed 1v1 by Hanser. And, you know, that one we can definitely put on Darshan. But after that, I just really want to credit their opponents for it, right? Like, again, BABIP was able to play extraordinarily well. He was able to find the first counter gank by just saying, screw this blue buff. I'm just going to come directly top lane so I can help out the rest of my team. And then later, oh, let's just chill here for 20, 30 seconds while I wait for Surenfire to definitely come up here. Because if he was wrong, he would look like a fool. But instead, he just looked like a genius.
Yeah, and also Copy, who we didn't talk about enough in this post-game. Once again, straight out of Amateur, straight out of Scouting Grounds, absolutely dominating this game. Showing up like ready to be promoted in that mid lane. And obviously, you need a few more games to actually say that. I want to see a little more consistency. But for a player for whom the criticism in Amateur was that they weren't explosive enough, that they didn't take enough risks, I think Copy is already showing that there's a lot more gas in the tank. And yet another win for the 100 Next scouting program, I guess.
Yeah. And I mean, just kind of across the board, it feels like the Order, Legacy, and 100 Thieves groups have been looking fantastic and promoting a lot of talent. And I think it's going to continue seeing a little bit more of that throughout the day. Just because, again, we're only a little more than halfway done at this point, TJ. We just saw what might be the highest level game in terms of players on paper, but that doesn't mean it's going to be the most interesting. We have a lot of other games to still go as well.
If you're wondering where those 100 Next players went, we do have that up next. 100 Thieves Academy side to the field, playing the team with Luke on it. So you'll be happy to use that junk. Don't go far, though. Before that, we have a player interview and, of course, 2 more games afterwards. You won't want to miss it. It's all coming up after this. Welcome back to LCS Academy. We are joined by C9 Academy's King as we head into our player interview. Cloud9 Academy just dominated the second half of a very exciting game, and a lot of that domination came through you guys in the bot lane. Could you talk to us a little bit about the AP bot lane that you guys had set up?
Yeah, so as you guys saw, Seraphine might be the best champ in the game. The combination of having 2 moonstones sort of like breaks the game, because you know, once we're like level 13, when you like cast spells, you do anything, everyone on your team just gets healed Ruby Crystal, Ruby Crystal, Ruby Crystal, and it's sort of impossible for the enemy to play the game. And yeah, even though some bad stuff happened top, I just saw top and was like, what's going on over there? I still knew the game was fine because I'm Seraphine.
You certainly were, and also I want to give a shout out to Copy, who played incredible in those mid-game team fights. What was the point in that game where you realized, oh, hang on, we just win a team fight if we force it?
I think I always knew it, honestly. It was just like, what we were saying was like, you know what guys, just stop dying. We just wait like 10 minutes and we'll win the game automatically. And yeah, it happened. So I sort of knew deep down, like, we never really were out of the game.
You sound a lot like me. I feel like that's one of the most common things I'll say to my team is like, just stop dying. We have a better team later on in the game. But I just want to talk a little bit more about, you know, we've again seen this Oceanic Invasion a lot, and you were actually one of the first people to do that over a year ago at this point. So what is it like seeing all of these people that you used to play with, used to play against over in Oceania, starting to follow you as kind of the exodus is coming over this way?
I mean, I think every OS player, we always want to beat each other, you know? Just want to crush each other. It's like, I'm the best OS player, you know? It's like, we don't want to be all one big, like, happy family. I don't think it's like that at all. I think every player is looking to beat each other and show that, like, they're the top OS, like, prospect.
So we had an interesting thing coming from Pretty. Just one last question for you, King. He said that he was only going to have 1 split in Academy. How long do you think it's going to be until you have your chance to really show your chops for everyone? You're a bit behind the ball. He said 1 split.
Yeah. I think
Really quick, too. It was
based off last spring, I could have gone LCS, sorry. But things happened, you know. Obviously, I had my visa issue where I couldn't play summer, but I think right now I'm ready. But there's some other things, some other complications involved.
Right. I'm happy to see the aggression, the hope, I guess, from all these players. I think this academy is full of talent, and I can't wait to see it grow up. We do have to move on. We are a little pressed for time. Yep. Before we go to break again, though, King, I would like to ask you, you're obviously playing Seraphine. I'm a huge Seraphine stan. Do you follow her on SoundCloud, Spotify, Twitter? Where are you at with the Seraphine social media?
I don't follow her at all. I saw her once, and I'm like, I'm head out. This is too weird for me.
Fake fan. Let's take a look at the schedule as we head to break real quick. Thank you very much, King.
Right, thank you.
We are going to be, of course, after this, picking things up with CLG versus 100 Thieves, then closing out the day with FlyQuest taking on EG. Fake fans, Joshi. We'll be right back. LCS Academy continues after this.
Sorry, I just had to put him on.
Welcome back to the LCS Academy. My name is TJ. I've recovered. There was a fake Seraphine fan in my midst, but we're back, joined by Joshi as we continue. The game of chess is old news. Tell me about Go.
Go. Oh, wow. You're talking about old news. Go is even older than chess, my dude. But we'll get to see a little bit more on that because we got to go on. That's a segue to our next game, our second to last game of the day here, as we are going to be watching...
These Zoomers in their checkerboard game.
Sorry.
CLG
We are going to
Academy.
be watching that and 100 Thieves Academy coming up right next. Wow. I went a whole day without doing any of that. And then suddenly it just comes out right as I'm in the middle of speaking. I feel like this is your fault, isn't it? Are you trying to sabotage me, TJ?
You're a checkerboard game Zoomer. You're too busy thinking about chess. Over here talking about Go. AIs can't... Actually, no. AIs have solved Go now.
They have. Well, they're better than us.
Let's talk about the CLG Academy roster. It was a little in flux. I'm still not entirely sure what we're getting in terms of the visa situation there, but they do have a couple of really exciting players and a couple of name changes. I believe we do have a sub in for Katsurugi, who was one of the Chiefs OPL players in the AD carry role. I believe they aren't able to make it over, and we have Luke, who you may recognize from Wildcard Gaming, which is an amateur team. We also have Auto from 100 Thieves, now going by the name Hooks. They, of course, used to play under the name Auto for CLG Academy as an AD carry, dropped out, fell out of Academy into the 100 Next program, role swapped over to support, and now back on CLG Academy. And playing against many of their former teammates, because on the 100 Thieves Academy side, it is a full 100 Next alumni class.
Yeah, of course. We have Tenacity, Kenby, and Poom, who all came out fairly recently from the 100 Thieves roster, and Papa Smithy's been doing a fantastic job at identifying new up-and-coming players, because all of these guys have been looking really, really strong across the board. There's been kind of a long discussion about, you know, what kind of talent actually exists in North America to actually find support and jungle players, and wow, Kenby and Poom really coming on very strong and looking to make their name here in Academy before they move their way on up to potentially have the next generation of strong LCS native slots.
Riam also joining them. 100 Thieves doing a good job of hanging on to players who they believe in, and I really appreciate that. One of the people they'd picked up was kind of a left field, and you're looking at them with all their good scouting, you're like, oh, maybe the 100 Next have done it again. Was Luger, who played in the TCL, won the TCL with Galacticos. I apologize if I said that wrong. Unfortunately, Luger, due to visa issues, hasn't gotten here, and so they will be using a sub today. It will be Andy Bending, who you sure are familiar with. Joshi, would you like to give us the rundown on Andy Bending?
Oh, for sure. Andy Bendy's been another name that's been chilling out in the amateur scene for quite a long time, and he's been well known, having played in things like Scouting Grounds and is currently playing Improving Grounds in order to really show what he can do. And he's been a very consistent AD carry across a long period of time. You can kind of think of him as an up-and-coming Reckless. He's not necessarily going to be the strongest laning AD carry, but man, is he positioned well in team fights. He's always in the right spot to make sure that he's going to be getting a ton of damage down, and hopefully should be able to stand up with all of these kind of stars of the 100 Thieves next program as he going into some of his first Academy games.
And I have to say, the only thing that matters for me is the top side of this 100 Academy roster. Because you have Tenacity and you have Kenvi. And
Yes.
if you were paying attention to Amateur League of Legends at all last year, those are the two names you heard. Tenacity was reliably able to take over games. He was the best top laner in Amateur, and he was overshadowed only by the fact that Kenvi was playing on the same team, and oftentimes there wouldn't be a game left over to take over because Kenvi was so reliably blowing games open in that jungle role.
Yeah, it's really kind of a showcase in how aggressive junglers can be incredibly impactful. And looking at the roster where it's a little bit unclear who's going to be playing for CLG overall, they still have RJS, formerly Deus, coming into the mid lane, and that's going to be an opportunity for them to try and punish there. But it's a roster that has played together for quite a long time at this point. We already touched on the fact that Tenacity, Kenvi were playing together also with Poom, and they have a lot of coordination that they're going to be able to really play off of, whereas CLG might not have had a whole lot of time to really put anything together, and is going to, we'll have to see if they can have the same kind of success as Immortals did, who said that, hey, we had like 2 games prior to this before we actually played as 5.
Yeah, with regards to RJS, people remember Deus as the top laner in Academy for a while, played on BBQ Olivers, famously under the tutelage of LS, and role swapped from mid to top lane on that BBQ Olivers roster. So this isn't out of left field, it is a role swap back, but it is a role swap back since 2019. Deus, or RJS as they are now called, has been playing top lane.
Yeah, it's a similar thing to what we were seeing with, you know, the Tally Tapoon situation, right? Where, you know, it's kind of a thing where it can be pretty different to like switch between the 2 lanes. If you haven't really had an opportunity to play in a 5 situation, you know, people do it in solo queue all the time, but doing it in a 5 state where you are having to pay a lot more attention to where all of the waves are going to be pushing and how you actually maneuver all of these minion waves throughout the entire thing is going to be such a different beast, and I'm curious to see how well Deus is going to be able to transition back into his original role.
It's time to get into things. Champion select. Not to interrupt you, Josh. You're making a good point. CLG Academy.
I'm doing my best.
You're doing really good.
Brandini. All right.
CLG Academy, the roster we were a little confused about, flexible with. We do get Brandini in. We do get Keel in. And it looks like everything else is as we expected.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how they end up playing as a group, as we are seeing a little bit of a departure from the traditional bans that we've been seeing so far throughout the day, where Red Side has banned Pantheon Olaf as their first 2, and we see one of them. But the question is a 100 Thieves Academy going to also ban the Pantheon next, or are they trying to bait CLG into doing it for them?
Now I just want to watch. 100 Thieves Academy, I think I want to see them prioritize this top side of the map. Andy Bendy is good, don't get me wrong. He's a very, very solid, aggressive AD carry player in the bot lane. But the 100 Academy that they have built as a full team, I think has its strengths up towards the top side. And if you draft around that now, then you don't have to worry about what player you're playing with come game time next week. We do get the Pantheon ban from 100 Academy, and therefore first pick Talia passed over to Keel.
Yeah, Talia's kind of been rising up as one of these super strong junglers because of how powerful they are with any gank assist. If there's any hard crowd control in any of your lanes, you're suddenly able to lock down somebody and do a ton of burst damage all at once without a whole lot of counterplay in ways that Nidalee was previously the star AP jungler to do that. But now, We see the Camille and Galio coming through, and 100 Thieves Academy have a very classic engage composition.
Yeah, and the Galio is a very good pick away for exactly that reason, because imagine a CLG roster that is Galio, Kai'Sa, Taliyah right now. That is a ton of follow-up behind either the Kai'Sa or the Taliyah, as is. It will be defensive follow-up instead, a Shen coming through, as CLG are still building based on the theory that they're going to have their engage from squishier characters and have to bail them out. It's really good for CLG that, or for 100 Thieves, that CLG don't have a Galio to do that with.
Yeah, interesting. So the Shen, again, has a pretty decent matchup into the Camille. You're able to stat check rather aggressively through it, but the Nidalee coming through kind of throws the gauntlet right on back from Kenvi to Keel, because Taliyah can kind of struggle in a lot of these longer duels due to the fact that Nidalee has those heals and has better auto attacks throughout a lot of it. And with the long cooldown early on in the game from Taliyah's Q, we'll see how effectively Keel is going to be able to move around the map.
Yeah, I think I want to build that up, though. It is Kenvi getting the Nidalee, which was one of his best champions during his season in Amateur. Kenvi is just so mechanically talented that a character like Nidalee is absolutely what you're looking for them to pick up. We do get into our second ban phase, and it's mid lane targets for 100. I get rid of RJS's potential to play either Yone or Lucian.
Yeah, and they're banning away these AD champions as well, simply because of the fact that Taliyah already on the board. They don't want to give CLG too much freedom in the way that they're going to be drafting. There's still a couple options around. There's obviously still things like the Jace, or if he's feeling ballsy, he could still bring out the Zed as well, who's been making a lot of solo queue waves. But Andy Bendy going to be picking up a Jhin and kind of hide their likely support pick pretty heavily.
Yeah, and this does indicate that that bot lane is likely to get a little less in the way of resources. Because Jhin can play pretty safe, can play at a distance. So that would line up with what I expected them to do during our discussion pre-draft. We'll get a Leona in to complete the bot lane over on CLG, making a Kai'Sa Leona, and we're hovering the final pick, which will be mid lane in the hands of RJS, who again, if you're tuning in for the first time and you're not sure who that is Degas, formerly. A little bit of a rename there. It'll be Zoe.
Yeah. Zoe, interesting. That's actually one of the characters that Galio has pretty decent kill pressure against, so I'm kind of surprised to see that coming through. But the biggest thing is now that is another member that is going to struggle to get away from the Camille Galio combo. Previously you had the Taliyah and the Kai'Sa, now you also add the Zoe to it, and suddenly we have even more engage tools. So I really like this coming out from 100 Thieves Academy, because you have 4 members diving in, and there's not a whole lot of pressure necessarily being put up against Andy Bendy's Jhin, so he's going to be able to rein in damage relatively freely from such a long range. And I think this is one of the best drafts we've seen so far today, where CLG have a lot of strong individual pieces, but they're going to be very reactive on the map, which is not always going to be the easiest thing to accomplish.
It's difficult for CLG to create opportunities if 100 Thieves don't overextend, don't get in a weird place, because they have a lot of punish tools. The Weaver's Wall is an excellent example of that, Killer Instinct as well, where if you are out of position, Kai'Sa can just jump in and end the fight before it begins. However, if you are a 5-man team, the Kai'Sa Killer Instinct is not an engaged threat, neither is the Taliyah Weaver's Wall, and they don't have the Galio to make it that. If you have the Galio, maybe it is, but they don't have that tool. So, CLG are going to have to hope that 100 Thieves make key mistakes around major objectives as we get into our second to last game of the day, Joshi.
Yeah. I think the big thing that we got to see is CLG does have a pretty decent poke composition between RJS on the Zoe and Team Luke on the Kai'Sa, so they can dissuade some engages if they have a lead, but it becomes very difficult to keep people off of them once the poke stops being enough. So we'll see a lot, and now, hey, we get to talk about another kind of Jhin itemization, DJ. We got the boots plus pots, which is kind of difficult for a lot of people to play against because they're not used to having this kind of movement speed on characters this early in the game, and he'll be able to weave autos much more effectively, give Team Luke a little bit of a lub tap, walk away, and suddenly he's just out of range, and there's not a whole lot of response that this Kai'Sa can make.
I thought you were gonna make the joke.
The joke?
About Luke.
Well, it hasn't. It's not relevant yet.
I was gonna be like, oh, I've never heard that one before, and it was gonna. But we're not doing it yet. We're waiting for later in the game.
We're waiting for the right time, TJ. It's one thing to just like make jokes because they're there, and there's like the Tai Chi joke, right? There's
That's what
preparation.
I just throw them out there. But okay, you say there's something to this timing thing. I'll trust you.
Yeah.
Speaking of timing, we have yet another slow start in terms of invades or anything like that. The bot lane for CLG does not need to leash. I believe Andy Bendy didn't either, so everyone starts safe down here in the bot lane instead.
Yeah. Not a whole lot early surprises coming out from this game. I think both of these junglers likely to go for a full clear while they wait for their laners to get a couple more levels, have a little bit more access to the crowd control before they really go for anything, and have a couple of more levels on your own so that your abilities do that extra little bit of damage, because Keel on this Talia gets a lot of base damage after putting a couple points in that Q and be able to clear quickly, and also get a lot more damage follow-up after you get the seismic shove over the rocks.
I'm keeping track of these two jungle clears here as I did hype up Ken V rather a lot. And post 100 next, Ken V hasn't had the Sterling game takeover experiences that I used to love. So it's gonna be, I think, one of the big journeys of him this season is can Ken V get back to that form in Academy? Where he certainly still has been a good jungler here in Academy, but he has not been 1v9.
True. Yeah, so far, just going for a full clear. Both junglers, in fact, doing very similar routes as they now find themselves on opposite sides of the map. But Tenacity, not in lane, whereas Hooks does have access to his crowd control, but they pushed Andy, Bendy, and Puma underneath the turret, and so it's difficult to find an opportunity for them to be aggressive there. And instead, we might see, as both go for this kind of yin-yang. Does that die? Okay, he does get it. Whew!
Yeah.
Scared me a little bit.
Ken V's got it.
Yeah, this is why he jungles and I don't. It was a lot of HP.
Oh. Tenacity going in for the trades. Ken V resetting his back, certainly thinking about going in here. I do want to call out that Brandini walks too far forward, baits out the engage. Tenacity's in with this stun, but they won't find the kill.
Yeah.
When Kenvi was like roaming up, and right as you were like, but Tenacity's not here, I was looking on the map and there was the assist me ping dropped on top of Tenacity. So somebody was complaining that Tenacity was not in lane.
Well, it's alright. They still get the flash, they get the ward kill, so now he's got to be extra careful up here in the top lane as the Shen, but it also means that Kenry spending that little bit of extra time is a little bit behind in tempo, right? He's not going to be able to clear these minions quite as quickly, and in fact, Keel, you see, is about 2 camps faster. That just means he's going to be able to interact with the rest of the map before Nidalee can really do anything.
Also, I don't know who threw down that ward down bottom there, but it has enabled Keel to invade here, starting on the Raptors. Ryoma and Kenvi did sniff this out, though, and they're pushing upwards together. Ryoma in, Keel over the wall to safety, burns the flash, but does not get caught. RJS also able to stay ahead of the taunt. Ryoma dropping the E-mine.
Yeah, overall, not bad, right? They're able to get a bunch of summoners, and now Brandini might be in a dangerous spot because he doesn't have a ward in that bush, and Tenacity might be able to actually find the crowd control for this first kill.
I would like to actually call that out. That was RJS using the heal for the speed boost to stay ahead of the taunt. That's really good.
Zoom.
Nerves of steel.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because you force the flash off of Keel, and then Ryoma is like, hey, well, we're going to try and turn to something else. But this time, Kenvi, once again, getting spotted out on the map is going to allow CLG to pick up this first dragon of the game. Already quarter of the way to counting their way to 4. And with Keel down here, knowing that Andy, Bendy, and Poom continue to play underneath their turret because they have not had any support from their jungle, as we kind of expected, but it still makes their lives harder.
Yeah. And also, Kenvi hasn't found those opportunities up on the top side of the map because of the really good warding that has been thrown out. There is certainly some bullying being thrown Brandini's way, but it's not been enough to have a tangible game impact yet.
Not yet. There we go. I wonder if he's going to spot out this ward. Instead,
Nope.
he's going to take a couple of camps away. Okay.
Kenvi is spending this entire game illuminated like a lighthouse.
Oh, that's
Those
not
ships
good.
are gonna
Ryoma
crash into
backing
him.
away. Yeah. Ryoma's backing away. I wonder how long it's going to take them to do this, because they know, right? Like, Kenvi has not left just quite yet. He might get caught out by RJS here.
Says, what are you doing in here? TP to try and bail Kenvi out. Kenvi will smite for some extra health.
Okay.
Ryoma off of the TP is here in the jungle with not a whole lot to do, so we'll go for this blue buff, I guess. Over the wall, taunt does land RJS though. Safe inside the Zoe
86.
ultimate. Heal does have 6. Weaver's Wall is
Oh
available.
no.
Sleep will
Oh no,
land.
oh no.
Paddle Star can be no HP. RJS chases down first blood, and CLG are off to a great start. Tenacity in the meantime is up top on 1 HP. Weaver's Wall, kill for the kill. Will find it, but it's a 1-1 trade as Brandini does finally go down to Ryoma's efforts. Ryoma themselves will be safe behind the turret. Heal chasing down the kills, but CLG on a 2-for-1 trade, and they're going to get even more up here on the top line. Flash,
oh my
Zenith
god,
Blade,
Ryoma.
stun, underneath the turret, there's the kill. Keel on an absolute tear.
Oh man, just like you said, Kenvi 100% of the time, they know exactly where he is. They're able to play around it. And here, Ryoma was like, alright, do I help out my friend here? Do I go top lane? Because Tenacity was also losing the 1v1 to Brandini on the opposite side of the map. And Brandini, even in the 1v2, was almost able to find the kill. And so CLG is going to reward themselves with 3 kills, the Rift Herald, and Keel even picked up the blue buff, so there's not even the gold going over to Kenvi from taking care of that camp. So this is, while the gold lead hasn't yet ballooned in any meaningful way due to the CS advantage that Tenacity was able to build up previously, it's not looking so good for 100 Thieves as they're moving into this mid game where they're the ones who are supposed to be making plays.
RJS just hovering here, and 100 Thieves, I think, suffered from a little bit of sunk cost fallacy, where they were like, well, we spent so long over here trying to make these kills happen. We've spent so long trying to invest in this side of the jungle that if we leave now, it's all going to be for naught. And indeed, they overstayed as a result.
Yeah. And then, we didn't even talk about this, but Hook spent the entire time walking from bottom lane to top lane just to show up in time to find the extra kill onto Ryoma here at the very end. And Brandini, this is a huge wave. He's going to be able to get almost all of this underneath the turret. And as soon as I say that, he misses 3. I cursed
away.
him.
Yeah, I think Hooks does deserve some merit for that. Of course, formerly played under the tag of Auto and was part of that 100 Next team's dominance. And you can sort of see the heads-up roaming play that Hooks became known for under that tag in that role, as they're able to get into this top lane in time to find a key kill.
Oh, Tenacity. Julia is around. It looks like he might be scuffling with Kenvi a little bit there in the jungle, but you got to be very careful. Tenacity has had a lot of confident play, but unfortunately, it looks like he's kind of been getting punished for it overall whenever he tries to do more than just bully Brandini off of the wave. And this is what we were saying, this is a good matchup for Shen, just because you do so much damage off of your Q and just off of the fact that you are a very tanky melee champion that Camille can't quite match.
Tenacity on that 100 Next team was known for just reliably blowing out lane. There are plenty of top laners that are able to find solo kills. You have the whole Niles thing where Niles is going to go hard for the kills and might or might not get them, but it's going to be fiery either way. Tenacity was kind of the karmic opposite of that, where he was just going to sit there and come what may, maybe get kills if people made mistakes, otherwise just build out a gigantic CS lead. And we've seen the latter here. There was a CS lead earned by Tenacity, but as you say in the matchup, that's going to get more difficult to apply to anything as we go on.
Yeah. Crushing a Rift Herald here as well, and Tenacity cannot join this fight, but Brandini can. Is the Ocean Dragon getting there halfway to counting to 4, and with priority in the mid lane, priority in the bottom lane, this should be relatively easy, and CLG, in fact, secure that for themselves. So far, you know, even though the gold lead isn't there, can we do this?
Heroic entrance? Is this legal? Tenacity down. Ryoma can't find the kill. No, they cannot do this.
Yuck.
Back over to you, Joshi.
Yuck. That was not particularly clean. Brandini actually found like the one spot where he could go where he wasn't getting
Take
caught.
two.
Yeah. Oh,
he
two.
just ran through the turret.
Goodbye.
He's now being question mark pinged by Brandini. He just ran past the turret underneath him.
Well, hey, sometimes it's faster to do that. Overall, yeah, that was rough. Brandini, again, barely stayed in such a spot where I don't think he actually got knocked up by this ultimate coming out from Galio.
Hextech Ultimatum bought them the space, and then just barely outside the overlap. And do we have the replay of Ryoma's attempted regank here?
That would be really good, really entertaining. Just like watch him walk by.
Yeah, because I think he tried to heroic charge and just missed. But on the mini-map, he just like walked past. I don't know.
I believe it. I think the funniest thing is just like the comms that are happening. Is you know Brandini is like, what is this guy doing?
Question mark pinged him 3 times on the mini-map, so yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wish that the other team could see only question mark pings. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah. It would be even better if like they could read the intention of the question mark ping, be able to differentiate like, oh, is this a question mark ping because they are missing somebody, like they don't know where they are, or is it a question mark ping because, you know, the other reason why you use question mark pings, like what
the reason why you use question mark pings. People just type missing nowadays.
Poom?
Poom's vibing. Flash, burned, burned out of the jungle.
Vibing. Yeah, that's a mood right there. Haha. Get it? He's a cow. Mood.
Maybe I should handle the puns from here on. Maybe you can take the back seat on that one.
Oh, okay. All right.
Mood?
We'll find better timing.
Is that the joke?
Mood. Are you booting me?
Like even... It's even worse. You one-upped yourself.
You gotta be proud of your bad jokes, DJ. I am going to stand by them.
Well,
we're gonna hang on to these for later.
That's one of us that's proud of you.
I'm gonna add these to the notebook and we'll use them again. Oh, nice flash.
Hawks, you nutcase. That was the full-on Matador impression. There's a cow joke.
Yeah.
Waving red, flashing over the top. How they do it in Spain.
Yeah. Honestly, that was super sick, because he was definitely going to die if he didn't do that, right? There were 4 members of 100 Thieves right around that were ready to pounce. And it's not going to cost him anything either, right? Like, he's still got this Hex Flash. He can still move around the map, and because they saw Kenvia on the bottom half, as he continues to stay perfectly in vision of the enemy team so nicely, they're going to be able to pick up this Rift Herald and walk away, because he's got 2... Oh, he didn't pick it up!
Kenvia has no mercy. Stand United will be spent. There is the heroic entrance behind that. Keel will be safe behind the turret in the meantime. Poom is overstepped, but Andy Bendy finds the kill, and Hooks is diving in to try and make something happen. Heal will keep Poom up 1 HP as Hooks keeps going, and will shut down their opposing support. They are the only CLG member left alive in this fight. I do not know how that happened. Luke will be being hunted here by the curtain call, stays ahead of it, but CLG lose their gold lead.
They do. Yeah, honestly, there is so much that happened there. And the most important thing after all of that is the fact that CLG did not pick up the Rift Herald. Brandini just goes in. Yeah.
And there was the timing too, it just wasn't Like, it was a misclick. Keel not able to get it.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, they ended up spending a lot of time doing relatively little, and we have another team fight about to come up. As Kenby just gonna
Show us.
Huck a Spirit, right? He could have picked this up, but there's so much that happens here. Brandini uses the ult in order to try and keep them alive, but then he ends up fighting Tenacity on the far side, and Deus is also fighting. So it's just like everybody just happens to show up at different times, and there's just like a bit of a party just about all over the place, and Team Luke is able to find, Hooks actually picks up a kill, but he has to flash right on out.
That's my favorite part, is that the Leona is the one with the kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Putting the L in Rift Herald as Team Luke does stay ahead of this. Ooh, nice in this slow-mo, barely.
Yeah, I guess there is an L in Rift Herald. It's towards the end, but it still works.
There is now. CLG put it.
There is an L.
This will be a fight over the Drake. CLG are 2-0 up in Drake, so they still have a pretty firm lead if they can convert this.
Yeah. This would be helpful.
Cut off by this Weaver's Wall. But so are CLG.
What? Okay.
100.
Galio's
I thought
gonna
there was a
teleport
plat.
down, right?
There was no step 2. Drake's picked up 100 Thieves with the zoning for Poom. TP in as well. That's going to be the arrival of Ryoma right in the fight. Low HP on Poom, they will be the first to fall, but you see a deep dive there from Ryoma, and a guaranteed trade, 2 for 1. Hooks and Brandini both down as 100 Thieves make out like bandits.
Get it? Because they're thieves?
Yeah, that was the joke.
Yeah, but make sure Twitch chat understood.
Okay, there's a good Twitch chat, missed that sort of thing. CLG,
okay.
What was that?
Yeah, can we talk about Keel's ultimate
No,
during that?
I don't think we can talk about it. I don't think there's any way we can describe that.
Yeah, it was bad.
Well,
I don't understand what the idea was.
I thought
like
there was
normally
gonna
I can come up with a reason for things that players do, but this time I was like, did he misclick? Because
He's
that
just-
is the wrong angle.
It must have been a misunderstanding of where the team was, which is excusable because Keel is a sub. But yeah, we're a little too late in this replay, but it just walled CLG out of the entire fight. And of course, this was real clean.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes in, and we've been seeing some pretty impactful Alistar combos, right? They end up getting 3 people there, and you get a pretty big taunt coming out from Ryoma as well, and he's able to survive. So ultimately, they're able to, again, get pretty much everything they wanted. They grab the dragon, so they stop CLG's counter, they get a couple of kills, and suddenly they're in control of the gold lead once again. And now as mythics are starting to come out, we're seeing a lot of extra mobility currently on the 100 Thieves roster between the Protobelt coming in on the Galio and the Gale Force currently in Andy Bendy's inventory.
I don't want to go too hard on things because this is, of course, Academy. I'll hold this thought as RJS maybe going a little too hard in the mid lane here. But those are the sort of mistakes that absolutely need to be ironed out. Speaking of backline, Hextech Ultimatum in. Ryoma does find a knockup, but Tenacity's already gone. Keel for the back of this fight is trying to just throw rocks in, but they're losing teammates, low HP, especially on Brandini in the front lines, as nobody other than Tenacity goes down in that whole mess. Luke, of course, the instant trade, but
yeah,
I don't know. That was way less bloody than I thought it was about to be.
Yeah. I'm actually getting kind of worried for 100 Thieves because they've been trying to force a lot of these fights, but they're not actually finding much of an advantage off of it. And unfortunately, a lot of these characters aren't as relevant later on in the game, right? Like, one of my favorite things about Zoe, or favorite things to say, is that as time approaches infinity, Zoe is eventually going to one-shot Andy Bendy, and there's nothing he can do about it. Right? Eventually that is going to happen, and suddenly you're going to have a 5v4 in favor of CLG. And as this poke becomes more devastating, as Talia becomes more and more threatening to be able to just blow somebody up in these sieges and pick situations, 100 Thieves are starting to kind of run out of time as we see how this fight actually started. As Team Luke gets traded, but Nasty is in a 1v4.
Yeah. 100 Thieves is turned to not really have the best cooldown positioning there. Can be with a really good stasis in the middle of that fight.
Yeah.
But nothing else comes of it. So we'll cut back to the action where things are indeed happening. Hooks will have the CC in the front line, and I think that means Team Luke's going to get away. Hooks will not.
Yeah. Oh.
Kenby walked into that. I mean, it's like,
Yeah.
fine, Poom's there, but Kenby catching some beach balls there.
Yeah. It's alright. It's going to be A-okay. They're going to walk away when all is said and done. And, ooh, even Alistar able to slyly dodge away. And it's kind of scary, right, at this point in the game. We already touched on it a little bit, but just there are so many things you need to be aware of between the Zoe and the Talia, where if any of them end up hitting you, you can just be dead from 100% HP because there's not a lot of true tanks on the side of 100 Thieves. You have Poom, who can get a whole bunch of temporary damage reduction over the course of a team fight. And then you kind of have Ryoma, who is going to have a little bit of extra HP because he's got the magic damage shield. But everybody else will just disappear if they get hit by a seismic shovel or a bubble.
Yeah, and on the opposite side, CLG do have Leona, the quintessential teamfight support. So, certainly plenty of options as we go late, I think. You would be hard-pressed to say that these late-game teamfights are going any other way. And CLG, here we go in the mid-game, though. Already a strong start for Tenacity. Hextech Ultimatum is backed up. That is the 100 Thieves teamfight they want, but they are taking damage. Luke able to trade 1-for-1, and Killer Instinct onto Riona in the back of the fight with no follow-up. And that is a bridge too far. Kenby secures the kill. Hooks and Keel try to burn down the Drake in the meantime, and Riona punishes it. A double taunt and a double kill. A complete team ace. Drake over to 100 Thieves as they finally get the team fight they've been scrapping for this entire game.
Yeah, they finally found RJS in that last team fight. They caught him out. They locked him down with the combo that they drafted as their first 2 picks in the game. Both Camille and Galio able to lock him down, and now as they're going to be able to move forward, they don't get a whole lot more off of that. They grab the dragon, so they are now halfway to picking up the Cloud Soul. But more importantly, they're not going to be able to pick up any of these structures off the map. It's 100 Thieves still have a lot of time left where they're able to fight anything. And we see the poke starting to come through between these 3 champions, right? Kenby and Poom take a lot of damage, but the big thing is RJS thinks that he can go a little bit aggressive, but he doesn't respect the fact that Tenacity around the side is able to get right on top of him. And now, because of the proper timing between the Hextech Ultimatum and the hero's entrance, you can't get out of the knockup. That's all that matters.
Beautiful start of the fight. And Luke just overestimates how much they can get done, spots an opportunity to maybe turn things, and doesn't manage to do that. And as a result, 100 Thieves, I think it is safe to say, in every metric, have a lead. There were some worries about their teamfight potential in late game. We did both agree that CLG probably win out in a hyper late game teamfight. But 100 Thieves, for the first time, have the gold advantage, have the kill advantage, to be able to force this game over more quickly.
Yeah. But we're still looking at Tenacity, right, as one of these major engage tools. He's the one who's going to get team fights started most of the time. Poom kind of just wants to pick people out, whereas Tenacity's going to be like, aha, I'm going to jump on the Zoe. I'm going to jump on the Kaisa, and he might be the one getting caught out right now as Kill's around the corner.
Yeah, does get taunted. Does get burned, will go down. Back over to you.
Yeah, something I just noticed, TJ. Keel is the highest level in the game. He is level 15.
Apart from that one Rift Herald play and that one Drake play, Keel has been doing really well. And it's...
Yes.
I really wanted to call out Keel for performing above and beyond our expectations, because frankly they have been, but it's been a little difficult because of those 2 very, very noticeable flubs.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's kind of been interesting to watch the players that have been overperforming that are playing as substitutes, right? Keel has been
earlier
looking
today.
good. Yeah, Fizzy was the other one, exactly, who I was like, I had to apologize because he did so well in his game. But now, as the game starts to stall out a little bit, as 100 Thieves starts to bring people together to potentially look for a Baron play, they still got to remember that Tenacity on the far side of the map is not particularly strong.
This is so well timed. And that would be what I think has changed from early game 100 Thieves that looked way more shaky, frankly, than I expected the 100 Thieves Academy to look. to now is they are winning the vision game. They understand where the other team is. CLG won the first few levels off of a really dominant map control from Keel, really dominant vision control. And 100 Thieves have kind of woken up to that, I think.
Yeah. They should be in a good spot. One thing that I hadn't really taken into account, if you look at the itemization for Brandini, I don't normally look at itemization all that much, but he's got a Spectre's Cowl and a Kindle Gem, and it looks to be building towards a Spirit Visage off of that, right? It's a pretty good Shen item, but unfortunately, Camille doesn't do a whole lot of magic damage. The magic resistance here is not as impactful, and because of the fact that Kenvi is currently 4-1 and 6 on this Nidalee and is going to be doing a significant chunk of damage later on, it's forced Brandini into the suboptimal itemization in order to try and go for these 1v1. You don't want to have a Spirit Visage against Tenacity. You only want to have it for a lot of these team fights, and so it might have actually sped things up a little bit where Tenacity can start being a little bit more aggressive on the map in these 1v1s in ways that I wasn't previously expecting.
Yeah, and Tenacity doesn't look too right in terms of KD right now if you're just glancing at the scoreboard. It's been a day. But
Yes.
Tenacity is doing a really good job of starting these fights, kind of playing a secondary support and playing the engaged support. And that isn't reflected in the scoreboard.
It's not. We'll see how well they can actually get this next engage going, because we have the team fight counter. 10 seconds left, and it doesn't look like CLG are particularly interested in participating. So that should mean the 100 Thieves likely able to pick up the Dragon without a whole lot of contest. And the extra movement speed and the extra ultimate cooldowns are actually really impactful this game for Tenacity and Ryoma, because those are their major engage tools. Those are the things they're playing around in order to try and get these team fights started. And the faster they are, the more often you can get them while the flashes are down from people like RJS and Team Luke.
And as you predicted, 100 Thieves will grab that Drake, no problem whatsoever. Counting to 3, as you'd like to say.
Yeah.
I don't know, I thought a demonstration would follow or something, but didn't have anything for that. The next major objective...
That's really hard. Just because the players can do it doesn't mean that I can.
No, that's a fair point. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. The next major objective on the map is this Baron, of course, at least for the next 4 minutes. So we will see what 100 Thieves and CLG do about that. We've been talking hypothetically about CLG's ability to win late game team fights, but we frankly just haven't seen it so far.
Yeah. They don't seem particularly eager to, like, line up and fight. Oh, yeah, it's Ryoma.
Yeah.
Oh.
Cutting off the flank here, but Galio goes over those. And now you have the rest of the team pressing forward. CLG outnumber the 100 Thieves members here because Andy Bendy is nowhere to be seen, but it doesn't matter. A huge taunt from Ryoma. And there is the follow-up. Tenacity diving in to find a kill, dropping the Hextech ultimatum onto Brandini, who's very far forward in this fight, acting as the tank. Meantime, Andy Bendy has finally arrived, and boom, dropping very low, has to flash away, disengaging him, and CLG have turned this team fight. Kenvi and Andy Bendy need to pull out a miracle here, otherwise CLG walk away with an opportunity, at least, to grab these major objectives. Boom, Kenvi still spoiling. Ryoma off of the back from base. Will flash in. Taunt does land. That could be it. Kenvi the spear. It is huge. And now CLG are too far forward. RJS will dive in. Focus on trying to find a single kill, and they cannot do it. 100 Thieves turn the tables. After they've already been turned, they put it back the right way up. I don't believe it, Josh. As Brandini goes down, 100 Thieves clean up a major team fight and turn instantly to Baron.
Yeah, oh my god, they're so low though. I don't know if they can actually do that, even though it's just hooks on the map. But
I was calling it as I saw it, and then I was like, wait a second.
Yeah, wow. I still think my favorite part of that whole thing was just watching Andy Bendy take down both Team Luke and RJS underneath the turret. He's like, all right, you, and then you. But ultimately, that team fight, as good as it was for 100 Thieves, doesn't mean a whole lot, right? They don't really get a whole lot more in terms of a gold lead at this point in the game. They don't get any structures. They don't pick up the Baron. All they do is drag the game out a little bit longer, which we've already kind of touched on, is CLG favored and gives CLG another opportunity to try and find a fight. But they've been not proactively looking to siege. They've just been waiting for 100 Thieves to do things. And as we see the Galio come back in here, yeah, it's, you know, people are out of resources. They don't have ultimates. They don't have summoner spells. Yeah, watch Andy Bendy. He's just like, here it goes. Boop.
Boop. Andy Bendy's like, I've got auto attacks, and that makes me the strongest champion in this fight.
Yeah, very helpful. So, yeah, a bunch of kills go over.
They're like, let's do Baron. They're like, wait.
It's like, wait. All right, but we have another one of those coming up in about 90 seconds. We have our team fight counter still going on.
That is, of course, the Drake timer in the top left. This would be Soul if 100 Thieves get it, but they grab Brandini first, and there's the wombo combo properly executed. Brandini is gone. Hooks too far forward. Down as well, surely. The curtain call is chasing him and will confirm the kill. Andy Bendy there for a big pickup. Oh, and Keel steps into it. Does have spell shield, so won't go down. 100 Thieves could turn for objectives. Seem content to just charge forward. Ryoma annihilates Luke there. And now they'll turn for an objective, but it's not going to be the Drake.
Yeah, it's going to be this Baron, as they're going to be trying to do it with both a Talia and a Zoe hovering around. Remember, a Baron still shreds your magic resist over time, but they have enough zoning members involved that should be difficult for RJS and Kill to get in. They're going to take down Poom.
3k on the Baron. No chance to get in. Baron will be picked up successfully by Kenvi, and they even find a turn onto Keel. Superior team fighting, kind of making up the difference here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah. It's really exciting because it means that we have another one coming up in just a couple of seconds where a bunch of members are going to be missing. Keel is dead, but so are Tenacity and Poom, as the Cloud Soul is going to be spawning here, and 100 Thieves likely going to be there first, and with no jungler on the side of CLG currently on the map, I wonder if they're going to just be willing to do it. Wow, look at that damage already into Hooks.
Hooks was poked, but they won't find anything more to follow that up with. And he certainly is scary, but as we talked about, there are very big teamfight assassination tools for CLG. I don't think CLG should really be poking forward like they are, because Keel's not with them. They just want to stall this out. They don't actually want to take the Drake fight.
Yeah, Keel's just now coming out. He does have the Weaver's Wall, so he can get there relatively quickly, but
not.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't try and rush the contest. Keel's just headed towards top lane.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult spot overall for this team to try and hold out for most of these major objectives because of how strong 100 Thieves dive really is.
Would like to apologize. I have a little bit of a frozen screen on my end. Do you have that? There we go.
I do. Oh, there we go. We're back.
Getting increasingly
unsure. This is the previous fight.
The nature of remote production. Sometimes you're like, is this happening for me?
Yeah.
There was the
we get to see this.
Mm-hmm.
I like the idea from Keel's wall this time, but unfortunately, it didn't actually block anybody off that was relevant. Right? Kenvi just hopped right on over it. Everybody else was on the correct side of the wall, and then Team Luke walks just a little bit too far forward. So, I mean, Keel played the early game pretty darn well, but these Weaver's walls on Talia have, you know, asked a lot of questions that we're going to need answers for later on.
I have great news for anyone who's watching me cast for the first time. I stand up to cast, which is information people don't normally know, but now you do.
But now you do. Congratulations, you're in on a little bit of a secret, and unfortunately, as we are on the West Coast, the lighting has changed.
Getting darker. Josh becoming a goth, reverting to his natural state. I think, have you ever done like eyeliner? Doesn't really go with chess club though.
I've never done eyeliner for myself, but I have had other people do eyeliner as like testing stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just like one of those things where it's like, oh, I think you'd look really good with some cat eye, and then they just give you a whole lot of like this black stuff, and it's like,
the important question, Josh, as we get back into game, is did you?
Oh, I looked fantastic, but I think that was more me and less the cat eye.
Oh, okay. Just the confidence that makes the difference. Speaking of things that look fantastic, that Drake was picked up, making this soul over to 100
Segway.
Thieves as they look to close out this game, and they are indeed pushing for it. Inhibitor is down in the mid lane. Hooks will be poked around the side, but not go down. And they're just taking their time on this siege.
Yeah, it's going to be, ooh, big damage down onto Andy Bendy, and that's kind of what we were talking about. You got to be very careful, because as T goes to infinity, odds get closer and closer to 100%, and now Tenacity should be strong enough to actually be winning these fights. We just see two people can be also there. They're going to get the bottom inhibitor.
Yeah, Brandini left alone on an island, and it's not a nice island at all. Inhib will fall, so does Brandini, and this will be the shove for the game. It was a messy one. 100 Thieves were vulnerable for a lot of it, but CLG were never able to convert on the team fights they needed to win. And 100 Thieves' superior team fighting has earned them out a win. As they fight down the last remaining players of CLG, RJS, who has looked fantastic throughout the game, gets some last poke in, taking out Andy Bendy. But even he cannot end this game. It will be 100 Thieves driving it all the way to their first Academy win.
Yeah, we had some questions about that one, TJ, whether or not they'd be able to pull it through, but they did have the team fighting prowess at the end of the day. They were able to find all the fights that they really needed to, and with everything in their pockets at the very end, it just felt like they were a little bit more coordinated and were able to take down everything they needed from CLG.
Do you have any lights in there, or are we just going to be in the dark for the rest of this?
We'll get them, but I don't want to get up.
You don't, not like, well, I mean, you could, just...
I would have to get up, and so then it would just be like a chair, and you could see like, you know, the rest of my room.
Okay.
My bed is made, which is actually a shocker.
I don't understand what you're afraid of. Show us the lights, Josh. In the meantime, we are going to head to a quick break. When we come back, it will be our star player interview from 100 Thieves. I think we saw pretty much what we expected from that team, which was, oh, they've got the team fights, they've got the coordination, but it's still shaky around the rest of it.
Yeah, we'll get to see this team grow as time goes on. Obviously, it is a different beast moving from amateur into academy. You do need to have a little bit more coordination, and we saw, you know, glimpses of brilliance coming out. We also saw glimpses of limit testing coming through. Unfortunately, when those are coming out on stage, they look not as good as when they do in solo queue.
Yeah, CLG not quite able to put it together, never quite looking coherent, but did also have moments of brilliance. I know it's kind of cheating, it's kind of a shout out to 100 Thieves, but Hooks, who just graduated from that academy, or next program, sorry, did look particularly good. We're going to go to that quick break. We'll come back with an interview. Then after that, of course, it is FlyQuest versus EGA as our nightcap. Josh, you can watch it and go to bed. Don't go far, don't go to bed just yet. We've got a game still ahead of us. we're back with an interview in a few moments. We believe it's going to be with Kenvi, but we're sorting out some tech issues, so it may take a little bit longer. I want to talk about that game before we get to it now. Maybe we can lay the groundwork for our interview conversation. Because 100 Thieves did just eventually take down CLG, but I think eventually is the right word. It took them a while, and they had to go past their win condition to do it.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting to see how the early game ended up shaking out, right? Because Keel and Kenvi were very much on opposite sides of the map for a significant part of it. And unfortunately, Kenvi and Tenacity weren't able to really find a whole lot up against Brandini Shen, whereas Keel was able to fairly consistently find small advantages. He was able to consistently be in the right spot because of how much vision control they had over Kenvi's position. They saw him on the bottom side of the map when he was trying to clear. They saw him on the top side of the map when he was trying to gank Brandini, and Keel was able to consistently find these small gold advantages, and by the end of the game, he was the highest level player for a decent part of it just because he got so much farm that he was up, I believe, close to 60 at one point over his opponent.
Yeah, and that's kind of... Like, obviously, there were some big mistakes from Keel that game that are unfortunately going to tint our view of him in total, but he really did outplay Kenvi during the early parts of that game. It was really good vision, it was a really good jungle pathing, and punishing Kenvi when Kenvi was like, I don't care, I'm still gonna try and steal jungle camps. And Keel and the rest of CLG were able to win that early game by virtue of better jungle play. And then once we got to the mid-game, it became apparent, I think, that CLG weren't able to put together a solid team fight against 100 Thieves. And you at first were like, okay, this is a composition thing, and as we get later, that's going to change, and then it kind of didn't.
Yeah, I think CLG looked a little bit lost in what they wanted to do, right? Kind of like that criticism we had in relation to a lot of like the losing like Jin versus losing like KT or Kingzone, right? One of these teams is still going to be trying to make plays. CLG were just like, and eventually they'll make a mistake, and we'll capitalize on it when it happens. But they didn't really do anything to force errors. They were just waiting for their opponents to make unforced errors. And, while there were a couple, CLG was never in a position to actually capitalize on it heavily enough. And they ended up losing because they were never able to make practice plays.
Yeah, I have just heard word from our wonderful producer that unfortunately we can't raise Kenvi on the line, so we won't have an interview. A brief interview with you instead, Joshi. How excited are you about FlyQuest versus Evil Genius Academy?
Honestly, I think it's going to be a pretty interesting game, right? Like, you look at these two teams where we have a lot of players coming up from, the places we've been talking about, NA Amateur as well as the Oceanic region, where it's going to be interesting to see how they're actually going to be able to play. I think the biggest name a lot of people are going to be
unfortunately, we're out of time for our interview. We're going to have to go to a break. We'll be back, me and Joshi, for EG versus FlyQuest. You wanted the player interview experience? You're getting it. We'll be right back. More games after this. I thought I could bait you into something by just taking a dramatic sip of tea. I thought there would... Okay. Stone-faced is Joshi because he knows the most exciting times are still ahead of us. We've got one game left today in the LCS Academy. It will be FlyQuest taking on Evil Geniuses Academy.
Yeah, and we've had some pretty exciting games today, as we often do on the first day, but this one is also likely to live up to the hype, as we got FlyQuest bringing in a couple of big members from the amateur scene against EG Academy, which has a lot of fairly veteran players coming out, relatively speaking. The big ones that, you tend to highlight right now, TJ, because you talk about so many of these amateur players. We got NXI, we got Tomo, and we got Tony Top, all coming out right here that we've been seeing quite a bit over the past several years in the amateur scene.
NXI in particular, I think I want to draw a storyline around because he has had to play for FlyQuest proper. He's been playing during the lock-in, and he hasn't had the greatest experience. It hasn't been the greatest results. But I don't think that's entirely fair. He got thrown directly into not just the deep end, but like the diving pool. And so now that he's able to get back out of the deep end into Academy, where frankly he belongs given his experience level, I'm hoping to see a little bit more of a stable performance out of him. I want to see NXI really have the chance to shine here on the Academy roster after taking a hit with that promotion.
Yeah, and we also got to mention that he is another member of the 100 Thieves next graduating class, right? He was kind of the replacement for Kenby when Kenby was moved up to the 100 Thieves roster, or excuse me, the 100 Thieves Academy roster, and NXI was able to step in alongside Fallen Bandit to fill in the big shoes that Tenacity and NXI, excuse me, that Tenacity and Kenby had left, and honestly, while they weren't quite as dominant, they still look very good at that level. So to say that he is, a weak player is being a little bit dishonest, because he's not. He's been looking pretty good, but the question is he LCS caliber level? Maybe not yet, but we can definitely get him there.
Yeah, I really do believe in NXI, so I can't wait to see a little more from him. Other players that will stand up to us as giant fans of the amateur scene will be, of course, Tony Top and Shoryu. Tony Top, one of the first draft picks, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm not misremembering, in this year's Scouting Grounds, so got a lot to live up to just in that. We'll kick things off with the pick ban. We already have a Nidalee and an Aphelios. This will be our first Aphelios to make it through the ban phase today. And FlyQuest don't just get Aphelios, they get Aphelios Thresh.
Yeah, I feel like Aphelios is a bit of a bait for a lot of teams to pick up because Kaisa and Jin both still exist, and I think they're both better. Because Aphelios just is okay most of the time, and then if he has the right guns, then he becomes good. But even then, that's kind of the baseline for a lot of these other AD carries, right? Jin and Kaisa are just good normally. They don't have any times where they're just also there. But that said, the team composition that EG has drafted against the Aphelios doesn't perform particularly well against it.
No, it's a lot of slower engage, which is what Aphelios wants to deal with. He is the quintessential sustained damage. So this so far, so good for FlyQuest, particularly as they grab a Gnar for Kumo in the top lane. Gnar versus Renekton is a matchup we've seen go both ways recently, but I think in theory that Gnar is supposed to be quite good.
Yeah, and normally, I just had a discussion with a couple of other caster buddies about Gnar should be okay in this matchup, even with the Nidalee, because of the difficulty that Tony Top will have in consistently actually landing that crowd control. Kumo should be able to get away from it rather consistently. So I'm not particularly worried for this, but it is an opportunity for them to instead flex the set into the top lane, who doesn't necessarily have a great matchup against Gnar, but is going to give them an opportunity to flex Renekton into something like a potential Galio, where the Renekton will absolutely have a good time.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to set it up. As we clean out our second ban phase, it is mid lane targeted for FlyQuest, jungle targeted so far for EG. Yone and Lucian banned out by FlyQuest. EG worried about NXI, will deny NXI two of the most powerful junglers in the meta right now, in the Talia and Graves.
Yeah, interesting that they chose to pick up the Twisted Fate here. It's not super vulnerable to the Renekton, but I feel like they could have waited to see what else they were going to do, because Lilia is kind of the best jungler left after everything else has been banned away. And this Misfortune, currently being hovered for Shoryu, is one of the reasons why Aphelios does not really get picked up super successfully, is because they get bullied by this character really, really hard. And now that they have the Leona, it's going to be scary for Tomo to even exist in the bottom lane.
Thresh is theoretically a solid counter to that, but that will put a lot of this onto Diamond as a skill matchup, right? Diamond versus Mystiques very much will determine the way that bot lane goes, because if you have good Thresh lockdown, Aphelios is really scary. Oh, what's that face? Is that how
Lee
you
Sin.
feel about Lee Sin?
What does the comp do?
That's how you feel about the comp overall, right?
Yeah, it's not like Lilia was super great, but it's just, this is a composition where FlyQuest are saying we are better players and we are going to win our lane. And even though our composition isn't super cohesive, we're going to beat you with it anyway. Whereas EG are like, okay, well, here's some bruisers and Misfortune that you can't ever touch, so good luck with that. And it's worrying to me that this is what FlyQuest are going through, because it feels like a lot of ego picks, like right out of the gate, which good, confidence is good, but what?
They don't really have anything to deal with those bruisers. They do have the Aphelios, which we touched on at the beginning, as being good to deal with bruisers, but not as the only option. And also, who's going to be occupying the attention of the rest of those heavy tanks whilst the Aphelios is whittling away? Because the answer, I guess, is Thresh, but not for the early game. Maybe Kumo, but for 5 seconds at a time. You know.
Yeah. No. This is a game where NXI needs to do really, really well, or FlyQuest composition just kind of doesn't do a whole lot. So we'll see what they end up doing, because they're low damage, right? They have, both teams have one magic damage threat. You have Nidalee on the one hand, and then you have Twisted Fate on the other. And Nidalee, can pick single targets and blow them up relatively quickly. And Triple, with the predominance of as the item that he tends to go for, he can do that, but the people that he's likely going to be able to hit are Jojo Pune and Tony Top, who are playing Set and Renekton, and you do not blow those characters up as Twisted Fate unless you are massively, massively fed. So it worries me that both Tony Top and Jojo Pune can build in such a way that they just take forever to die, and Shoryu's going to clean up.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair assessment of the EG comp. Okay, but can I look? I'm gonna play EG's FlyQuest advocate here. What if they just win like?
True. That's always the win
they
condition.
Kind of have drafted like a whole lot of pretty strong lanes.
Yeah. In isolation, Gnar is good into Renekton. In isolation, Twisted Fate shouldn't really ever die to Set and can move around the map pretty effectively.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that is the one thing that this composition can do really effectively, right? Both Twisted Fate and Lee Sin have wake-ups at a similar time, and if you start, double ganking one of the side lanes, you can find advantages, but he just goes in.
Mystiques.
Oh, okay.
Level 1 Zenith Blade. Spots Tovio. He's like, look, we're going to get something straight real early in this lane. Look at me.
Let him know.
You're not safe. Look at me.
Yeah, it's I mean, I dig it. You get some damage down, right? And you're able to heal up with the potion, so it's not like you're losing a whole lot, and you're potentially looking at a forced error from either Tomo or Diamond. Like, if they overcommit and aren't actually able to deal anything with it, Mystique suddenly looks really good because he makes his opponents panic, and that is a real thing at all levels of play. If you just make your opponents think that you are going to be more aggressive than you really are, those bluffs can get you a lot.
In this case, Mystique was exactly as aggressive as he threatened to be.
Yes.
Tomo and Diamond still will win the early levels of that lane once the wave clear is online from Misfortune. That gets a little messier. This mid lane is actually a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah. It's really interesting, honestly, like watching Set play against these ranged champions, because he can sustain through a lot of the damage that they're able to do. And eventually, he just gets strong enough to run directly at people. But something happened to Shoryu where he's taken a bunch of damage, and now this wave looks pretty bad. So Tomo and Diamond are, they're doing step one. They are just winning their lane. And that is a huge way for them in this game.
FlyQuest step 1, win lane. Step 2, win game. Doesn't get much better than that.
Kumo.
Doesn't know. Lacks the critical information. Kumo will be stunned up and taken down. Contract's able to sneak into the bush and just set that play up for hours.
Yeah, normally it's a bit tough for them to set that up, but when you are moving directly into the Nidalee, it becomes way easier. The big thing though is that Kumo still has his flash available, so he should be able to dodge future ganks.
Do we need a replay of this? Really?
Yeah.
Alright,
Yeah.
sure.
The brutal thing is that, because he got stunned in the middle of a hop, he doesn't get the bounce. So that animation cancels just makes it even worse.
He looks so
than
sad.
it would normally feel.
Baby Nara is the cutest thing.
Oh, I agree. I play a lot of that character. Like, if it hasn't
Really?
been clear, that is by far my most played champion over the past, 6 seasons.
You must be really happy with this season so far.
So far. It just makes me sad, because there are some very vocal members of our community that's like, this champion is giga terrible. And it's like, but he's
I like your
he's
Redditor
not.
voice. That's a really good Redditor voice. Tommy at bottom did get banged around a bit, which I think is worth calling out. That's the end of the lane dominance down there.
Yeah. Oh, Diamond's in mid lane as well. So this is, we
What's
are
up,
starting
Diamond?
to get close to the point where we can start seeing these wake-ups for a lot of characters, and both Lee Sin and Twisted Fate, as they get their backs in, can start looking for these ganks in the side lane. And Kumo still doing all right. Is still in a spot where his opponent only got an assist, and he's technically up and will likely be relatively even after this wave ends up crashing into the turret.
Diamond was just checking the stuff out a bit.
Yeah,
Wanted to
It's,
see what it was
speculative.
like.
it's a time investment. Time share.
Okay. Inspecting is investment, though. Making sure that everything's being treated appropriately. Triple is maintaining the lane up to his standards, and as a result, Diamond roams back down bottom. Now we'll see the Drake first of the game, focused by FlyQuest, and EG are uninterested in contesting, so much so that Contracts is currently back in the fountain.
Yeah. I mean, this is when FlyQuest are supposed to be able to find some of their advantages. This is when we can expect them to be doing well. But the big question is, how well are they going to be able to play the next 5 to 10 minutes? Between now and the 15-minute mark is really going to make or break a lot of things that FlyQuest want to do. Because so far, Triple hasn't left his lane in an effective way, and this is going to start happening.
Start getting hit by Jojo Pyun.
Bang.
Full wave shove actually under the tower as well. I think he's going to be able to get most of that CS, but of course this frees up time for Jojo Pyun to head up to the top side, where they're joining a congregation. 3
He's
players.
got Narvar.
Narvar burned. Kumo back in. Oh! A huge ulti! That's a disaster! FlyQuest, 1 kill. Kumo looking for the second. There it is. Triple was chasing down, trying to find the third, but Jojo Pyun gets out real quick once he sees what's just happened.
I am shocked that they decided to go for that at all, right? It's like he's got a bar, he's full health. We know that Triple is no longer in mid lane, and we don't have any vision to actually spot him out. And now, oh man, NXI? Does he hit 6 off of this? He does.
Gets the buff over the wall, Warthog, Lantern, he's out! FlyQuest just can't lose!
Yo, FlyQuest are just better players at this point. Let's see if they can actually get out of this one. No, EG want no part of it. They decided to back away from that one, and man, TJ, they're doing what they needed to. They are playing this game so aggressively and so proactively in ways that are really starting to turn things around.
Show
like,
us the 3-battle! This is one of the most satisfying things I have
and he
seen
gets the
all day.
triple stun
Yup.
immediately after.
And then Triple, perfect timing, is there in lane for the gold card. Perfect timing.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be some missing pings coming in after that one, because it suddenly makes this lane that was already ever so slightly Gnar favored from draft, and then became slightly un-Gnar favored, and Renekton was looking alright after the first gank. Now Kumo is in a dominating position again, because he's got these plated steel caps and can run away from Tony Top super effectively with the the movement speed passive move from Phage now onto this Axe. It's going to be so difficult for Tony Top to do anything.
Yeah. Secret is it was always a Kumo favored lane, turns out.
Yeah.
I'm
picking is good.
Between that and NXI, just with the nerves of steel in that bush.
Yeah.
And the comms as well, to be fair, to have Diamond in position to bail him out.
Yeah.
To be fair, it is not just an NXI play there is team play. Well, it's just really looked good for Flying Quest, I guess, is the net result. Kumo will get poked here. There is a TP in that's going to be from mid lane. NXI and Triple trying to get some revenge for their teammate here. Contracts away. Gold card will land. It's onto the ulting Tony Top, and therefore not a very appetizing option. Flying Quest will back away, and it is a kill back over to Evil Geniuses. Nothing more.
Yeah. I was so happy with the way that Kumo played the dive previously that he immediately turns around and is like, alright, well, I know Nidalee is here. Yeah, Lee Sin's close, but he's not that close. And then he's like, alright, let's go. And didn't end up working particularly well because that can still happen. He knew that that's what they were going to try and look for, and he just gave it to them anyway. So, ultimately, it's kind of looking like a wash. Overall in the top lane. Every time we say something good about one team, they're going to immediately get shown up by the other side of the map. And as EG continue to bring this game later and later, a lot of the deficits that they're currently seeing should start turning around. But I'm really surprised at how poorly this bottom lane is currently going for the side of Shoryu and Mystiques, and we just haven't really had an opportunity to examine it at all.
No, it's been chaos across the rest of the map, but Diamond and Tomio have had that wave shoved in for a while now.
Yeah.
You can take a look if you're curious. You want to view it statistically. All right, you nerd, check out the CS difference. Tomio's destroying him.
Yeah, I thought it was passion fruit.
That was only...
Isn't that your job?
That was before you made bad puns. You stopped being passion fruit.
I'll keep that in mind.
When the puns came out. You never made...
Well, they were very passionate puns.
Okay, alright, we'll accept it.
But we got another dragon spawning up here relatively soon, and honestly, it could kind of go either way, right? You have both teams in a spot where they can try and contest it, but the fact that Evil Geniuses are here first means that they should be able to pick it up, and Lee Sin on the far side of the map won't be in a position to try and go for a steal, so we're back to a pretty even game, which I think is pretty Evil Geniuses' favorite. Yeah. Also that. It's surprising.
I do want to call why that execution on the Drake was so quick. It was because there is a control ward that is unspotted right near Raptors, so NXI. Was spotted?
Yes.
Sorry, distracted me by flashing the Fly Quest emote. As they run back behind the turret. Normally maybe you take a step forward, you get in a nasty fight there, but again, because that control ward, Josephine knows NXI is nearby, says very politely, no thank you. Here's your team logo in case you forgot.
Yeah, that's pretty solid BM. It's just like, here you go. This is you. Alright, Contracts is here again. Kumo is currently Mega Gnar and might be getting caught by 3 people, but Jojo Pune ends up turning back around, and I think they're just going to reward themselves with this scuttle on the top side of the map. And notably, Contracts has had a larger impact on this game than NXI had, and I said that was going to be one of their big win conditions for FlyQuest is NXI popping off, but he is down 20 CS with 0 kill participation at 13 minutes, and that means that he's not going to be as relevant later on in the game.
And Lee Sin, hook will land. It's onto the Leona though, so not worth covering. Lee Sin, you want to see early game presence, or at least mid-game teamfight presence. We'll have a chance for that. Box is dropped, hook goes wide, TP from TF will get triple into the fight. All of this engage though is happening onto the Leona, an LPL classic maneuver. which means that it is worthless.
Hey, but you could just outplay it, right? If you believe hard enough, you will end up doing more damage. But as this comes to fruition, it's just going to be Contracts again more effective on the map as this Rift Herald is dropped 2 plates going directly into Jojo Pune as he gets a little bit of an ab workout at the same time. And now we've seen this play before. Set looking to go up towards the top half of the map, and it would be more effective if he did choose to actually go for it because Gnar doesn't have a full rage bar to start off the entire thing.
That Rift Herald, as you say, does boost the gold here for EG. And they are, despite FlyQuest's early game dominant CS advantage, eking out a gold lead right now. It's very narrow, but it's worth noting. EG have survived the early lane state, and as we get more and more towards those team fights, that team comp draft diff that you were talking up maybe comes back to bite FlyQuest.
Ooh. Kumo gets it. Yeah, so the big thing that we're going to have to pay attention to is how well FlyQuest are
Kumo,
able to split
they're
the
killing
map.
your turret.
Yeah, but Krugs.
Oh, okay, Krugs, got it. Right, continue.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult for FlyQuest to get a lot of these team fights off rather effectively. They're going to have to really outperform their opponents if they want to try and do that. But they do have a pretty effective team composition for trying to split the map. Tomo on the Aphelios has decent wave clear, and you have Disengage coming in from both the Thresh and the Lee Sin, where Gnar and Twisted Fate should be pretty happy to exist in side lanes up against their relative opponents, right? Tony Top on this Renekton isn't going to be able to do a whole lot to Gnar without a whole lot of support, and Jojo Pune also won't have a whole lot of kill pressure up against his lane opponent. And I'm kind of curious where EG was for half of this turret, because I didn't see what they were doing, and they gave up a turret and a half.
The big thing I think was just Mystiques was up here on the top side, so they didn't really have the kit to team fight.
Yeah,
but they weren't really achieving anything on the map, so I think Jojo Pune could have rotated down. And it's okay because we had a similar thing where Kumo just decided that he didn't need to hold that turret 1v1 against Tony. And to be fair, Kumo didn't have the map vision to know that there weren't still people lurking around. But, I don't know. Would have liked to see him try for something, try to establish that vision if nothing else.
Yeah, well, not dying is a good first step, but now with another dragon about to spawn, we're going to see how these two teams interact with each other. As Mystiques just goes over the wall and says hello to
Got
Triple.
places to be! I think the problem for FlyQuest is we said step 1 is win lane, right? That's the composition they drafted, and they have not.
Yeah. Triple has had one ultimate, or excuse me, he's had 2. One of them was successful, and he went up top to turn around the dive onto Kumo. The other one, you know, he went after Mystiques, and was a little bit less successful, and
I don't know, he did land the gold card on Mystiques. I don't know what you're talking about.
He did. He did his job. The rest of you just didn't do enough damage. Alright, we're going to see a fight right now around this dragon.
Oh, CBN Triple starting the fight. Death Sentence will follow. This is all onto Mystiques again. They do get the kill, but it's set up for Tony Top, who comes in the backside. Kumo tries to find the turn. Good stun, but will have to flash away. Diamond and Triple very low at the end of the fight with NXI down. FlyQuest can't continue to contest. And so EG, despite only getting a 1-for-1 trade, have the player advantage to take the Drake.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we were talking about with the composition they were trying to build, right? Shoryu in the backline, he had the bullet time going off against a bunch of members, while Tony Top and Jojo Pune, very, very difficult to kill over these extended team fights. And, you know, even though they catch out Mystiques here, it takes a long time to kill them. So we'll actually get to see this right again. Shoryu is able to sit here with a full bullet time across everyone. And notably, there's absolutely, there's no threat whatsoever to Shoryu. So he's able to get enough damage down. Everybody else realizes we can't walk through Jojo Pune and Tony Top because there's a full health Misfortune on the far side that is going to start peppering us with bullets if we come anywhere nearby.
It was Mystiques' Solar Flare that stunned up NXI and guaranteed the fight to EG. So it was because they were focusing everything on the Leona. And I don't know how that shapes up, but end result, fighting a Leona in melee range just results in them getting CC. And if that's followed up upon, well, result that you saw.
Yeah. So we'll have to see what kind of threat they can add. Oh, triple. That's so rude. Oh, that's actually hilarious. I love that.
Just reminds him whose jungle he's in.
You are in Contract's jungle now.
This is
Alright, but look at the bottom side of the map.
Yeah. At least something in trade. Kumo will find a turret, boosting his own personal gold, and he is one of the more wealthy members of this FlyQuest side. But I'm not certain that that's going to be enough to save them, because their damage sources are supposed to be Triple and Tomo, and neither one of those lanes is far enough ahead to feel comfortable relying on it.
Yeah. So we'll have to see, right? Because the thing that EG are kind of missing is super good engage. They have decent engage, right? They have a Leona, but other than that, they can't really lock down a full team rather consistently. You know, we've all seen Twitch rivals where Aoki and Lil Pally just look really, really good with like their 5-man solar flares, but that is not the expected value.
Hook. Okay. Resonating strike over the wall. Jojo Pyun, of course, is a set, so they take those. Triple is just carried into the core. In the meantime, TPs are in up top. Tony Top overextends and goes down very low, but it's Triple to actually fall. The only player to die in the fight. Don't ask me how NXI survive, as FlyQuest lose out the fight on yet another technicality.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Sure you.
Kumo doesn't finish it. Diamond back into the front lines will land CC, but not enough damage to actually find the kill. An awful lot of FlyQuest spells are getting dumped into both Set and Leona.
Yeah. I mean, that's what EG want, right? This is the exact kind of team fight that they are looking to have. And so far, it's, you know, they're leading to a very even game state, but it should continue to get better for Evil Geniuses as this Lee Sin becomes less relevant, as this Twisted Fate stops doing as much damage, whereas on EG, you know, Tony Top isn't going to be as much of a damage threat, but he's got his Gore Drinker, you got the Stride Breaker on Jojo Pyun, so these guys are going to take a while to go down. We'll get to see, like, how crazy this team fight is. I don't know how Triple got into the middle of the entire enemy team.
No. What was that?
Oh, he just ported into the entire enemy team and got yeeted by Set. Got it. Okay.
I think that actually probably gave Jojo Pyun an out, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, Jojo Pyun's probably dead there.
Yeah. So, well, it's alright. You still got a lot of game left to go. You can still try and find some more practice plays as Twisted Fate, because they are going to be the ones trying to split the map, right? You're going to be the ones trying to find isolated members like Tony Top trying to match Kumo off to the side, or just catching people out in the middle of rotation. So they still have plenty of time, but we've got about 40 seconds left on the team fight counter, and right now, as everybody's going to be backing away, there's going to be some pretty good wave positions left over for FlyQuest to be there first.
That is what we're looking at as the FlyQuest side begins to, I think, head towards their late game team fight. It is all going to be about the CS leads, the gold they have earned during this time. And the only place I think that is significant enough to be relevant is Tomo. I said earlier I don't think you should be safe relying on him. But he is here. He will be a team fight of Helios.
Yeah.
Question is, what can they do with that?
Can they do much of anything? They don't have a bar on Kumo. And he's not... Oh, are they going to try and threaten the Baron for this Ocean Dragon? I don't know how safe that actually is, because Tony and Contracts can do what they're about to do, while the rest of EG walk over and threaten the Baron.
Okay, EG don't full commit to fighting over this Baron. FlyQuest will start it. The rest of EG are hovering around this mid lane. FlyQuest do not have the Baron damage. Mystiques is coming in.
Oh, Kumo.
Will be flanking round the side. Tony Top in. Kumo suplexed out of the fight, still alive. In the meantime, Mystiques did go down. Big damage arriving from Tomo. There's Triple ulting in, and the hook lands. Big plays from Diamond. Jojo Pyun will find the turn with the Haymaker, but now has limited HP to work with. Drake went over to EG, and I guess that actually is the only real bullet point at the end of that exchange, as Mystiques did fall, but it's a Leona.
Yeah, absolutely make that trade every time. Now, EG were a little bit overzealous in trying to contest, and you saw that Shoryu was like, okay.
Contracts is back in here, and that could be punished, but the
Nice.
death sentence goes wide. Gold card will not. Jojo Pune with the haymaker. Can't find the damage they want. NXI is chasing. Here's Kumo from the flank, and they will shut down the mid lane set. The turn yet again for this Baron.
Alright, but the members of EG are around. It's not super easy for them to do this all by itself, and Triple is... I don't know what Triple's doing, but he's not here. He's not available to really contribute to this fight, nor does he have an ultimate available, so this is actually really dangerous for FlyQuest.
Wait, the bullets in. Half HP. There's Kumo diving in. Solo ult on Mystique's. Not going to find you much, but Mystique's now doesn't have their shield, and that's going to mean a very quick kill onto Leona. Diamond at the back of the fight has no HP, but did survive. And okay, it is a few more kills passed over to FlyQuest as they force another fight around the Baron. Nothing more will come of it.
Yeah, but the big thing, again, is just Shoryu is completely untouched. There is no threat to this backline, and even though Mystique's is dying, it's not really mattering. They're only 1,000 gold behind, but they are currently at 3 of the 4 dragons that they need to get the Ocean Soul, and once that starts coming through, it becomes even more difficult for FlyQuest to really contest any of these fights. The only real point of strength that they've been having has been Tomo so far, because he is able to shoot through a lot of these front lines. We get to see... Which is this? This is the first, this is the first Baron contest.
This was the first time we did this. It was the first time Mystique's got burned down by the entire focus of FlyQuest. Got it.
But you could see Shoryu was not comfortable walking through that river while Kumo was in the position he was. But even here, he's completely untouched. Nobody can really look at him. And by the time they're like, oh, hey, Shoryu might be a bit too far forward, he's still got a Gale Force to fall back upon. So he's playing his role really, really well. And Mystique's also doing a good job. Like, if somebody's going to be dying, it should be the Leon. It should be the same character over and over again. So they're doing good.
Mystique's is doing a really good job drawing focus, because for each one of these major abilities... Wow, good wave, Claire. I don't know that it will stop them, though, because you do have the demolition, and indeed, the turret will fall. Very well played.
Yeah.
What I was going to say is, for every time you see a team fight where Mystique's goes down because, like, 60 spells are spent on them, that is CC that is not available to threaten to Shoryu, that is not available to stop Tony Top or Jojo Pune from diving frontline. Very important that that gets spent, but EG haven't yet ever had the follow-up to make it evidently worth it on the map.
Yeah. But we'll see. We'll have another opportunity for both teams to try and do the same thing around this Ocean Dragon, and honestly, FlyQuest cannot make the same kind of gamble that they did before, where it's like, hey, we're going to go try and hit the Baron, because EG will be like, okay, you have that Baron, we're going to have this Ocean Soul. That is a permanent buff. We are going to be on this for the rest of it. And so we're seeing Triple, he's already not necessarily going to be the most impactful magic damage source for the team. And now that he appears to be building towards a rapid fire cannon, his damage is going to continue dropping off. So it's, another crowd control bot being added to the game, and I'm not sure that's what they need. We don't need to crowd control Renekton and Zed. We need to do damage to them.
Yeah, and that mantle is increasingly going to be exclusively Tomio's to banner.
Yes.
So, watch the Aphelios in these team fights. If they get assassinated or hit by a long-range Nidalee spear, it is pretty much game over for Flying Quest. They will find Mystique's. Yeah, this one, I'm not sure. Mystique's will go down for free. That one's not worth. And Drake is up, so very, very bad timing for Mystique's. We'll see if EG try and force a 4v5 steal attempt, or just take the L.
I think you just throw things over the wall, right? Like, you don't actually want to lose another member, because then that makes the Baron super dangerous to try and contest. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yep. FlyQuest are being good players, so that is
very well done. And for all we were talking up Mystique's, tactically drawing fire, that wasn't one of those instances. I don't know why they were so far forward. You don't need that much vision. And it does cost EG there.
Yeah. And this also gives more time for you know, Kumo and Triple to try and move into the side lanes and make sure that their waves are in good states for the upcoming Baron contest, because you got to be very careful, right? Like, when both top laners have this teleport, it's not necessarily going to be super exciting for the members of EG, because bringing the Renekton into the fight, he's not the best team fighter.
Oh, Tomo.
He's just going to...
Too far forward, Zenith Blade in. Tomo with the Lantern did get away, but not forever. Pulled back in, suplexed into the bullet time, and that will be the kills that EG needed to close this game. They're going to turn instantly for the Baron.
All right, but what does Kumo get on the far side of the map? Is he going to be able to get this inhibitor turret? If he gets the inhibitor, it might be okay. It might not be the worst thing in the world, but man, that was a huge mistake coming out from Tomo and Diamond, and a great play coming out from the Speaks in order to actually lock them down early on. And yeah, they're not even going to be able to get much of anything. Kumo is not going to be able to get the inhibitor turret. Instead, they're only going to get the mid lane inner, and everybody with the improved recalls from Baron is going to be able to come back to make sure that they don't lose any more of their base. So overall, massive, massive win coming out from EG. They should be able to try and force the fights now that they are going to be winning the side lanes. They are going to be winning the push. There's not a lot of wave clearing their opponents.
Yeah, you can see Diamond's there for the Lantern, but there's just nothing to fall back to.
Yeah.
Very, very cleanly done. EG punishing the mistake, and we talk about that all day. You can't rely on your enemy to make mistakes, but also, when they hand you one like that, it is very important, and indeed the mark of good teams, to be able to take them up on it.
Yes. Yeah, just because you're playing catch and they throw the game doesn't mean that you're going to catch it all the time. And right now, this is a little bit dangerous. Tony Top isn't there, and here comes the teleport from Kumo.
Gold's current stun onto Contracts. They will flash away Kumo around the side, as you say. Tony Top waiting in ambush. Ult popped. All onto Mystiques again, but Mystiques goes down uncontested. And so this could develop. Kumo for a deep dive. Bootlit Vigil to follow. They've got the kill. No Shoryu. No big team fight damage. Tony Top tries to get something, but they are just CC'd for decades. They are petrified. And archaeologists will be digging at Tony Top up years from now, wondering whatever happened to EG's top laner.
Oh man, poor Robot Jones. Just sitting over here, not able to do much of anything, and now this is going to turn things around because, again, you can't make these plays without the members of your team fight composition if you're trying to do that. Shoryu being dead, that's the first time that they were really able to get onto him, and they're going to...
Kumo! He's just
Kumo.
going! Kumo will dive very far in. 6 seconds on Shoryu's respawn. That should be enough wave clear once Shoryu's back that they don't lose more than this inhibitor. And indeed, that will be exactly what FlyQuest are aiming for. Very well played.
Yeah, looking good. So I would like to think that EG has learned their lesson. They are a death ball composition, and they need to be that death ball. Having Tony Top off on the side, and he was envisioning, he was trying to hide around the corner while the Twisted Fate ultimate was going off. They knew exactly where he was. They knew what they were trying to do, and they just weren't going to give it to him. Instead, they're just going to barrel onto Mystiques, and I feel like most of Mystique's deaths are good deaths. There are a couple exceptions, but this is not Mystique's fault. Like, he is the one who should be going down here in order to try and get as many people out as they can. And as they start to move forward, they end up catching him so that he ends up taking the hook instead of Shoryu, and then everybody else ends up just getting caught because they were like, ooh, do we turn around and try and help him? No, you don't. He's already dead.
I think the only possible way out there, though, is like pathing up through Tony Top into the enemy jungle. Like, it was just a very, very doomed play because of the out-positioning that it happened.
Yeah. Okay.
Very, very well played by FlyQuest to punish that. The inverse of what happened moments ago.
True. So now, we basically have another team fight, and the winner of this is going to be in a good spot. If EG win this fight, the game is going to basically be over because they have the Ocean Soul. If FlyQuest win this fight, the game is actually over because they just take the Nexus. So this might be the last major opportunity for these two teams to clash, and currently, FlyQuest are in a better cohesive unit than their opponents. Oh, Mystiques.
But there is vision, and Mystiques is on the flank, as you call out, will go right on in. Diamond, Tomo caught by the Solar Flare, stays ahead. Bullet Time does not find enough damage. Bullet Time's completely wasted. Now Kumo's found the turn. Jojopyun will spend the Haymaker. They've got nothing left. Tony Top with the backline dive is eaten alive, and Triple dropped into stasis to avoid everything. A beautiful team fight from FlyQuest as they secure their own backlines, keep their Aphelios up, and take themselves a Drake.
Yeah, this is rather interesting because they probably could pick up a little bit more here if that's what they had committed to, but instead they want to make sure that they put this Ocean Dragon back on a timer so that EG have to come out a little bit later and look for another fight. But we saw there wasn't a whole lot of threat to Shoryu, but Triple has the range suddenly with the rapid fire cannon to actually throw down the stun, and you don't need to kill Shoryu, you just need to make sure that he's not doing damage in these actual fights. So they did a fantastic job at limiting his effectiveness throughout that entire thing and just absorbing Jojopyun and Tony Top coming into the rest of the fight. So this game, I wasn't a big fan of FlyQuest composition, but they are playing it very, very well across the board. They're consistently playing to all of their win conditions. And now, since they are far enough ahead, they might be able to start looking at this Baron. They might be able to start looking at a lot more and maybe even find Mystiques once again. No, he is going to be able to recall in time.
It is fascinating how this composition that you correctly identified, I think, is a little aimless. And certainly is harder to execute than their opponents over on FlyQuest, has transformed into this late-game protect the Aphelios comp. That is basically all it is.
And remember how we were criticizing NXI for not doing anything in the first 12 minutes? He's now 6-1-4.
Yeah.
Like, he's actually playing these teamfights remarkably well.
He's been, as I was going to get to, kind of benefiting from the Aphelios sustain, where the Aphelios will be burning people down and NXI will be finding the weak targets. He's consistently able to orient himself very well in teamfights.
So we'll see how this next Baron goes, because again, it could be an opportunity for, if it's a clean fight, depending on where it happens, it could be the end of the game as they, you know, they get a little bit of damage down into contracts, but he should be able to heal most of that up. And one more cycle on that E should put him A-okay.
Oh.
Kumo.
FlyQuest!
I like this fight.
Burning down this Baron. Half HP on it. 6k now as EG set up behind the Baron pit proper. Even lower.
It's
resetting, hovering around 6k on that Baron. EG draw away the focus. It's reset now up to 8k. Bullet Time will go into the pit. Oh, deep dive. Kumo finds a big stun. Backline speed time. Mystiques goes down, and Kumo gets out, able to refocus the entire team upon the diving front lines. A double kill starts things off for Tomo as both Jojopyun and Mystiques go down. And FlyQuest win an all-important fight. Destiny does get spent by Triple just to figure out where their opponents are. Shoryu's doing a good job kiting, though. Them and Tony Top are a formidable two-man unit, and with contracts hovering in the wings, FlyQuest can't take any risks here. They need to be perfect.
Where are they going? They're going to be backing away here. They're going to be losing at least one turret off of this. Man. Okay, so suddenly they're going to be able to pick up another inhibitor turret, or excuse me, an inner turret, not an inhibitor. So that's going to get them a little bit of gold, and we're going to be able to reset in just a moment because both Kumo and Jojopyun going to be coming up at about the same time. But again, EG aren't really playing their composition to its full effect. Shoryu was in contracts for trying to fight Kumo, whereas the divers weren't really able to get a whole lot done because between Tony Top, Jojopyun, and Mystiques, you don't have enough damage to take down Tomo with the rest of his team surrounding him.
Which is, I think, what we have seen time and time again. Tomo surviving the pressure. Here is another look at that last whole mess as EG pressed in repeatedly, successfully baited out FlyQuest responses, but check Kumo here. Over the wall, engages the back line, gets out alive.
Yeah, Tony Top, on the other hand, he is just now doing his first bit of damage in this fight. So he's still full HP, but ultimately, as long as this game is still going, it's not too bad. Triple tries to get in range without getting bursted all
we are right back into it.
Mystiques is dead.
Huge Moonlit Vigil starts that up. Tony Top will dive in. 1v5, it drops into stasis. I don't know what you think is happening on the other end of that. Tony Top has a GA. Oh, mistimes the hook, but it won't matter.
Wow, I don't know how that fight started, but it's probably going to be how the game ends as Kumo suddenly finding Shoryu and taking away all of that movement speed that this character normally has.
Double flash forward, Shoryu in trouble indeed, will be stunned up and gone, and I think you're absolutely right, Joshi. That may be game. Mystique's 8 seconds away from respawn. Everyone else a little longer. And I don't think the 3-man core can hold on. Mystique's bullet time is... Mystique's stun is kind of the only way you can make this happen, but no. CC is delivered. The last-ditch attempt from Jojo Fyun is valiant, but it will not get them the win. FlyQuest slug out a 38-minute victory over Evil Geniuses and will take their first Academy game of the season.
Wow. I mean, ultimately, I did not like their composition. The draft was very suspect to me, but they were able to play their composition the way it was meant to be played, and EG simply weren't. So congratulations to FlyQuest for showing that it doesn't matter. Like, you do not win or lose the game in draft, right? You do not end things immediately. You still have to actually execute on what your composition wants to do, and they did it beautifully.
Yeah, that was just a very, very fun game to watch. I think my big takeaway from that is that Tomo was absolutely stepping up. We said that the only way those team fights work is if the Aphelios goes huge, and time again, exactly that happened. And yes, it was a team effort. There were a lot of really good resources being committed, especially by players like Diamond, to keep Tomo alive. But what they did with that time in the hands of a lesser ADC could have not been enough to save those fights, and indeed that game.
Yeah, and I also want to praise Tomo as well, not just for his play later on in the game, but also for how dominant he was alongside the support in order to actually continue to push things around, right? He was up massively over Shoryu, who a lot of people were looking at as one of the AD carries in Amateur and Academy that might be in the conversation for an LCS spot, but Tomo was like, nope. This is my lane. We are in control here, and you are going to sit down. And they were able to do exactly that.
Yeah, top lane Kumo, I think, has to deserve accolades as well. The polar opposite side of the FlyQuest map, but possibly the best Gnar we've seen so far. I've received word that we do, in fact, have Tomo in the wings, so we can hop on into our post-game interview presented by Verizon, as I think that was the best Aphelios I've seen in competitive. How do you feel about it?
Sorry, I just came back. I was moving stuff in the room. What happened?
No worries. You know, at the beginning, I was saying I don't think Aphelios is particularly strong in the meta, but you were very quickly able to turn around and have a fantastic performance, not only in team fights later on, but also in lane. You know, how have you been feeling about this champion and how you performed on it today?
Yeah, I definitely think that Aphelios Thresh specifically as a combo is really strong. We've practiced it a lot in scrims, and it's been seeing playing in LCK and LPL, so we wanted to bust it out today.
One of the things that we were talking about during the draft phase was that this felt like a very lane-focused draft, and then once we got out of it, it kind of morphed into an, okay, well, we have to protect Tomo, because you were the only major source of teamfight damage in the late game. What was your team's kind of theory going into the game about how that was going to play out, if you can talk about it?
I mean, most of Aphelios drafts revolve around Aphelios, obviously, because he just 1-9's 200 years, right? So I think everyone had a good idea of like how to play with Aphelios, so it worked out.
Mm-hmm. So it was always the plan to go 38 minutes and win in a sick team fight in the mid lane?
Of course.
Very exciting. Well, the big thing is you ended up just winning your first game here, but after having an opportunity to watch all of the other teams so far, you had a little bit more opportunity to kind of, you know, take in what you've been seeing so far. So, you know, obviously you're number one, right? I think, you know, if you don't say that, we got some things we got to talk about, Tomo, but who would you say is probably number two?
My only threat is King. Everyone else is
King?
trash.
There we go.
I really like that. We are going to be wrapping things up here, so I'm going to task you with the job of kind of deciding the final words of the day. Is there anything you think viewers should be carrying forward from the first day of Academy this season?
Academy is going to be pretty exciting this season. I hope you guys all tune in and cheer on my team specifically, because I think we could take it all.
All right. Thank you very much, Tomo. Best of luck in the upcoming season.
Thanks for your
That
time.
does leave just you and I, Joshi, to wrap things up ourselves. I think Tomo put it better than I could, but it was a great time casting with you. There will be more Academy games tomorrow. I don't quite know who will be on the casting desk for that. It'll be a surprise, just like my birthday is to my father every year. So be sure to tune in for that. Until then, I've ruined Joshi again. Until then, have a great rest of your evening. Be sure to watch some more Academy. We'll see you next time.